How are you feeling? How long have you been here?
3 months, today 17.
And what brought you?
That's difficult to answer.
Eventually resulted in your being here in the hospital.
That's difficult to answer.
is the end. There's a noise inside my head of crying people facing death. Is this the end? Is this the end? Oh, I'm burning in the stone. There's no place to hide. I'm burning in the stone. This is the final fight. What have we done to the world? What have we done to the world? I'm burning in the stone. There's no place to hide. I'm burning in the stone. This is the final
Who the fuck is Karlyn? She's just some sweet lady. She's like in a knitting. She does like a knitting stream. She's like a knitting YouTuber. She does knitting.
Can we grow up a little bit and
Alt
not
Girl
be
sent $200.
retarded?
Have you
Please.
seen the work of Karlyn Borysenko? Anti-commie cult leader and is obsessed with looking at what actual far-left communists are talking about and organizing today, infiltrating them. They infiltrated the universities, schools, media. She has the receipts to back it up. Primary source evidence. Infestation is dire and she calls Republicans idiots eating slop. Agree.
Thank you for the big super chat. Yeah, oh, I know Karlyn B. She's solid. She's funny. I
The
like
great
her.
noticer sent $200.
Literally.
So
not
it's,
Ian.
it's not because
Yeah.
I haven't dangled my junk into the combat zone on purpose to get some camera footage, but that's the big part of what's the
Is that
problem.
what you call reporting?
Go
and live
under, if
streaming?
you're going to do it,
Yeah,
go
seriously.
undercover. Otherwise you're wearing a hunk of meat in a lion's den. Nick Shirley, I love you. Take care of yourself, man. Karlyn Borysenko went undercover. Do stuff like that. Like if you want to expose this thing, don't pariah,
But
please.
Ian, here's and I agree with you to an extent.
I watch these streams, and I've been watching a self-professed fascist named Karlyn who drinks and basically roasts these live streams. But weirdly, she has apparently embedded herself with Antifa before, and so it's such a funny stream because like,
so they tolerate her?
oh no, not anymore. She like, no. She's like, I mean, I don't know if she's trolling or not, but on her stream, she's like, I am a fascist.
Right.
So she's proudly proclaiming she's a fascist. I don't know how much of that is trolling, how much of it is real, but conservatives who are drawn to her stream will say things like, these people are funded by George Soros. And it's the funniest thing because she gets so mad. And she's like, get off fucking Fox News. Stop watching that shit. It's all wrong. Do these people look funded? Do these people look like they have money? They're not funded. It's so, and I guess her bigger point is by saying these are funded agitators and not saying what they actually are, which is anti-capitalist revolutionaries, you dilute what's really happening. Because what's really happening, according to her, and I think a fair amount of people, is that the economy is so fucked. The middle class is diminishing so much. The cost of living is so high that this is the perfect soil you need if you wanted communism to grow anywhere.
And I've learned a lot from Karlyn Borysenko, who goes in undercover with the left. And I've figured out from looking at her work, like when I first saw her stuff, I was like, oh, she knows what she's talking about. I need to like connect with her. And she actually, the first time I got assaulted in 2025, followed me and sent me messages, and she checked on me for months, just privately. It was so nice to have somebody like, are you okay? But I could tell she knew what she was talking about, and I subscribe to her. I look at all her stuff. I've learned so much, and I thought I knew a lot. I've learned so much.
That was StreamYard's fault. That was not my fault. That was not my fault. That was StreamYard's fault. I didn't mute myself. StreamYard had me muted. StreamYard made some bullshit. That wasn't my fault. I'm a professional streamer on the internet, okay? I am a professional streamer. I would never accidentally mute myself. No, it really was StreamYard's fault on this particular occasion. It wasn't my fault. It's StreamYard's fault. Anyway, now that we have fixed the audio and regained professional streamer status, I really did intend to start earlier today. I really, really did. I really intended to start earlier of this little marathon stream that we're going to do. But then I got off to a late start doing things that I needed to do because I had Victor time this morning. And I'm sorry, you guys don't outrank my husband, okay? You don't. You don't. You don't. It's you know, I don't make the rules. And so I had Victor time this morning, and that got me off to a late start. And then I went on and I did some stuff that I needed to do. And then breaking news, I came back and my neon green Fendi purse, it doesn't look as neon green here, but it's very neon green in person. My neon green Fendi purse got delivered, and I had to look at it and play with it and make a video about it for another social media thing I have that I don't really talk about on here. Because look at this fucking bag. Look at this bag. It can be a crossbody. You can take it off and make it a clutch. Look at this bag. It is a green, fuzzy, fucking little dumpling of a bag. It's so cool. It's one of the best purses I own. I don't buy Fendi all that often. In fact, I probably haven't bought Fendi in like 20 years. But it's so good. Oh my God. Like, the resale market, listen, man, if you're going to buy authentic purses instead of high-end knockoffs from China, and can I encourage people to dabble in both? Because I dabble in both. I have both a lot of really expensive, authentic luxury purses. I also have high-end knockoffs from China that are no different than the real thing. And I think that's fun and exciting and cool. And I encourage people to check that out and experiment in that. But, like, if you're going to, like, I don't understand why anyone would buy something like this in the store. This was like a $4,000 bag in the store. This is not an inexpensive bag at all. And I got it on the resale market with the plastic still on it. It came with I still haven't gotten all the plastic off yet. All of the plastic was still, some fucking rich lady bought this bag and then maybe used it once because there's like a little bit of a rub on the leather on the back. Some rich lady paid thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars for this bag, and then I get it on the resale market for like several $100s, and that's awesome. Okay, and I know that several $100s is still expensive for a purse, but when we're talking about you can't even find this fucking bag on the resale market. I got it on Whatnot in an auction. Okay, Whatnot is the greatest website in the history of humanity. Yeah, Antifa doesn't own a neon green furry Fendi. Okay. Yeah, how the purse stole Christmas. I have a Grinch. I'm already ready for Christmas, guys. I have, if anyone, I don't do anything for Christmas. My husband and I are lazy as fuck. But like, if someone wants to invite me to a Christmas party or something, I already have the bag. I'm good. But listen, the resale market is fucking awesome, and it is the Grinch bag. I have the Grinch bag. I have it. I have it. What am I going to be for Halloween? Maybe the Grinch. I don't know. We got to Halloween will work itself out. Okay. But I had to, I was late because I had to make friends with my new Fendi bag, and it's so I love it so much. I love it so much. This is one of my all-time great whatnot purchases. Let me put it on the back. Put it on the back of my chair so it doesn't fall down. There we go. There we go. Until I can return it to the other room and put it safely in a dust bag so nothing fucking ruins it. Okay. Now that we have gotten purse time out of the way, oh, we have Trendlin time. Okay. Hey, Trendlin, I was so sad you didn't immediately jump on and do a live reaction to Candace or to Andrew Wilson coping about Candace. Listen, Trendlin, we're going to do this tomorrow. Okay. We'll do this tomorrow. We will do Andrew Wilson cope stream tomorrow because apparently Andrew has come to the correct conclusion that he was a massive pussy in that debate with Candace Owens. And you know what? Like, kudos to Andrew for being for having a moment of self-reflection. Kudos to Andrew for acknowledging that it is not pony hair, it's mink. It's not mink. Even softer and nicer than pony hair. Okay. So Andrew Wilson has come to the correct conclusion that he totally lost the debate with Candace Owens because he didn't press her because he was a massive pussy. And apparently he did a cope stream about it and Trendlin sent it to me. And we will watch that tomorrow on Friday. We will watch that on Friday. Okay. Because Friday, you know, it's happy hour. We do a little bit lighter content on Friday. So we will do the Trendlin Andrew Wilson cope stream tomorrow. But today we have something even more exciting. Are you guys ready? Guys, these are the streams that we train for. I need everyone to be locked in today. I need you guys to have snacks and water or other assorted beverages, alcoholic or not, possibly weed, because that might be really helpful for what we're about to do. Is everyone locked in? Is everyone fucking ready to go? We are going to do a marathon, leftist, socialist, trans liberation, anti-fascist marathon. These are the moments we train for. This is going to be even bigger than Socialism Saturday. This is going to be even bigger than any stream we have done recently because we are going to go for hours and hours and hours. And Trendlin has cotton candy. That's not fucking. I haven't had cotton candy in years, man. You're going. Yep. You have plenty. Like, listen, man. Listen, we're gonna be here for a minute. So if you like DoorDash, you're getting some DoorDash. Yo, that would have been a great idea. But all I've got is a fucking protein shake sitting here waiting for me. Can I say fuck Andy No? Yes, you can. Yes, you can. Did you guys know that Andy No blocked Otis on Twitter because Otis was sharing that Antifa was calling for death threats and assassination attempts? This is a true story. Otis went into Andy No's replies yesterday and he shared my reporting that Andy hadn't gotten around to covering yet about Antifa literally putting out hits on CEOs. And in response, Andy No, the great coverer of Antifa, he blocked Otis for putting my reporting in Andy No's comments. Almost as if he's a massive fucking grifter that has no real values except what is going to put money in his pocket. Yo, Lisa O'Grady, thank you so much for the super chat or the super sticker. Appreciate it, my dear. So guys, here's what we're going to do. Here's what we're going to do. There was a conference in March of 2026. So a couple months ago. How long ago? April, May, June, July, August. 5 months ago. In the spring semester at the University of California, Davis. So what that means is what we're about to watch was hosted at a taxpayer-funded public institution. Okay? This is not at a private college. This is at the University of California, Davis. I understand it's in California, and so no one is surprised by this, but it is a taxpayer-funded school, taxpayer-funded conference, taxpayer-funded fucking presentation. All of this shit is funded by the taxpayer, and not just the taxpayers in California, also any federal money that gets funneled into the University of California system that goes to places like UC Davis. This is we are all paying for this on some fucking level. So they held this conference, and there were a ton of presentations at this conference. And today we are going to be watching 3 of them. Okay. There is a 3-part series on life under threat, fighting the rise of anti-trans fascism. And we have the keynote address. The first presentation is a keynote address. The second presentation is a panel with multiple people. The third presentation is another panel with multiple people. And all of these things combined create about 4.5 hours of content for us to watch, which means that with breaks and me stopping to explain things and me deporting retards from our chat and stuff like that, we sometimes have to yell at people and reprimand people and stuff like that. We're going to be going a long time. I think this stream is going to be minimally about 6 to 7 hours long. So everyone needs to go get some snacks and some drinks and whatever drugs or alcohol you want to imbibe. And we are going to watch all 3 of these presentations back to back to find out what the fuck happened at the University of California, Davis in March, where leftists got together to have an entire event. This was a conference, guys. This was not just a one-off talk. They hosted an entire fucking conference to whine about anti-trans fascism for hours and hours and hours and hours and hours at a time. And so because no one else listens to this shit but us, we're going to listen to all of it. And just in case this YouTube channel finds out that I'm doing this and they make the videos private or they try to take them down, don't worry. I've already downloaded all of them. So no matter what this YouTube channel does, I have the recordings, okay? I have the recordings. Resistance is futile. There's nothing you can fucking do to stop us from watching this content. We are going to see what happened, and we are just going to let the leftists speak for themselves, because that is what we do on this channel. We watch primary source evidence about the far left. We watch the events they hold. We watch the presentations they give. We watch them from start to finish. We do not take clips out of context. We don't focus on clickbait and TikTok videos and bullshit like that. We watch them in their full form, in their natural habitat, and nothing pisses the left off more. We're not going to talk about the fucking demiurge, okay? Nothing pisses the left off more than when we sit here and listen to them and then clip what they're saying and then explain it to other people. Because look at this. Look at this. This video has only been on the internet for a day and it only has 11 views. Okay? No one else has watched this content. There is not a single conservative influencer that knows that this event happens. There is not a single conservative pundit or commentator that has any idea about any of this stuff. These videos just got put on the internet like a day ago, and no one has watched them except for us today in the marathon stream. Who's ready? Let's go. One in the chat, if you're ready to lock in and experience the marathon just as it happened. Now, guys, if you do appreciate the work I do, I would love to hit over 100 channel memberships. In fact, I heard about this. Can someone send me a timestamp for this? Because I think it was you. You said that they mentioned me. I tried to find it and I couldn't find it. So can someone send me a timestamp for when I was apparently mentioned on Timcast last night? That'd be cool. I thank you for letting me know. I appreciate it. Hey, Sith, $5 over on Rumble. I really appreciate it. Funds are tight, but here's kicking into the tip jar. Keep it up, Karlyn. Thank you so much, Sith. W's to you. I especially appreciate it when funds are tight because I know that you guys really mean it when you donate. Listen, man, I know that not everyone can afford to support my work. I really do get it, but I am 100% independently funded. I do not have any political masters. I do not have any political talking points. W's to Graham. Thank you so much for starting us off with 5 gifted channel memberships, bro. Really, really appreciate it. Guys, this is how I'm able to fund my work. This is how I'm able to spend possibly upwards of 7 to 8 hours today streaming with you guys, totally public on the internet. I looked about 20 minutes in, I didn't find it. This is how I'm able to fund this, by super chats, by channel memberships. And I do appreciate however you guys want to give. If you want to give off YouTube, join my Substack. You can also become a supporter on Patreon, locals, or Twitter subscriber. Whatever works best for you guys is fine. But I really do love it when people send in gifted channel memberships, because not only does it fund my stream, it also supports people in the community who maybe can't afford it, because I know not everyone can. So if you can afford to fund the work I'm doing, I would love to get over 100 gifted channel memberships in the course of the stream today. If I'm honest, I would like a stretch goal of 200, because it's going to be a really long fucking stream. I would love a stretch goal of 200. But if we did get past 100, that's enough for me. But hopefully we can get up a little bit higher, because we are going to be streaming for a long fucking time. When you give gifted channel memberships, we give you W's in the chat, Jonathan. W's to you, my friend. We got Photo Girl in with 5 gifted channel memberships. W's to you, my dear. So appreciate you guys supporting the stream. Thank you. Thank you. Look at that. We're already up to 11. How easy? How easy is that? Did Mike just send one in? Hang on. Mike, I will count that as membership. Thank you so much for your ongoing support. I love people like Mike and John and Shikalago and all of these people that they give me a channel membership a day. $5. They come, they enjoy the stream. They give me a channel membership every single day. And I love that. In my ideal world, could we just knock out 100 channel memberships like at the start of the stream so I don't have to bug you guys? If every single person in the chat just threw one channel membership in, that's $5, we would already be at the goal. And that'd be rad. So if I teach you something new on the stream, if I show you stuff no one else is showing you on the internet, please feel free to contribute to show your appreciation. This is how I make this work. This is how I'm able to spend so much time with you guys. And I really, really appreciate it. Everyone who funds my work, if you can't fund it because you just don't have the money, totally okay. You don't need to feel guilty or anything. I know you will when you can, and that's all good. But please make sure you're sharing the content. Please make sure you are liking the video. Please make sure you are subscribing and doing all that good stuff, because all of that really does help as well. Okay, guys, let's jump right into it. We are going to start with the keynote lecture, Life Under Threat, Fighting the Rise of Anti-Trans Fascism. This is a conference that took place at the University of California, Davis in March of 2026. Let me read the description. For posterity, sire. Leo, thanks so much, bro. W's to you, good sir. So appreciate it. Yo, Lisa O'Grady, it was some big support. 20 gifted channel memberships. Let's go. Let's go. W's in the chat. Lisa O'Grady, I want to see a round of W's. Dropping 20 channel memberships. John in with a gifted channel membership. W's to you, good sir. Thank you so much for your ongoing support. I really, really appreciate it. That's another 22, guys. Look at that. We're already up to like 34. Look at that. See? Look how quickly we make our way to the goal. So appreciate you guys. Here's the description of the presentation. Life Under Threat, Fighting the Rise of Anti-Trans Fascism Symposium Keynote Talk given by Toby Beauchamp on March 12th, 2026 at the University of California, Davis. This symposium examines transnational fascist formations. How do institutions and nations relegate gendered bodies and identities? How do state agents, normative logics, and community practices overlap in discussions of survival, care, regret, and reproduction, treating fascism and violence as processes, logics, techniques of control? The speakers of this symposium situate trans health, medicine, ethics, activism, and conversation about bodies, identities, and systems of power This sounds fucking awesome. One in the chat if you're excited about this marathon. Two in the chat if you think this is going to be dumb. One in the chat if you're excited. Two if you think this is going to be done. Hey, poop. I don't know how to fucking say that, but, gross, bro. Fucking gross. But W's to you for the gifted channel membership. Really appreciate it. Yeah, listen, I myself am not Catholic, but I was raised in a Catholic family. I know Catholic guilt. And I appreciate it, Mike. I can't survive financially without a good dose of Catholic guilt. I know the rules. All right, guys. We're going to watch this stuff for however long it takes to get through the entire 3-part series. Let's go.
Associate Professor of Gender and Women's Studies at the University of Illinois, Urbana-Champaign. He is the author of Going Stealth, Transgender...
University of Illinois, Urbana-Champaign. That also sounds like another taxpayer-funded university. So this keynote is from a professor at the University of Illinois, paid for by the taxpayers.
Politics and U.S. surveillance practices, and his writing has appeared in journals including GLQ, Feminist Formations, Radical History Review, and Surveillance and Society, as well as in several edited collections. His current book project considers the relationship between trans politics and authoritarianism. Please join me in welcoming Toby Beach.
Trans politics and authoritarianism, guys. Let's go.
I have a big note on my paper that says turn on.
Yeah, I don't think it was last night either. I don't know what that person's talking about, but I couldn't find it. So hopefully they send us a timestamp. That'd be rad.
It is on. Okay. I want to say a huge thanks to Ava and Chris for bringing us all together. I'm so impressed with what you're doing. I think it's so thoughtful and careful and responsive to the moment that we're in, but not just responding, thinking ahead about what we really need right now. And this is it. It just feels so good to be here. I also want to thank Caitlin and Abby for a lot of labor that is much less visible, that just really made all of this possible. I feel very energized from the conversations today and animated.
By the way, these are not the only presentations from this conference. There are a bunch of other presentations from this conference, and yes, we're going to watch them 100%, absolutely. But we're starting with this series because I think it's going to be the best and most entertaining.
So respect everyone that is speaking at this and have learned so much from them.
You're ordering pizza? Let's go.
It was a delight to be back in Davis because I did my grad school experience here. And I don't think that a lot of people say this about graduate school, but I found it to be so intellectually nurturing. And I feel like this room feels the same to me. It's like very nostalgic, and just the same feeling as here. And so it means a lot to share some new work in this place in particular because of that. So I'm sharing some work today from my current book project, which is called Trans Studies for Grim Times, which I am attempting to write as a general audience book.
Trans Studies for Grim Times.
Broadly, this is a book that argues that trans studies is a vital resource for fighting authoritarianism in a bold and robust way.
No shit. Did Nick say this? I did watch Nick's show from his birthday. He's talked about this on his birthday. From his birthday night, he went into a lot of detail talking about how the Groyper strategy should be ground game like the DSA. He's like, yo, who's influencing one of the most influential people in politics right now? And I use influencing in a good way because all I did was provide Nick information. All I did was say, Nick, here's what the DSA is doing. This is a really good idea. And now Nick is telling the Groypers that they need to model themselves after the ground game of the DSA. Yes, please. Yes, please. Groypers, please listen to him. The DSA are highly effective. No matter how you feel about them ideologically, they are highly, highly, highly effective in what they're doing. And literally the reason they're effective is because they get out and they knock on doors and they make phone calls, and they are relentless in the on-the-ground tactics. They do not rely on fucking memes to win elections. They actually go out into communities and talk to people every single day. That's awesome. I got to go back and listen to that. Let's go.
and also that trans studies is something that can help us understand and confront authoritarian tendencies in our own politics.
We got Ginny in with 5 gifted channel memberships. W's to you, my dear. Thank you so much for supporting the stream. You rock. Appreciate all your ongoing support, Ginny.
And our own movement strategies. So I did not know this, but I guess I'm kind of picking up on the final question that was given to both panels about thinking about strategies for change. And I would be happy to talk more in the Q&A about what I envisioned the shape of the book being. But for this talk, I'm going to try to give you a brief sense of my overall goals with this work, and then spend most of the talk considering a key example. So some of you know that I began this project at a time when I was feeling quite estranged from my research. A lot of that was due to a pretty immobilizing fear that as a scholar, at least I might have nothing that could meaningfully contribute to the to resisting the escalating attacks on trans life. It just felt like, how could I meet this moment? And ironically, it was at the very time when I was experiencing a fairly crushing sense of imposter syndrome that my university's news bureau reached out to me for an interview. So they had great timing. They wanted me to discuss, in their words, the increase in attempted restrictions on transgender people. And the editor further explained that should I agree to do the interview, which I eventually did, my answers should be, quote, conversational, not overly academic, and also not appear overly political. And so I found myself one evening staring at the first question on my computer screen. Why are we now seeing so many states with proposed bills seeking to restrict the actions of trans people or regulate issues related to them? And by the end of the night, I had typed one single sentence. We are living in a time of rising authoritarianism in the US and globally.
Stunning and brave.
Was this overly political?
They, them.
I really could not
Stunning
find another way to
and
answer
brave.
it. I did not know at the time that that experience would spark an entire book project, which I now feel a lot of energy and urgency about. As I wrote my answers, I reoriented the editor's questions away from legislation and rights to discuss instead the broader context of authoritarianism and white nationalism. And in a very, very small word count, I tried to explain how authoritarian systems operate in part through strict gender and sexual norms that are inseparable from white supremacist ideologies of racial purity. So again, picking up on the last panel, everything is like converging. And how trans people pose a threat to that regime of control by disrupting some of its key mechanisms, including the heteronormative nuclear family and the binary gender system. I also tried in that interview to speak to some
Hang on. We gotta listen to that again. Hang on.
Systems operate in part through strict gender and sexual norms that are
Okay. I need everyone to pay attention to what is being said. I needed to hear it again to get a full sense of it. I need everyone to pay attention. What this person, professor at the University of Illinois, at the University of California, Davis, in a conference, what this person just said is the core of queer ideology. Okay? Queer ideology is not, okay. For people who are new, you have to learn how to code switch the word trans. We are not today talking about people who transition from man to woman or woman to man. We are talking about transforming or transcending gender. And it's really important that you understand the difference, because queer ideology hinges on overthrowing the cultural norms that uphold capitalism in order to abolish the gender binary, abolish all gender, and abolish the nuclear family. Queer ideology, I can't turn them up. This is about as loud as it's going to get, Jenny. I'm sorry. I'll try to adjust it, but like this is about as loud as it's going to get. You got to use the volume on your computer. What the fuck was I just going to say? Queer ideology is not about being gay. It's not about being trans. There are many people who are trans and or gay that are not queer. Queer is a far left, highly radical, revolutionary political ideology that wants to overthrow capitalism by abolishing cultural norms. What he is going to say, or they, them, or Zer, or whatever the fuck the pronouns are, what Zer is going to say is that authoritarianism is about upholding the nuclear family and the gender binary. This is the foundation of queer ideology, and they're saying it right at the beginning of the presentation. Listen. Yeah, queer is a political position. It is not a sexual position.
To discuss instead the broader context of authoritarianism and white nationalism. And in a very, very small word count, I tried to explain how authoritarian systems operate in part through strict gender and sexual norms that are inseparable from white supremacist ideologies of racial purity. So again, picking up on the last panel, everything is like converging. And how trans people pose a threat to that regime of control by disrupting some of its key mechanisms, including the heteronormative nuclear family and the binary gender system.
They just said that. No, this is not transhumanism. That is a completely different thing. No, this is not transhumanism. Stop. No inflammatory spamming in the chat. We are doing a serious study of what they're saying. I don't want to see any capital letters with your fucking feelings. Either listen and ask intelligent questions or shut the fuck up. This is not transhumanism. This is something different, okay? What they them just said is that disrupting the heteronormative, that means the cultural norms that uphold capitalism, has nothing to do with a man and a woman, by the way. They're like if you are two gay people in a monogamous two-person marriage, you are still in a normative marriage. So this is not about one man, one woman. They apply the same standards to gay people as well. Like if it's two men or two women, but they're in a monogamous relationship, they own a house, they just have a corporate job, they're just trying to live their life. That is also considered to be a heteronormative relationship. Hetero in this case does not mean it does not have anything to do with your sexuality. It has to do with upholding the current capitalist system. Okay. So you need, again, I understand this is difficult for people who might be new to queer ideology, but you have to understand this if you're going to understand the rest of the stuff we're going to watch today. The nuclear family is the reproduction mechanism of capitalism. The reason they want to overthrow the nuclear family is because they believe capitalist parents in a monogamous two-person propertied relationship, that's what marriage is, raises capitalist children with capitalist values to feed them into the capitalist system. That is what they believe the nuclear family is. It's something called social reproduction theory. Social reproduction theory means that a social system will continue to reproduce itself until it is disrupted. The goal of abolishing the nuclear family is to abolish the reproduction mechanism of capitalism. He also added, or Caesar added, the binary gender system. Authoritarianism upholds the binary gender system. They want to get rid of both men and women, okay? They believe that the gendered categories of men and women, the binary gender system, are social constructs created by capitalism. And if you guys have questions about anything that I'm saying, please ask them in the chat, especially if you're new. Please ask lots of questions. They believe the concept of capitalism, the idea of private property ownership where some people have more stuff and more power than other people. They believe capitalism created these socially constructed categories called man and woman. They do not believe these things are biological reality. That is why when they're saying trans, they don't mean transition from man to woman or woman to man. Because if someone transitions from man to woman or woman to man, they are still upholding the binary gender system. Now, you might not like trans people, but there are a lot of reasons that people are fucking around with their gender, okay? Some trans people just have a mental illness and they just want to live as the other gender. That is not queer ideology. Bruce Jenner, Caitlyn Jenner, whatever you want to call they, them, Caitlyn Jenner is not a queer Marxist. Caitlyn Jenner is a person that transitioned from being a man to a woman because of a mental illness. They just want to live that way. That is an example of a trans person who is not queer. Blair White, who is a fucking grifter that doesn't know anything and has all her scripts written for her, Blair White is not queer. Blair White is someone with a mental illness that transitioned from being a man to a woman. That is an example of trans meaning transition. There are also, and these tend to be men with sexual fetishes that fuck around with their gender. We are not talking about autogynephiliacs when we're talking about queer ideology. You have to learn how to compartmentalize the different groups that are involved. Because I understand, and again, I'm doing this for the benefit of new people. I understand that there are a lot of people who are trans, but when we are talking about queer ideology, we are talking about a really specific subset of these people who are fucking around with their gender as a political statement. Autogynephiliacs, men with sexual fetishes about having boobs and stuff, they are not fucking around with their gender as a political statement. It is a sexual fetish. It is a different thing. People who are transitioning from man to woman or woman to man, like Caitlyn Jenner or Blair White, they are not fucking around with their gender as a political statement. They are fucking around with their gender because they have a mental illness and this is how they're treating it. And they just want to live normal lives. That's all they want. You might not like it, but that's all they want. Leave them the fuck alone. We are worried about the radical revolutionary queer ideologists who are doing all this shit as a political statement to overthrow the capitalist system. Capitalism to the left is not just an economic model. It is also a cultural model. The cultural model being the gender binary, the fact that men and women exist. They do not want men and women to exist. They want to abolish all gender. They want to make everyone non-binary. They want to transform binary gender, transcend binary gender. So you have to code switch in your head. When they say trans, they mean transform or transcend. This is not about transition. This is about a radical queer ideology that they're doing as a political statement. Yes. Yes. Queers are Marxists. But by and large, I mean, you might have a few queer activists who would argue with you, like, I'm not a Marxist because reason X, Y, B, and Z, and they have some technical answer. But yes, queer is a far left political ideology that wants to overthrow capitalism. They view themselves as a member of the working class. They want a dictatorship of the proletariat. Queer ideology is just thinking about the overthrow of capitalism in terms of cultural norms, like the gender binary and the nuclear family. So yes, you can always assume that if someone is a queer, they are a far left revolutionary. There are no right-leaning queers. I don't care if they call themselves that because they don't really know what's going on and they don't really know how the language is used. Queer is an anti-capitalist political ideology. If you guys have questions, please do let me know in the chat. And we got to give a big round of dubs to Vegas. Big support, bro. 10 gifted channel memberships. Let's go. W's in the chat to Vegas, getting us halfway to our 100 channel membership goal of the day. Awesome. I love it when we get the goal out of the way. I love it. Let's listen to this one more time so you guys can hear them say it again. And by the way, when they say white supremacy, they're also referring to capitalism. They are not referring to skin color. When they say whiteness, white supremacy, or racism, they are also referring to the overthrow of capitalism because they believe capitalism created racism. And they don't believe racism can be solved until you overthrow capitalism. They believe capitalism and racism are basically the same fucking thing. And so that is what they mean when they say white supremacy. And again, I'm saying that for new people. Whiteness is not about skin color. Whiteness means capitalism.
At the time that experience would spark an entire book project, which I now feel a lot of.
So I'm working on a book about this question specifically. And basically I trace the invention of queer Marxism in America. I would need to be very specific about this. I trace the invention of queer Marxism in America because I'm only looking at it as an American phenomenon back to 1950 with the start of the Mattachine Society. The Mattachine Society was started as a group of 5 gay communists who got kicked out of the Communist Party in the 50s for being gay, because back in the 50s, during McCarthyism, you were not allowed to be gay and be a member of the Communist Party because they felt it was too easy to blackmail people who were gay. So you basically had these 5 people, and Harry Hay was the leader of it, and this is the whole first chapter of my book. They got together and they're like, fuck this. Being gay is basically the same thing as being an oppressed class. That is there may have been some stuff before that, but like that is like one of the first like really significant developments that led to many, like, it led to many, like, a growth in this ideology that being gay was like part of being an oppressed class. It was basically the same thing. And so I'm basically working on a book right now where I track the development of queer Marxism from the invention or the creation of the Mattachine Society, all the way up through modern day. So that is where I track it back to. I mean, I have found references to queer as an anti-capitalist political ideology going back to the 60s. The queer liberation movement was all about anti-capitalism. It was not about gay rights. Gay rights is a completely separate thing. And I've done lectures about it. If you want an introduction to queer Marxism, just look up an introduction to queer Marxism. It's on my YouTube channel. And so the gay rights movement is different than queer liberation. These are two different things. So we can go into greater depth of that maybe another day. But there's a little overview for you. WSMW, thank you so much. Appreciate it. No, this was not about regular gay people. No, 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 no. That is not correct. Stonewall was a riot of fucking drag queens and trannies. Stonewall was a riot against the police led by drag queens and trannies who were fucking around with gender. So this is a conservative narrative about what happened. That, guys, please stop fucking listening to conservative influencers. Because conservative influencers say things like, Stonewall was a gay rights riot. No, it wasn't. Stonewall was a queer liberation riot led by trannies and drag queens that was against the police. That's what it was. That is what their literature says about it. And I have so many like zines and little like books that I've gotten at queer at like leftist events where they say literally what I am telling you. Stop listening to conservatives when it comes to understanding the left, guys. You will become, I promise you, you will become less smart and less informed the more you listen to right-wing pundits and commentators.
Energy and urgency about. As I wrote my answers, Hang
on, we got another question here. Hang on. We're going to go back and listen to this. So the threat of violence from queers is a legitimate concern. Yes, but it's called the bashback movement. It is not Trantifa. This is Andy No's made up bullshit. Andy No's book is about, by the way, that book that Andy No's about to release is not about queer ideology at all. Mizakan's already fucking debunked that shit. Andy No basically wrote a true crime fucking fiction that he's passing off as about queer ideology. It's not. The people he's writing about are not queer ideologists. They're just a fucking crazy cult of people. This is why it's so important to learn how to differentiate between the groups. Andy No is going to be passing off this thing, lying to the public, saying, this is what queer ideology is. It's not. It's not. It's just flat not. We will debunk the whole fucking thing when it comes out. I have no issue doing this. But there are crazy cults of people who are fucking around with gender. That does not make them queer ideology. So is violence from these people a concern? Yes. Are these people the trans shooters? No. These are not the mass shooters. And Tyler Robinson was not part of this ideology, by the way. There is no universe in which Tyler Robinson was a queer Marxist. Like, literally no universe, and I've said that since day fucking one. He did not speak their language. He did not act like them. He did not have their cultural norms. Like, he is not a queer Marxist at all in any fucking way. But there are a lot of people who are fucking around with gender and taking hormones that are not necessarily queer ideologists. Most of them were just mentally ill people. Well, Tyler Robinson is on the left, but that doesn't mean he's a queer Marxist. You can be a fucking normie progressive. Tyler Robinson is like a normie fucking progressive. That's what he is. He's a progressive. I'm not suggesting he doesn't have left-wing political beliefs. He obviously does. But just because you're a normie progressive does not mean you are a queer Marxist. These are two completely different things. No. If you ever fucking argue with me again, I'm putting you in a timeout. If you keep fucking doing it, I'm going to ban you. The reason I'm saying this is because you're saying, listen, I know you know more about this than I do, but I'm going to keep telling you what happened. No! Was that loud enough? Do I need to say it again? I meticulously explain this to you. Rewind the fucking video and listen again. And if you still don't fucking get it, rewind the video again and listen again. This is not correct. This is false. And if you want to fucking argue with me, then we'll see what happens and we'll see how long you survive in the fucking chat. Donnie girl. Yeah, let's go. Much better attitude. 5 gifted channel memberships from Donnie. Appreciate it, Donnie. Thank you very much. Yeah, I'm sorry to everyone else. It was necessary. I'm sorry. You guys can yell at the person who decided to argue with me in the chat when he doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about.
Into the question.
Okay, listen, pay attention.
Did not find another way to answer it. I did not know at the time that that experience would spark an entire book project, which I now feel a lot of energy and urgency about. As I wrote my answers, I reoriented the editor's questions away from legislation and rights to discuss instead the broader context of authoritarianism and white nationalism. And in a very, very small word count, I tried to explain how authoritarian systems operate in part through strict gender and sexual norms that are inseparable from white supremacist ideologies of racial purity. So again, picking up on the last panel, everything is like converging. And how trans people pose a threat to that regime of control by disrupting some of its key mechanisms, including the heteronormative nuclear family and the binary gender system.
Bing.
I also tried in that interview to speak to some of the limitations of liberal trans advocacy. This recalled some pretty serious anxiety that I had felt when writing my first book, which shortness. So in my first book, I critiqued several trans-led political projects for specific moves like actively welcoming trans inclusion into state surveillance programs that I found very dangerous. But I could appreciate many other aspects of their work, and I did not want my critiques to undermine the vital resources that many of them were developing. Most acutely, I feared that my criticism might be used by others to discredit and attack not only these specific organizations, but trans communities writ large. And that tension for me, and I think for many of us, has only grown in recent years as state agencies and lawmakers widen their scope to openly target trans people as a class and to broadly criminalize trans participation in public life. It feels more fraught than ever to engage critically with public arguments made by trans people and our supporters. And yet, it is part of the work of trans studies to think deeply about political tactics and rhetorical strategies. Authoritarian actors are producing ever narrower criteria for an acceptable trans life, and trans advocacy is frequently constrained by those terms. So Greta was just mentioning this at the end of the panel. Thank you for setting me up, Greta. The book I'm working on now contends that some of the most prominent public arguments made in defense of trans life, at least in the US, which is what I'm focusing on, but likely elsewhere as well, are themselves ensnared in authoritarian frameworks. I aim to show that trans studies offers us crucial resources for defining new parameters of political discourse. So I'm thinking here also about Ash urging us to dream without being limited by what seems possible.
Guys, I was told that Trump got all this stuff out of education and that woke was dead and that this stuff just wasn't happening anymore. These are taxpayer-funded employees at taxpayer-funded institutions. The federal government is funding all this shit. And Trump is lying to the public every single time him or any member of the Republican Party says, oh no, woke is dead. Woke is dead. Yeah, okay, woke is dead. Okay, yeah, sure.
It is difficult to engage these public arguments critically, not least because I also often find them courageous, earnest, and very moving. But it's dangerous to feel boxed into a space where we can't speak of complications or critiques because we've ceded the terms of the conversation to authoritarian forces that aim to destroy us. And I'll say also that I have drawn a lot of inspiration from Andrea Ritchie's new-ish book, Practicing New Worlds, which I strongly recommend. And one of the things that she says in the introductory chapter is that the more pressure that we're under and the more dire things feel, the more likely we are to try to kind of hunker down and not experiment, not try new things because it feels so scary and we're so under threat. But her argument that kind of runs through the whole book is that this is precisely the moment when it's really time for us to take stock and explore how we can shift our approaches. So I'm trying to sort of do what she asks us to do. And so for this talk, as an example, let us consider regret. The political right has long used regret to justify criminalization of gender-affirming care, particularly, but not exclusively, for young people. Regret is explicitly cited in anti-trans state legislation, invoked everywhere from the Supreme Court to the New York Times, and is today essentially the only aspect of trans health research being undertaken by the US National Institutes of Health. Meanwhile, trans-supportive researchers, journalists, and clinicians steadily debunk these regret claims as hyperbolic and counterfactual.
Okay, so what they're talking about, what they're
regret.
talking about, just so people are clear, they're talking about detransitioners. They're saying, listen, conservative media is pushing all these detransitioners out into the public to claim that trans people have regrets, but we're debunking their regret narrative. So we don't believe that people actually have regrets about doing this. And we believe the detransitioners are a very, 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 very teeny tiny, almost insignificant part of the population. And we don't really need to worry about them.
Advocates insist are at best overstated due to ignorance and at worst willfully manipulated. In the face of organized attacks on trans healthcare, there's a significant pressure to represent transition as producing only good feelings and good experiences. Accordingly, advocates emphasize that transition primarily results in satisfaction and happiness, citing multiple, like many, they're coming out every day, peer-reviewed studies that show vanishingly low rates of regret.
Low detransition.
But it's precisely because those studies are so numerous that we should question their efficacy in our current political context. Judith Butler warns that anti-trans campaigns are central to a fascist trend that in seeking control does not strive for consistency, for its incoherence is part of its power. They explain that while, quote, we might be tempted to conclude that the task is to make our enemies smarter, the anti-trans movement is a politically consequential form of anti-intellectualism, opposing thought itself as a danger to society. Elected officials do not simply need to be made aware of these statistics on regret. Witness testimony repeatedly cites the studies at formal hearings where lawmakers are.
Hey, Candace, what does liberation mean? Candace, we're going to train you to shut the fuck up and listen. What does liberation mean? No one else answer. Candace wants to teach us something. He can fucking define the fucking terms. What does liberation mean? So why the fuck are you talking about responsibility? With liberation comes responsibility. They're talking about communism, you stupid motherfucker.
Are ostensibly concerned with gathering information and knowledge and learning constituents' views in order to make informed legislative decisions. Instead, these legislators refuse to even to seriously consider, let alone be moved by, either empirical data or personal narratives in support of transition. This is not to say that debunking the regret narrative is pointless or that the studies showing low regret rates are inconsequential. Confronting disinformation is an important part of resisting authoritarianism. But debunking on its own is not an effective strategy against authoritarian state actors who will simply dismiss information that is at odds with their own goals of social control.
I mean, well, okay, let's be very clear about this. So, Dr. K, I remember you telling one of the best ways to see if a study is accurate is to look at the inclusion-exclusion criteria. Yeah, I mean, that's true, but the inclusion-exclusion criteria doesn't automatically make something accurate or inaccurate. What the inclusion-exclusion criteria does is it says, this is who this study applies to, and this is who this study does not apply to. So oftentimes with studies, the audience that they have, like the people that they're studying, is a very, very, very narrow little subsegment that meets certain things called inclusion criteria. and they do not have attributes that are the exclusion criteria. So if someone meets an attribute of like exclusion criteria, they are not included in the study. So you have to know, like, when they're talking about these studies, what are they actually studying? Who are they actually studying? Because oftentimes people will try to like extrapolate out and say these studies apply to different populations when it simply just doesn't apply. And so you have to know like who is included in the group that this applies to and who is not included in the group.
Even meaningful arguments based on the rarity of regret can have troubling effects. To understand why, we must confront the ways that authoritarianism restricts our affective possibilities and recruits us to police our own emotional expressions. For example, attorney Chase Strangio, who has fiercely represented trans youth and their families in high-level legal cases, often responds to the fixation on regret by using his own medical history as an illustrative case. He wrote on social media, "I had top surgery 13 years ago. There's not a day that goes by that I don't think about how it was the best thing I've ever done for my survival. I also had orthopedic knee surgery at 14. And
guys, if you get put in a timeout with no explanation, I want you to assume that you said something fucking retarded, and I want you to stop doing that thing. I need you to be listening. This is going to be a long fucking stream. I do not care about you pontificating in the chat. No one is here to learn from you. This is my fucking classroom. You are students in my fucking classroom. If you are pontificating about retarded bullshit and nonsense in the chat that is completely unrelated to what's going on the stream, you're going to be put in a timeout. If you don't learn from that timeout and start shutting the fuck up and actually paying attention to what's going on, you will be permanently banned. Well, no, he's in a timeout. No. No, this is completely fucking wrong. Stop listening to conservative retards.
Often regret it, but no New York Times pieces about orthopedic regret, I see. He went on to contrast the depression and long-term negative physical effects resulting from his knee surgery against the fact that, quote, my top surgery had no complications and enabled my life to be full and free. Strangio's story rightly situates trans-specific care in the broader context of healthcare provision.
Okay, well, you know what? I already unhid him, guys. I already unhid him. So if YouTube doesn't work because there's a fucking bug, I unhid him and put him in a fucking timeout. If YouTube doesn't work, then guess what? He just got permanently banned for being a retard. I don't actually care.
By showing that regret is a potential part of all medical care, his experience helps us dismantle the exceptionalism applied to medical transition. But what if Strangio had experienced physical or emotional complications in relation to top surgery? What space might he have had to grapple with the range of possible feelings about that? Where could he have spoken of those complications without anti-trans campaigns twisting his experiences to ban gender-affirming care for others, and without trans advocates downplaying his experiences as politically damaging? The weaponized narrative of imminent regret is not one of our own making, but a counter narrative that denies regret, as well as grief, fear, ambivalence, and other bad feelings, can hinder us from expressing and engaging a fuller sense of trans life. How can we make space for the complicated, fluctuating experiences that arise from medical treatment, from transition as a relational process, and from our embodied lives more generally? This is not a frivolous question. In the context of authoritarianism, the regret narrative is not a naive misunderstanding that can be corrected by citing additional studies. Instead, it is a calculated tactic to normalize non-trans life as the only emotionally healthy and acceptable option. It's a strategy for discrediting trans autonomy and assigning us a narrow range of approved emotional experiences. To insist on a different narrow range, one that disavows regret, ambivalence, and loss, or that corrals these feelings off as statistical outliers, is to limit our own capacity for articulating the full emotional spectrum of trans experience. Here, I make an argument for embracing that fullness as a way to more robustly counter authoritarian control over the shape of trans life. It may seem strange at first, although maybe not for many people in this room, to consider our emotional lives as a site of authoritarian control. But government overreach based on feelings is part of the larger authoritarian playbook. Stoking resentment against demonized minorities widens social division and erodes the potential for political solidarity. Fascist
Political
politics cultivate
solidarity.
fear and anxiety about.
That's what all this is really about. Political solidarity. Listen again.
I make an argument for embracing that fullness as a way to more robustly counter authoritarian control over the shape of trans life.
Okay, guys, if anyone, and I mean fucking anyone, mentions Muslims, you will get put in a timeout. You're not going to get a fucking warning. You will just get put in a fucking timeout. I do not give a flying fuck about the right's obsession with fucking Muslims. The right is significantly more obsessed with fucking Muslims than the left is. If you are obsessed with Muslims, you need to get your fucking feelings in check. This has nothing to do with fucking Muslims. Muslims are not even going to be mentioned in the entire fucking marathon stream. So the next person, and actually every person after that brings up Muslims in the chat, Karlyn, wait, so the communists are working with the Muslims. The communists are working with the Muslims. It's a communist Muslim conspiracy. Fuck you. You don't know what you're talking about. Shut the fuck up and listen. It's real early for me to be this fucking pissed off.
And loss, or that corrals these feelings off as statistical outliers, is to limit our own capacity for articulating the full emotional spectrum of trans experience. Here, I make an argument for embracing that fullness as a way to more robustly counter authoritarian control.
No, it's not. No, it's not. No, it's not. It's actually not. It's so hard to separate the different groups of trans. No, it's not. One group wants to uphold the gender binary. They believe that men and women are a thing. The other group wants to abolish all gender. They do not believe men and women are biological concepts. So the people that you're having such a hard time separating out because of your feelings about fucking trans people are the people that want to uphold the biological categories of men and women. Those are the people who believe trans means transition. These people do not want gender to exist. It is super fucking easy to separate the two, except if you're in your feelings, and if you can't control your emotions, that is a you problem. That is not an us problem. I need to write a fucking picture book. Like transition equals man and woman. Abolition means they, them.
Articulating the full emotional spectrum of trans experience. Here, I make an argument for embracing that fullness as a way to more robustly counter authoritarian control over the shape of trans life. It may seem strange at first, although maybe not for many people in this room, to consider our emotional lives as a site of authoritarian control. But government overreach based on feelings is part of the larger authoritarian playbook. Stoking resentment against demonized minorities widens social division and erodes the potential for political solidarity. Fascist politics cultivate fear and anxiety about shifting social norms, exploiting the loss of power experienced by dominant groups. By manipulating that loss into aggrieved victimhood, authoritarian—
I need to listen to that again. Sorry. I was paying attention to a question in the chat that had nothing to do with the topic. You can search for Blair White on my channel. Please, guys, if you're going to ask me a question that has literally nothing to do with the stream, can you please send in a super chat? If you're going to waste my fucking time because you didn't bother to do basic fucking research, that you owe me fucking money. In fact, you owe me a fucking super chat before you even speak again for wasting our fucking time. Go search the channel.
Emotional lives as a site of authoritarian control. But government overreach based on feelings is part of the larger authoritarian playbook. Stoking resentment against demonized minorities widens social division and erodes the potential for political solidarity. Fascist politics cultivate fear and anxiety about shifting social norms, exploiting the loss of power experienced by dominant groups. By manipulating that loss into aggrieved victimhood, authoritarian leaders can better position themselves as all-powerful protectors of the victimized. Restrictive policies codifying this protective domination sometimes directly cite feelings as justification. For example, many of the state-level laws that forbid public schools from teaching certain topics, such as histories of slavery and settler colonialism, explicitly ban curricular material that would create discomfort, guilt, anguish, or any other form of psychological distress on account of the individual's race or sex. That's the language in the Texas law about this. This scenario is slightly reconfigured in anti-trans campaigns. Because the political right does not have sympathetic views of trans people as trans, we are characterized instead as unhealthy or exploited non-trans people who must be protected from medical care that would mar our bodies forever. Jillian Brandstetter, communication strategist for the ACLU, succinctly explains, it's easy to mistake their concern here as wanting to mitigate transition regret, when what they really want to do is ensure that anyone who transitions regrets it. These moves are not simply about individual people. Attacks on trans healthcare are part of a much larger struggle over morality and national values, and regret is an effective rhetorical tool for securing those values. It amplifies the fear and anxiety.
For the right, talks about trans issues are to win elections. For the left, talks about trans issues are about the larger questions about society and overthrowing capitalism. Do you guys understand the difference? When the right talks about this stuff, they're just trying to score political talking points to win the next election. That's it. That's it. And they only care about the next election. They don't care. They care about the midterms right now. They do not care about the election in 2028. They haven't even started thinking about the election in 2028. The right only cares about the midterms because they're going to get their fucking asses handed to them. That is the right-wing mentality. When the left is talking about these issues, they are talking about the overthrow of our entire system. They are not talking about elections. They are not talking about scoring political points. Does everyone understand the difference? This is why they will ultimately win.
It's easy to mistake their concern here as wanting to mitigate transition regret, when what they really want to do is ensure that anyone who transitions regrets it. These moves are not simply about individual people. Attacks on trans healthcare are part of a much larger struggle over morality and national values, and regret is an effective rhetorical tool for securing those values. It amplifies the fear and anxiety that are central to authoritarian conditions.
It is not a distinction without a difference. Do you want to remain in this chat, yes or no? Tyler, this is like the third fucking retard thing you've said in my chat. Do you want to remain in my chat, yes or no? Are you here to listen and learn, or are you here to pontificate your fucking retard thoughts? Answer in the chat. You have 30 seconds before I ban you. Are you here to learn, or are you here to pontificate your retard thoughts in my fucking classroom? No. Not sure. Answer like a fucking adult. Use a complete fucking sentence. I do not give a flying fuck about your position, Tyler. I don't care. Does one in the chat if you guys care about Tyler's opinion on the matter? Two in the chat if you don't give a flying fuck about Tyler's opinion because you are here to learn from me because you are in my fucking classroom. We are not in your classroom, you stupid motherfucker. You are in my classroom. Now, are you here to listen and learn, or should I just ban you? Good. Learn to shut the fuck up. On the bright side, we have MW gifting a channel membership. W's in the chat to you, good sir. Vegas in with another 5. Yo, let's go. W's Vegas. Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
But it simultaneously soothes those anxieties. I should write that differently. By affirming the correctness of binary gender, communicating that only one set of choices can be understood as morally right and as a source of true happiness. This is part of what gender and religious studies scholar C. Libby describes as a staunch commitment to a worldview that upholds dimorphic sex difference as the only possible reality. Trans autonomy and tenacity represent a threat to that worldview, disrupting its very foundation. To manage this threat, the political right insists that trans life is damaging and must be regrettable, if not now, then eventually. So staunch is the commitment to this view that laws banning gender-affirming care often enable litigation to be brought against medical providers decades after the actual provision of care. For example, Arkansas's statute banning gender-affirming care for minors allows those who received care to sue their medical provider up to 20 years after they turn 18. The federal bill that J.D. Vance introduced in 2023 included a statute of limitations of up to 30 years. Senator Tom Cotton explained the rationale. Our bill allows children who grow up to regret these procedures to sue for damages. And to put this in context, the statute of limitations for general medical malpractice is 2 to 3 years in most US states. And in Cotton's home state of Tennessee, it is 1 year. These decades-long statutes of limitation do not merely undermine young people's autonomy. They also position all trans people as imprudent subordinates whose bad decisions can be anticipated by paternal legislative figures. Like the laws forbidding public schools from teaching topics that may cause students to feel anguish about their racial or gender privilege, anti-trans legislation purports to protect us from an inevitable experience of regret. So again, the themes of protectionism from the past two panels are just coming right through. If the protection argument fails to prevent trans people from accessing transition, regret then looms as a punitive experience that affirms the correctness of binary gender. Asserting trans identity, pursuing transition, and affirming the worth of trans life all defy right-wing values and hierarchies and show that the rigid gendered sexual norms structuring our society are not only—
When they them says right-wing values, what do they mean? Pop quiz for the chat. When they them says right-wing values, what do they mean? When they them says right-wing values, what do they mean? Capitalism. They're saying capitalism. They're saying capitalist values. They're not even capitalist values, capitalism in general. Capitalism. Hierarchy means capitalism. Capitalism creates all hierarchies. Capitalism is defined as private property ownership. They're talking about capitalism. Capitalism. No, we're talking about capitalism specifically. Yes, it is non-communist, but I don't like it when you guys get creative with the language. There are correct answers, and getting creative with the language is imprecise, and I don't like it. Capitalism, capitalism. It was sufficient to say capitalism, the nuclear family, and the gender binary are aspects of capitalism. They are not talking about the Republican Party. They're not talking about the GOP. They believe progressives are right-wing. They believe liberals are right-wing. They believe Democrats are right-wing. They are not talking about the Republican Party. They are talking about everyone who wants to uphold the capitalist system. Democrats, liberals, and progressives may be on the left, but they want to uphold the capitalist system.
Transition, regret then looms as a punitive experience that affirms the correctness of binary gender. Asserting trans identity, pursuing transition, and affirming the worth of trans life all defy right-wing values and hierarchies and show that the rigid gendered sexual norms structuring our society are not only imperfect—
Yes, progressives are right-wing. According to these people, guys, one in the chat if you understand that according to these people, progressives are on the right. 2 in the chat if this is new information. I need to understand where people are at, because like this is like basic information. 1 in the chat if you understand that to these people, progressives are on the right. 2 in the chat if this is new information. Okay. It is new information for some people. This is why you guys have got to stop listening to conservative retard media. Anyone that wants to uphold capitalism is on the right. Anyone that wants to uphold the current system, the current government in America, is considered to be a fascist. These are real communists. These are real socialists. These are real far leftists. They do not want to uphold the capitalist system. They want to abolish capitalism, private property ownership, abolish the U.S. government. The U.S. government was built on capitalism. Abolish the Constitution. The Constitution upholds capitalist property rights. Democrats do not want to abolish capitalism. Liberals do not want to abolish capitalism. Progressives do not want to abolish capitalism. You might not like them, but that doesn't mean that they are on the far left. These definitions matter. The ideologies matter. The differences between the ideologies matter. These people do not believe that progressives, liberals, or Democrats are on the left. Okay? Anyone who is not a communist is a fascist. Democrats, liberals, and progressives, to them, are fascist. Well, Sharp Talon over on Rumble says, I didn't realize progressives want to uphold capitalism. Then you are listening to conservative retard media. I don't know how else to say this. The left is very clear and very vocal about progressives not being on their side. Progressives want to uphold the capitalist system. Progressives do not want to overthrow the government. Progressives do not want to abolish the Constitution. If you think otherwise, you are listening to conservative retard media that is lying to you, and you need to stop doing that, because every single time you get lied to by conservative retard media about what the left is, you become less smart, not more smart. Sharp Talent, it's cool to be new, but like, I really need to impress upon you, the reason that you believe what you do is that you have been lied to by conservative retard media. That's why you believe things that are fake, okay? WSMW, really appreciate the gifted channel membership. Let's go. Chief, if you're confused, you're going to have to use your words and ask a question, bro. I just explained it very clearly. Maybe you can rewind the stream and listen to me explain it again, but if you aren't going to use your words and ask a question, I can't help you.
Perfect, but changeable. The political right insists that regret must be forthcoming as a way to defend against the ideological threat of trans life. Under these conditions, no study or statistic demonstrating the rarity of regret will be convincing, no matter how rigorously conducted, how many participants interviewed, how long-term the timeline. These studies are ineffective. Was that me? These studies are ineffective not because they are untrue, but because regret is a valuable disciplinary tool that—
No, Chief, you didn't ask a question. Saying I'm confused is not asking a fucking question. There is no question asked. So if you're not going to ask a question, then zip it and listen.
Delegitimizes the political speech and emotional experiences of trans people. When non-trans life is presented as the only possible reality, trans people speaking on our own behalf will be viewed as unreliable narrators at best. For decades, trans studies scholars have described this trap, often by theorizing their own lived experience. In a 1994 article that became foundational to the field, Susan Stryker reflected, I live daily with the consequences of medicine's definition of my identity.
Are progressives normal liberal people? No. Okay, we got to go back to basics. Hang on. Hang on, hang on, hang on, hang on, hang on. If you go to my website, Decode the Left. Oh, the retard on Rumble who's asking me to answer questions just took his toys and went home. This is what happens when conservatives don't want to actually access real information. That fucking retard over on Rumble got his feelings hurt because he was told progressives are not on the far left. Now he's taken his toys and gone home. This is why the right will always lose, because they're pathetic fucking losers who can't shut the fuck up and listen for more than 2 seconds. Progressives are not in favor of opening the border. Oh my fucking God. Froggy on Rumble. Progressives are not in favor of opening the border. You are listening to conservative retard media. I highly recommend you stop that. For anyone that wants the delineation between Democrats, liberals, progressives, reformist socialists, and revolutionary socialists, you can go to my website, decodetheleft.com/map. I drew you a fucking picture. Democrats, liberals, and progressives are three different categories of normie Democrats that all believe different things, but all want to uphold capitalism. We are listening to revolutionary queer Marxists. They're within tier 5, which are revolutionary socialists that want to overthrow the system. Froggy, I don't find this fucking funny. Enjoy your time out. If you want to know the different groups, go to decodetheleft.com/map and read. So many fucking retards in the comments so far. So many retards. They didn't get hijacked. They are two different things. If you want more information about this, hang on. If you want more information about this, go to my Substack, Karlyn, Karlyn.substack.com. Click on New to My Work, start here. Scroll down. Watch An Introduction to Queer Marxism, the Left's Most Dystopian Ideology. They were not hijacked. They were two different movements. The gay rights movement is different from the queer liberation movement. These are two different groups. They have always been two different groups. They will always be two different groups. They have different values. They have different goals. In this hour-long lecture, I delineate the difference between the normie gay rights people and the queer Marxists. They are not the same. Nothing got hijacked. It's just that conservative retards don't understand what's going on. And so they have lied to their audience for decades and decades and decades, saying they're the same thing when they are not the same thing. They have completely different values, and they always have. But I'm not going to do the full lecture right now. I already did it many times over. You can find it on the Substack. Thank you so much, Dragon Tail. Appreciate it, bro. Listen, guys, I'm not trying to discourage people from asking questions. Questions are fine, but the questions that are being asked are not related to the presentation at all. If you have questions, that's fine. But like when you're making statements, when you're making statements rather than asking questions, you're not going to get the outcome that you want. I promise you. You are in my classroom. I'm more than willing to teach you things, but you've got to come actually willing to learn, and you've got to come willing to listen. And you also have to keep in mind, we have a lot of shit to get through today. And so constantly and never-endingly asking questions that have nothing to do with the presentation, it's annoying as fuck. Okay?
Identity as an emotional disorder. Through the filter of this official pathologization, the sounds that come out of my mouth can be summarily dismissed as the confused ranting of a diseased mind. Trans studies scholar Cameron Awkward-Rich explains that in order to be taken seriously, early trans scholars insisted that they and other trans people were not mentally or emotionally unhealthy. Disavowing mental illness and negative emotional experiences enabled some trans researchers to be treated as credible scholars, but it also reinforced the taboo on discussing those experiences. This history bears directly on today's attempts to undermine trans people's ability to speak with authority. The narrative of inevitable regret characterizes transition as a mistake born of delusion. After all, if binary sex gender is the only possible reality, then transition can only be a break from reality. Take the example of two public statements made when Missouri's ban on gender-affirming care for minors was approved in 2023. Arrow Royston from a Missouri LGBTQ advocacy organization spoke of how beautiful it is to be transgender and concluded that the court and legislature, quote, have robbed us of this immense joy and our ability to thrive within this state as our authentic selves. Meanwhile, describing the bill that he sponsored as one protecting youth from, quote, mutilation, State Senator Mike Moon said, I'm hopeful that those who are seeking help due to dissatisfaction with their identity will find the counseling they need. As we see in Royston and Moon's competing understandings of well-being, anti-trans projects recognize only a particular form of it. Happiness stems from a non-trans and heterosexual life. Feminist theorist Sarah Ahmed explains that ideas of
Happiness stems from a non-trans heterosexual life. When they say heterosexual, they do not mean one man and one woman. They mean anyone that is upholding normativity. That could reference two gay men. That could reference two lesbians. If they are married, remember, queer Marxists never wanted gay marriage to be legalized. I'm going to say that again because obviously we have a lot of new people. Queer Marxists never wanted gay marriage to be legalized. Gay marriage was the normie gay rights movement. Queer Marxists, and you can go back and find them writing about this way before gay marriage was ever legalized. They were writing about this a lot in the 2000s because they were fighting with the normie gay rights movement. Queer Marxists never wanted gay marriage to be legalized. The most stupid bonehead win that conservatives could ever give queer activists is by overturning gay marriage. It would be the stupidest fucking thing conservatives have ever done fucking ever, and it would lead directly to these people winning. It would lead directly to the abolition of the nuclear family. It would lead directly to the abolition of the gender binary, because instantly overnight, you're going to radicalize all the normie gay people who just wanted to be able to get married and visit their loved ones in the hospital. Gay marriage was a product of the normie gay rights movement. It was not a product of the queer liberation movement. The queer liberation Marxists were fighting against it the entire fucking time. And if you don't know this, you listen to conservative retard media who don't know what they're talking about. When they say heterosexual, they mean anyone in a monogamous two-person relationship, a marriage. They consider marriage to be a propertied relationship that upholds capitalism. If two men get gay married and they buy a house and they have corporate jobs and maybe they adopt a kid or a dog or something like that, you might not like that, but that to them is heterosexual. They even have a name for it. It's called homonormativity. Homonormativity means gay people who have adapted to the norms of the straights. That means marriage. That means the nuclear family. That means the capitalist society. They do not want any of these things to exist. 1 in the chat if you understand what I'm saying. 2 in the chat if you're confused. You have got to code switch in your head. When they are saying heterosexual, they do not mean one man, one woman. They mean anyone that wants to uphold the capitalist system, specifically the nuclear family. Straight to them means walking the straight and narrow. Okay?
with their identity will find the counseling they need. As we see in Royston and Moon's competing understandings of well-being, anti-trans projects recognize only a particular form of it. Happiness stems from a non-trans and heterosexual life. Feminist theorist Sarah Ahmed explains that ideas of happiness involve social as well as moral distinctions, because they often rely on our sense of who is worthy as well as capable of being happy in the right way. Happiness, in other words, is not a neutral concept available to anyone, but is recognized.
Please, for the love of God, stop saying it is hard to do things. It is not hard to do this. You need to practice. You need to take notes in a notebook. You need to remind yourself every time they say something, you're like, oh, is that about being gay? Is that about being gay? No, it's not. This has nothing to do with being gay or trans. You have to do this, but if you keep saying it is impossible to differentiate the normie gay rights movement from the queers. No, it's fucking not. It's actually really fucking easy. And the more you keep telling yourself that it's fucking hard, and I'm saying this to everyone, I'm so sick of people saying this in my chat. This is really difficult, Karlyn. No, it's actually not. It's actually one of the easiest fucking things you can do. Stop saying it's hard. Like, if you think this is hard, you're in kindergarten right now. You think kindergarten's fucking hard? I'm teaching a college level class here and you're saying stuff from kindergarten is fucking hard. No, it's not.
Recognized only when one finds happiness in the correct things. And we could think here maybe of the widespread skepticism, even horror sometimes applied to happiness about having an abortion, being single, or being fat. The face of happiness, Ahmed concludes, looks rather like the face of privilege. This framework helps us make sense of the power dynamics at work in Royston and Moon's statements. If transition is mutilation, then the desire for it must indicate mental and emotional disorder. In that context, Royston's claim of trans joy can hardly position him as someone that conservative lawmakers should take seriously. In fact, that sincere claim may undermine him in their view, since his desire for, quote, mutilation must indicate dysfunction and delusion. Anti-trans campaigns frequently claim to want happiness and well-being for trans youth, even as those same youth cite transition as a central source of their happiness and beg legislators not to ban it. How can lawmakers square those heartfelt pleas with their decisions to prohibit gender-affirming care? Feminist theorist Claire Hemmings explains that in anti-trans belief systems, trans people have been tricked into a false reality and must therefore lead sad, unstable lives. For many anti-trans conservatives, resisting gender ideology is, quote, thus a national duty based in love and care rather than aggression. In this way of thinking, trans people, particularly young trans people, are too misled or unwell to make the right decisions, so legislators place themselves in the parental role of moral arbiter. A similar dynamic is common in anti-abortion campaigns, where regret similarly plays a starring role.
Issues related to gender transition are always linked to abortion. Every single fucking time. You will always hear them talk about trans stuff and abortion in exactly the same presentation. What you need to learn from that is that anytime the left tries to do like pro-abortion laws, it's also related to trans and kids. Anytime the left writes any abortion law, they are writing it in a specific way to always and forever apply it to trans and kids as well. And this is a trick that they've already played on conservatives before, and conservatives didn't learn it until it was too late and the law was already passed. So you have to keep an eye out for this. If you in your state or in your locality see any leftist laws around abortion, they are also talking about transing kids. You have to read it very carefully. They're going to be tricky about it, but they're trying to apply the law in two different places. PNW, because I might have mixed this up, isn't it called homosexual No, it is not called homosexual heteronormativity. No, it is not. Any reference to normativity means the cultural norms that uphold capitalism. It does not fucking matter if you are gay or straight. It does not fucking matter. Homonormativity is sometimes a slur that they use to describe gay people who are assimilating to the norms of the straights, but they also call gay people heteronormative. So they do both. What you need to learn is this has nothing to fuck off do with being gay. Right? Like, people on the right, you need to get over your fucking disgust of gay people and your obsession with gay people. This has nothing to do with being gay. Literally nothing. Nothing.
The unstated premise of the abortion regret claim, bioethicist Katie Watson explains, is that regret is bad. Regret harms patients in some way, and patients should be protected from harm. But she argues that it's worse to undermine individuals' decision-making agency and concludes that overprotection is harmful too. Watson's analysis makes sense, but it doesn't account for the ways that authoritarian governing limits the decisions that are possible to begin with. Legal scholar Jody Lene Madeira shows how anti-abortion campaigns use regret to create a reality in which the only correct choice is to give birth. It's common to understand the presence of regret as a sign that one made the wrong choice, but in the context of anti-abortion campaigns, the absence of regret also indicates the wrong choice, because it communicates either failure to recognize one's bad choice or lack of repentance for it. The only right choice, Madeira writes, is to continue, not sever, the maternal-fetal relationship. In pro-life scripts, regret has no role to play without abortion because one cannot regret giving birth to a living child. To identify this controlling logic in efforts to ban gender-affirming care, we need only look at the ways that anti-trans lawmakers treat different evidence submitted in legislative hearings. 1 or 2 testimonies of regret, often provided by individuals who live in other states, have been used to justify statewide bans on care, even when dozens of state residents testify to their satisfaction with transition. At a hearing on Georgia's 2023 bill to limit care for trans youth, one attendee called attention to lawmakers' blatant privileging of only one form of regret. She pointed out that gender-affirming care eliminates regret caused by delayed transition. And this is a quote from that attendee. The argument for regret is, look how bad it would be if these people had a body that wasn't in line with who they are because they took this medication. Well, what about the 99% who take this medication that exactly undoes what you're worried about with this 1%? We're going to protect the 1% at the cost of the 99%? Her statement makes clear that just as happiness can be recognized only in certain forms, regret must also be the right type to be taken seriously, the regret of transition rather than the regret of its delay or denial. When regret of transition is granted such outsized influence and is used to criminalize trans care, it can certainly feel dangerous to mention it at all. In testimony submitted against Ohio's proposed ban on gender-affirming care for minors, one young trans witness spoke directly to this concern. They noted lawmakers' interest in only certain narratives of regret, but they also spoke compassionately about supporting those who have stopped pursuing transition. I believe, they said, that the trans community does not pay enough attention to these individuals. The topic of detransition is one that's uncomfortable to discuss because we know that these discussions lead us to the situations we find ourselves in today, the threat of having our identities put into question and our access to the means of our survival put into danger. This witness names the credible fear that making public any uncertainties or bad feelings about transition will add fuel to the growing campaign to eradicate trans life. Trans studies research shows that we have had to navigate this pressure for decades. For instance, Patrick Califia analyzed multiple post-operative follow-up interviews.
Chicken Spawn, listen, I don't know. Please don't say this. Please don't say this. I want people to ask questions when they have questions. I do not want people to just be silent and not ask questions. So no, I completely, like, please don't, like, if you're, what I do not want is people pontificating with their own thoughts, because usually those thoughts are incorrect. So I want people to ask questions. What's with the focus on emotion-defining words like regret and happiness? Bro, they're talking about the right's political strategy. They're talking about the right's political strategy. No. Oh my God. Oh my God. Guys, if you're going to drive me fucking insane today, can we at least meet the channel membership goal and get over 100 channel memberships? If people are actually just bound and determined to drive me fucking crazy today, can you please donate to the stream while you're doing it?
Trans adults conducted by physicians and medical researchers across the 1980s and 90s. He notes that he was, quote, unable to locate a single sexologist who seemed aware of the possibility that his respondents were alert to the ways that their answers might be used either to support further access to surgery or to shut it down.
Yo, Duchess!
In other words,
Yo, I love it when people do what I ask them to do. Duchess, who has not driven me insane today, who has said nothing offensive to me, donates for the retards that are being offensive. WCU Duchess, thank you for the 5 gifted channel memberships. Let's go. We got another one from Jonathan. Yo, let's go. W's, bro. Getting us up to 69 channel memberships. Nice, guys. Well done. Well done. Good number.
People were keenly aware that any sign of their individual unhappiness with surgical results, quality of care, or post-transition life could jeopardize future care for others. Intentionally providing the desired narrative to medical gatekeepers was a collective attempt to protect it. Historically, access to gender-affirming care has been most possible when clinicians are cast as rescuing the pathologically miserable trans person from a certain fate of early death, and when transition is shown to produce absolute joy, confidence, and satisfaction, along with stereotypical masculinity or femininity. And I'm drawing on Kaji Amin here, as well as many others. When advocating for transition to hostile lawmakers, state medical boards, and others, trans people face an almost impossible balancing act. We must depict ourselves as both utterly miserable and profoundly happy, with transition as a bright line separating the two. We must be both completely desperate and admirably well-adjusted. We must project with absolute certainty a future in which transition is an emotional cure-all that brings complete contentment, because even the smallest hint of regret or doubt can be seized upon as evidence that we and our healthcare ought not to exist. In a much discussed 2018 op-ed, Andrea Long Chu insisted that access to medical transition should be fully detached from any promise of happiness. Not because trans people are pathologically unhappy or because transition is a failed endeavor, but because the demand for transition to make us better is, quote, infantilizing, and just a way to control trans people's bodies. Crucially, she argued that, quote, as long as transgender medicine retains the alleviation of pain as its benchmark of success, it will reserve for itself, with a dictator's benevolence, the right to withhold care from those who want it. We are right to recognize the ways that regret is weaponized against us and the material consequences that follow, but marshaling statistics has not been a sufficient political strategy. That's partly because authoritarian actors are willing to misuse and reject factual information that challenges their power and worldview. But it's also because relying on the statistics to protect us creates an untenable position. Though we've long been mischaracterized as pathologically miserable, our counter-argument, insisting that regret is an anomaly, requires that we distance ourselves from regret and from other bad feelings like grief, pain, or ambivalence. This has the cumulative effect of enlisting us to police the acceptable emotional scope of trans life. Addressing the taboo on certain bad feelings in disabled people's lives, feminist disability studies scholar Alison Kafer explains the challenge of acknowledging those emotional realities. Because we're so often confronted with the medical framing of disability as unending burden, she writes, or as a permanent drag on one's quality of life, disability rights activists and scholars tend to deny our own feelings of pain or depression. But by positioning ourselves only in opposition to the futures imagined through the medical model and shutting down communication and critique around vital issues, we limit the discourses at our disposal.
Listen, guys, we have to yell at the retards at the beginning of the stream because it makes everything better in the second. We still have 2 more presentations to watch after this. We're going to be going all fucking night. So listen, I know we're doing a lot of yelling. I know we're doing a lot of hurting of retards right now. We have to do it at the beginning of the stream. It's going to make everything in the back half of the stream better. I promise you. We just have to do it. We have to grin and bear it and get through it. It's going to be fine.
Kafer is expanding here on work by artist and activist Liz Crow, who writes the disabled community's silence about pain, grief, fear, and ambivalence has created a whole new series of constraints on our self-expression. This concern is especially urgent under the conditions of authoritarian rule, which is already working hard to limit where we can go, what we can do, and how we can feel. Trans theorist Hill Malatino asks plainly, cis folks get to be understood as affectively complex and ambivalent in relation to all sorts of phenomenon that are supposed to make one happy. Gender, sex, marriage, body modification, children, food. Why not trans people? In a world dominated by binary gender, non-trans people's complex emotional lives enjoy a legitimacy that is largely
non-trans people means anyone that adheres to binary gender. I need people to listen to what I'm about to say, and I need you to understand this. Blair White is considered by these people to be non-trans. Caitlyn Jenner is considered by these people to be non-trans. Okay? Does everyone understand that? When they are saying trans, they mean people who do not adhere to binary gender. Blair White adheres to binary gender. Caitlyn Jenner adheres to binary gender. They believe men and women exist and that they are biological. These people, when they say trans, they mean transform or transcend binary gender. Therefore, if you do not believe that gender is a social construct created by capitalism, and that you want to overthrow binary gender, the categories of men and women, then you are non-trans. 1 in the chat if you understand what I just said. 2 in the chat if you find that confusing. Let me take this question from Debbie. Not all trans are queer? Yes. Then not all queers are trans? Well, no. Wrong, Debbie. No. Wrong. Not all trans are queer because there are different meanings of the word trans. If you are trans as in transition, you are not queer. If you are trans as in transform or transcend, then you are queer. Then not all queers are trans? No. Normie trans people who want to uphold gender are not trans according to these people. There are 2 different meanings of the term trans. You are using them interchangeably. They are not interchangeable. It is very specific, and it is very important that you understand the difference. Transition means upholding the gender binary. Transform or transcend means abolishing all gender. So the entire premise of your chat here is false because, while it is true that not all trans people are queer, it is absolutely, unequivocally untrue that not all queer people are trans. All queer people are trans. 100% of queer people are trans. They simply mean abolish the gender binary. Abolishing the gender binary is central to queer ideology. There is no queer ideology without the abolition of the gender binary. That is what they mean when they say trans, the abolition of the gender binary. So all queer people are trans, as in transform or transcend. Hope that helped. Let's scroll to the chat. No. They are completely consistent about this. Stop saying they're just making shit up. They are not. They are completely consistent about this. It is not them that does not understand. It is the right that does not understand. No, you are making that up. They are completely fucking consistent, and they have been for decades and decades and decades and decades and decades. Your problem is you never listened to them. You listen to right-wing con artists that fucking lie to you. So you've never actually listened to the real fucking shit. That is why you think they are making it up. No, they are not. They have been saying the same fucking thing since the fucking 60s. No, I did not say in order to develop universal hegemony. You made that shit up. No. No. Blair White upholds the gender binary. They will never accept Blair White. It does not fucking matter what Blair White has between their legs. These people do not believe you need to get surgery. No. No. We do not engage in conservative retardation here. Do not say any more retarded shit like this again. I thought we got rid of the retards. We haven't. They're still here. The retards are still fucking here.
denied to trans people.
Listen again. Non-trans to them means anyone that upholds the gender binary.
Gender, sex, marriage, body modification, children, food. Why not trans people? In a world dominated by binary gender, non-trans people's complex emotional lives enjoy a legitimacy that is largely denied to trans people. To effectively confront the political right, Claire Hemmings argues, we must start by both debunking that legitimacy and insisting on the
No, don't you dare fucking lie, and don't you dare fucking argue with me. I know exactly where people like you get your fucking talking points, because they're always the fucking same. I don't, why is it that every single time I point out that someone is listening to conservative retard media, they say, no, I'm not, I don't listen to anything. Yes, you do. Jake Monroe is a fucking retard. You are listening to retard media that is influenced by conservative retard media. That is why you don't know shit about shit, and yet you think you know fucking everything. Now listen, I'm going to play a short instructional video just for you. I need you to shut the fuck up and pay attention.
You take your top lip and connect it to your bottom lip, you will shut the fuck up. Sometimes shutting the fuck up is the best thing you can do.
All right-wing media says exactly the same thing, because they are all regurgitating each other's fucking talking points, and none of them know what the fuck they're talking about. So if you are coming here from right-wing media and all this is new information, I am very sorry, but your beef is not with me. Your beef is with the conservative retards that lied to you.
Value of those lives whose affects bubble up in excess of that regime. This means challenging the basic premise of preventing regret and understanding it as a political project that is paternalistic and controlling. Instead of shrinking the range of acceptable emotional experiences, we can do the harder but more liberatory work of valuing all of the feelings that might be part of trans life, even when they are unflattering, confusing, or contradictory. Reproductive justice offers us one model for this work. Legal cases on abortion often treat regret as interchangeable with mistake or moral failure, presuming that regret is entirely negative and something that pregnant people must be protected from. Reproductive justice frameworks, however, understand this as a calculated paternalistic move that uses protection as a smokescreen to limit bodily autonomy. They point out that the same lawmakers and organizations claiming to protect also invest in forms of state violence, police, prisons, border patrol, that harm pregnant people every day. Reproductive justice workers counter this by deliberately making space.
Pregnant people, because it's non-binary. Pregnant people is because they believe the gendered categories were created in order to establish reproductive ability. Yeah, bro. You're being lectured to by a furry that's actually fucking kicking your ass. You're getting your ass kicked by a fucking Furby. Way to take it seriously.
Every day. Reproductive justice workers counter this by deliberately making space for the range of emotions people may have about all aspects of their reproductive lives. As with gender-affirming care, studies consistently show very low regret rates for abortion, and there is considerable political pressure to avoid discussing regret altogether. But insisting that regret is anomalous can contribute to the stigma around abortion and can inhibit people who feel it from speaking honestly about their experiences. Ironically, then, denying and downplaying regret can undermine the very autonomy that our movements wish to uplift. Despite the possibility that anti-abortion campaigns might weaponize expressions of regret, a reproductive justice movement is at its most robust and is most aligned with a core value of autonomy when it can provide space to hold all of our emotions about reproductive care. Making room for regret as part of critical judgment and an inescapable human experience, those are Madera's words, expands bodily autonomy and refuses to cede our emotional complexity to anti-abortion campaigns. Reproductive justice frameworks treat regret as a complex response to the diverse factors that shape our reproductive decisions. Crucially, they recognize that forms of structural violence, including police violence, incarceration, deportation, poverty, and an
The term reproductive justice is, I mean, I suppose it's tangentially related to the nuclear family, because one of the reasons they do the pro-abortion stuff is to abolish the gender binary, which is going to impact the nuclear family. But the term reproductive justice is specifically around abortion and having kids and stuff like that. So it's not like it is not accurate to say it encompasses like these efforts. It's tangentially related.
inadequate healthcare access profoundly complicate decision-making practices.
When the left says reproductive justice, they claim that they are like, they basically claim that they're talking about a woman's decision about whether or not to have kids and helping her through with like whatever decision she makes, regardless of if it's abortion or having the kids. So technically that's what they mean. Now, practically speaking, when they say reproductive justice, they're almost always talking about the pro-abortion crazy shit. But like when they say when they say reproductive justice, they believe it's about the decision about whether or not to have kids, when to have them, and they include having kids within the framework of reproductive justice. This is why Tim Pool doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about when he says the left aborts all their babies. No, they don't. They have kids. They have entire leftist childcare programs. They have childcare programs at all their fucking meetings. So they're not aborting all their kids. They include like the idea of having kids under reproductive justice, although the majority of their time is spent on the pro-abortion shit. Yo, Lord of the Ree, yo, well done. We're gonna get a W to Lord of the Ree admitting that they were being retarded. You know what? I very much appreciate when people admit they were being retarded in a super chat, because listen, man, learning and overcoming your retardation, the first step to overcoming your retardation is to admit you are being a retard in the first place. We're all a little retarded every now and again, okay? W's to you. Appreciate it.
Attending to these factors shows just how limiting it is to disavow regret, because that disavowal relies heavily on whiteness, citizenship status,
capitalism,
and economic security. Many people may feel regret about the circumstances of their pregnancy or their abortion, even while they affirm their decision as the right one for them. If abortion advocacy denies the full range of their emotions, then it also risks denying the ways that racism, poverty, and xenophobia shaped their experiences. Transition is also experienced in these broader contexts, creating a complicated set of feelings, even if one is entirely satisfied with their actual medical care.
W's, thank
Analyzing
you.
the transition narratives of Chicano trans men, for example, Francisco Galarte explains that they must often navigate new experiences of racialized gender that include the devaluation of Chicano masculinity by US legal apparatuses like police and border control. When transition entails new forms of violent or hostile encounters with the state, it may well elicit complex emotions. To demand only happiness in this context would neglect the specific forms of gendered racism that shape trans of color life. Some of
what a fucking sentence. The gendered racism that shaped trans of color life. That's like 4 different ways to say capitalism within a single sentence. The gendered capitalism, racism, capitalism that shaped trans capitalism of color, capitalism, life.
complex emotions. To demand only happiness in this
Any reference to gender is a reference to capitalism because they believe capitalism created gender. Any reference to racism is also a reference to capitalism because they believe capitalism created racism. They them is saying capitalism. It's all about capitalism. It has nothing to do with man or woman biologically, has nothing to do with skin color. Gender means capitalism. They believe gender are socially constructed categories based on like the needs of capitalism. Race means capitalism because it's a reference to systemic racism, not to skin color.
Context would neglect the specific forms of gendered racism that shape trans of color life.
No, you don't. There are no books about this.
Transition, quote, as a moment of separation from lesbian communities that involved grappling with a loss of social, political, and cultural community. Yet alongside that loss, Galarte finds they encounter new forms of growth, connection.
When they're using different, they're referring to different aspects of capitalism. So whiteness, racism, that is a reference to systemic racism, the system that upholds racism. That means capitalism, because capitalism created economic disparities through property ownership and slavery. That is one aspect of capitalism. Capitalism creating gender is another aspect of capitalism. They're talking about different aspects of the capitalist system. So it's not completely 100% the same thing, but if you understand the basic concept that like they are always referring to the capitalist system, but they're referring to different aspects of it, different sides of it, different like components that make up cultural capitalism, then you will understand the core argument and what they're making. Because this is all basically, queer Marxism is we call it gain of function Marxism. It like takes traditional Marxism and it puts all this crazy gender cultural shit on top of it. So it's like it's an evolved form of Marxism that is specific to America. And it evolved in like the punk communities. It evolved in like the sex subcultures in San Francisco and New York. It evolved in these different aspects that are specific to the American experience. It's like a gain of function thing. It's like when the bat flies into the pig pen and shits on the pig, and then they form some weird mutated virus because the bat and the pig coming together form some weird mutated virus, and then someone cooks the pig and eats the pig, and then the entire world dies because of the fucking plague. That's what we're talking about. It's not traditional Marxism in that we're going back and reading every fucking line of Marx and Engels and like all that stuff. It is an evolved form that's like a gain of function thing where all of this crazy shit got put on top of Marxism and it came together and it mutated into this weird thing that we have today specific to leftist culture in America.
And self-actualization. Experiences like these deserve our careful attention. To suppress them is to participate, even unwittingly, in controlling scripts that obscure structural violence.
It doesn't fucking matter what your understanding is. Excuse me, I have a more rigid understanding of Marxism. It doesn't fucking matter. Your opinions do not matter. Your thoughts on Marxism don't fucking matter. The pontifications that you have in your head about all the ways these people are wrong, it doesn't fucking matter. We are studying them and what they believe. Your thoughts about it don't fucking matter.
Range of acceptable emotions. Legal scholar Dean Spade insists that complicated feelings about transition are inseparable from our commitment to radical politics. He describes his own interactions with various therapists as he sought required approval for top surgery, recalling that the therapists were skeptical about his, quote, commitment to full-time maleness, because without it,
W grandma, can you take a screenshot of this? Can you take a screenshot of me giving grandma a W and for her understanding it? If Valkyrie's 80-year-old grandma can understand queer theory, you guys have no excuse. Bro, you're getting put in your second timeout. If I have to put you in a third fucking timeout, you're actually not going to get a third timeout. You're going to get permanently banned from the channel. No one gives a fuck what you have to say about it. Actually, I did just ban him from the channel. I accidentally banned him. You know what? That's a sign from God. That asshole is meant to go back to James Lindsay.
Because without it, he might regret.
Just to do a quick time check, we are halfway through this presentation, and the retards in the chat have caused this to go over 2 hours. We're only halfway through presentation number 1. We have 2 more. We have 2 more, 3 in total. Okay?
Having surgery. Spade explains how that commitment is at odds with his feminist politics.
Oh! Okay. Back to this. Tranny public college professor is talking about how Dean Spade does not believe that you need to have surgery in order to be trans, transform, or transcend, or queer. Because queer Marxists don't believe you need to have surgery. Queer Marxists don't believe you need to be medicalized. They believe that you are trans by saying that you do not adhere to the gender binary. You can literally be a straight white man and say, I'm queer because I don't believe in the gendered categories. And they're going to be like, okay. That's what they believe. Now, Dean Spade is a college professor. Dean Spade has... Okay. Candace, I'm timing you out for 24 hours. That was one of the most retarded fucking statements I've seen you put in the chat yet. Hang on. Put user in timeout, 24 hours. We're going to force you to shut the fuck up and listen, bro. This says, they just want to go in the bathroom. Every conservative retard ever. This is just about, they want to go in the women's bathroom. Have you heard them mention bathrooms at all? Have they said fucking bathrooms at all? Oh, you can't talk. I just timed you out for 24 hours to shut you the fuck up. They don't believe you need to have surgery. Listen again.
Wittingly in controlling scripts that obscure structural violence and dictate a narrow range of acceptable emotions. Legal scholar Dean Spade insists that complicated feelings about transition are inseparable from our commitment to radical politics. He describes his own interactions with various therapists as he sought required approval for top surgery. Recalling that
we're gonna listen to this again. If you whine in my chat about your fucking feelings, you're gonna get put in a timeout. If you're wondering why you just got put in a timeout, it's because you whine in the chat about your fucking feelings. I do not care about your fucking feelings. I care about you shutting the fuck up and listening. You should just eat the whole pizza. Let's do it.
our careful attention. To suppress them is to participate, even unwittingly, in controlling scripts that obscure structural violence and dictate a narrow range of acceptable emotions. Legal scholar Dean Spade insists that complicated feelings about transition are inseparable from our commitment to radical politics. He describes his own interactions with various therapists as he sought...
Excuse me, I'm a straight white man and I don't think agreeing with them would work. Hey, asshole, have you ever gone to a leftist event and tried agreeing with them? Have you ever gone to a leftist event and tried agreeing with them? Yes or no? I never actually put myself in a position of talking to these people, but I think I know everything because I watch conservative retard media and they told us that these people hate white men. Have you ever gone to one of their events and tried agreeing with them? No? Shut the fuck up. One in the chat, if you are a straight white man that has gone to one of their events and just let them think you agreed with them, and you didn't have any fucking problems. One in the chat, you could be gay, I guess, too, but one in the chat if you are a white man and you have gone to one of their events and you have allowed them to think that you agree with them and you have had no fucking problems. Dietz has done it. Lord of the Ree has done it. Chicalago has done it. I go to their events undercover all the fucking time. There are all sorts of white fucking men there. How are those white men there if they want to abolish white men? If you think that they believe that white men are the fucking enemy, you are listening to conservative retard fucking media. I just said I'm here to learn, and they were more than happy to let you be there, weren't they? Straight white man going to one of their events lets them think they agree with them, and there's no fucking problem. We see white men on these videos all the fucking time. Yeah, that doesn't count. You flying a drone over event doesn't count. It's fine and it's fun, but it doesn't count as actually going to the event.
required approval for top surgery. Recalling that the therapists were skeptical about his, quote, commitment to full-time maleness, because without it, because without it, he might regret having surgery. Spade explains how
I'm gonna
that
need a
commitment
fucking
is at
pizza
odds
after
with
this.
his feminist politics.
Okay. Dean Spade says having surgery to be trans is a decision that is at odds with them's feminist politics. When a queer Marxist says feminist, what do they mean? When a queer Marxist says feminist, what do they mean? Pop quiz. When a queer Marxist says feminist, they mean anti-capitalist. Queer Marxists do not believe that people can be feminist unless they are anti-capitalist. J.K. Rowling is not a feminist. J.K. Rowling is an unabashed capitalist. J.K. Rowling wants to uphold gender. If you want to uphold gender, you are not an anti-capitalist according to them because they believe capitalism created gender. Listen.
Dean Spade insists that complicated feelings about transition are inseparable from our commitment to radical politics. He describes his own interactions with various therapists as he sought required approval for top surgery. Recalling that the therapists were skeptical about his, quote, commitment to full-time maleness, because without it, because without it, he might regret having surgery. Spade explains how that commitment is at odds with his feminist politics. I'm supposed to be wholly joyous when I get called sir, he writes. How could I ever have such an uncomplicated relationship to that moment? Each time I'm sirred, I know both that my look is doing what I want it to do, and that the reason people can assign male gender to me easily is because they don't believe women have short hair.
Dean Spade believes that every time them gets called sir, that means that the gender binary is being upheld. Okay? To Dean Spade, who is a long time queer activist, getting called sir, Dean Spade was born a girl, okay? Dean Spade has spent several decades taking hormones and cutting their hair short and changing their voice and growing a mustache to look non-binary, essentially. But if someone calls Dean Spade sir, that means they're upholding the gender binary. That's why Dean Spade doesn't like it. Dean Spade is non-binary. Dean Spade is not man. Dean Spade is not woman. They are queer. They are a they, them.
This therapeutic process, I know. This was a previous time, but it's not that far away and is kind of coming back. This therapeutic process demands of me that I toss out all of my feminist misgivings about the ways that gender rigidity informs people's perception of me. Spade's response suggests that regret is not so easily defined as mistake. Instead, his desire for
They, them's name is Dean Spade. S-P-A-D-E. It is not spade as in neutered. It is spade as in S-P-A-D-E.
Gender affirming care.
Oh, bro. There is no universe in which this is going to be solved from politics. You think that getting elected to office is going to solve this problem? Have you seen the conservative government we currently have, sire? No, that's not going to happen.
Sits alongside what we might understand as an instructive form of regret. Not regret about his relationship to his own body, but about the ethical compromise that medicine demands of him. About the narrow ways that all of our bodies are made to exist in a world built on racialized binary gender. If medical authorities require him to feel only happiness about his participation in that world, then he asks, what kind of health does such treatment restore me to? In Spade's suspicion about these mandates of health and healing, we can find vibrant connections to disability justice. This work teaches us that medicine is one component of care that we all deserve to engage in with as much agency and support as possible. It also teaches us to be skeptical of medicine's insistence on curing our bodies and minds, and to recognize that this normalizing process idealizes a limited set of physical and emotional outcomes. Seeking instead a richer definition for what counts as a livable life, disability justice frameworks create space for a complex emotional relationship to the ever-shifting experience of embodiment. For example, disability studies scholar Alison Patsavis explains that medicine literally and figuratively treats pain as something to be avoided at all costs. Yet she reminds us there are many ways that we might experience pain, as pleasurable, enlightening, or even simply non-life shattering. But that these possibilities, which might exist simultaneously with a wish to relieve the pain, are routinely devalued, even treated as taboo or incomprehensible. Other disability justice workers suggest that pain can be a resource if we allow it to be. Writing about the sustained grief that circulates in disabled communities, particularly under the COVID-19 pandemic, Leah Lakshmi Piepsa-Samarasina asks, if we listen to the skills created by chronically ill people to acknowledge pain and fatigue, would that open new doors for all of us living within a chronic, grieving self? My intention here is not to romanticize.
They believe COVID is a chronic transition, a chronic condition, guys.
Pain,
They
regret,
really do believe
grief,
that.
or any other feeling. Instead, I'm suggesting something closer to poet and activist Eli Clare's.
Hey, how about the solution is shut the fuck up and listen? How about that's the solution? Shut the fuck up and listen. And look, do you want to know why the government isn't doing anything about this? The government doesn't fucking understand this. No one in the Trump administration understands this. Do you want to know why they don't fucking understand it? They don't shut the fuck up. Right-wing media does not understand this because they don't shut the fuck up. You do not understand this because you have not shut the fuck up the entire fucking time you've been in the fucking chat. What do we do about all this? Shut the fuck up and listen!
Curiosity about what we might gain from accepting, even actively embracing those feelings as part of a rich experience of life. Claire writes, I wonder what we would know about ourselves and each other if diagnosis projected acceptance rather than disorder onto our body minds. Inside this imagined projection, pain and death might become familiar parts of our life cycle rather than markers of disorder to dread and avoid. Like pain, regret can be an informative feeling, if sometimes an unpleasant one, that leads to growth and change. This is not easy work. It requires pushing against powerful forces, medicine and law, sometimes our own loved ones, and yes, well-resourced anti-trans campaigns eager to pounce on any admission of regret, loss, or uncertainty about transition. But trans studies and affiliated work can help us position regret as part of a full emotional life, not reducible to psychological harm or tragic mistake. Sarah Ahmed reminds us that the demand for only good feelings entails its own form of regret, the regret of, quote, what is lost by living according to an idea of happiness. Proposing that life is a meaningful project, even when it does not directly or only produce good feelings, she concludes that to leave happiness for life is to become alive to possibility. The imperative to be happy, whether used disciplinarily by the political right or protectively by trans people and our support.
What advice did I just give you? Lord of the Ree, what advice did I just give you? I'm just trying to figure out what I can do. What did I literally just say? What did I just tell you to do? I'm waiting for an answer. Entire stream stopped just for you. What did I just tell you to do? I'm just trying to, I'm totally clueless as to what I can do here. What did I just tell you to fucking do? Nope, that is not a fucking answer. That is not a fucking answer. Be a fucking adult and use your words.
If you take your top lip and connect it to your bottom lip, you will shut the fuck up. Sometimes shutting the fuck up is the best thing you can do.
Shut the fuck up and listen. That is what you need to do. There is nothing for you to do if you are not capable of shutting the fuck up and listen. What? Excuse me, you're hurting my feelings. I don't give a fuck, you stupid cunt. Don't give a fuck. If you do not like it, get the fuck out of my classroom. Vegas! Yo! Vegas loves it when I yell, apparently. Vegas loves it when I yell. Vegas loves it when I berate the retards. W's to you, Vegas. Thanks so much for another 5. It is fucking, what the fuck is going on? The longest stream we've done in a long time, and the chat is fucking insane.
Orders cannot hold all of trans life. And then this is the conclusion, which I have titled for myself, In Defense of Trans Feelings. Hill Molatino suggests that bad feelings are woven into the everyday rhythms of our living as trans people. His research was motivated by a desire to think more carefully about how, quote, transition transforms embodied experiences in ways that are certainly more affirming, but also strange, unsettling, surprising, and not always altogether desired. Did I want to be more masculine? Yes. Did I want back hair? Not so much. In this casually humorous yet very real example, he conveys what right-wing lawmakers, activists, and political commentators strategically refuse to acknowledge, that transition, like any lived experience, can entail a complex mix of joys and sorrows, of confidence and disappointment, of relief and regret. Campaigns to criminalize gender-affirming care have surged even as more and more studies show low rates of regret for transition. To protect against the right's weaponization of it, trans advocates emphasize that regret is exceptionally rare. Under authoritarian conditions, this strategy has been politically ineffective. Not because the studies are wrong, but because authoritarian leaders reject out of hand information that contradicts their political goals. The narrative of transition regret, a regret that can have no nuance, can be depicted only as totalizing tragedy, helps maintain a society in which trans people are viewed as pathologically unhappy and inherently unwell, a domain in which only non-trans life is valuable. Fear of regret is essential for
They said it again, the domain in which non-trans life is valuable. They mean non-queer. They do not mean non-trans as in cisgendered. They mean anyone that wants to uphold the gender binary is non-trans.
Tragedy helps maintain a society in which trans people are viewed as pathologically unhappy and inherently unwell, a domain in which only non-trans life is valuable. Fear of regret is essential for anti-trans propaganda and policies, but trans movements need not respond to it on the terms presented to us. Allowing the right to characterize regret as an eternally tragic condition serves their purposes, not ours. It lets them off the hook for the ways that their own enforcement of binary gender through criminalization, stigmatization, isolation.
The right is enforcing binary gender.
Binary gender.
Look, to them, anyone who is enforcing binary gender is on the right. That is the difference between a normie gay rights activist and a queer liberationist. Normie gay rights activists enforce binary gender. Queer liberationists do not believe binary gender exists. Matt, you're welcome to rewind the stream and start at the beginning if you like.
Need not respond to it on the terms presented to us. Allowing the right to characterize regret as an eternally tragic condition serves their purposes, not ours. It lets them off the hook for the ways that their own enforcement of binary gender through criminalization, stigmatization, isolation, and discrimination produces a landscape utterly hostile to
Okay, PNW on Rumble is making excuses for the people who don't want to shut the fuck up and listen. I think some folks are scared and want clear action items. Shutting the fuck up and listening is a clear action item. Sit down, shut the fuck up, listen, and learn. That is an extremely clear, extremely specific action item. If you are not willing to sit down, shut the fuck up, listen, and learn, there is nothing else that you can do that is going to be productive, because you are trying to fight an enemy that you do not understand. If you are incapable of learning, then you are constantly going to be fucking things up. Do you want to know why this shit is still happening? Do you want to know why Trump isn't doing fuck off about it? Because literally no one in the Trump administration sat the fuck down, shut the fuck up, and listened. There is no one in right-wing media who understands what these people actually believe. You want to know why? No one in right-wing media sat down, shut the fuck up, and listened. Excuse me, it doesn't sound like I'm doing anything. If I'm shutting the fuck up and listening, then you are not smart enough to be here. You're not smart enough to be here. If you do not understand the virtue of knowing what your enemy is before you go and do stuff to fight them, then you are not smart enough to be here. This is about understanding the enemy. The right claims to be fighting, but they actually do not understand. They do not understand what these people believe. They do not understand what these people are trying to do. They do not understand all of the different ways in which they're trying to do it, because none of them actually shut the fuck up for more than 30 seconds and listened to what they had to say. They learned everything they know based on TikTok videos. They learned everything they know based on clickbait content. The vast majority of right-wingers have never listened to these people for more than 10 minutes. They forget. We are watching 3 90-minute presentations today. 3 fucking 90-minute presentations. Do you understand that if you watch all this content, you will have watched more leftist content than 99% of people on the right who claim to know what they're talking about? Learning is doing. Sitting down and shutting the fuck up and learning a topic at a deep level is doing something. And it's the only thing that most people need to do right now. And if you are not willing to deeply understand your enemy, you aren't doing fuck off to fight them anyway. Almost no one on the right wing is actually fighting these people. These people are winning completely unopposed. I don't care if Trump says he's fighting them or not. He doesn't even know who these people are. He is not fighting these people because he never bothered to learn who they are. And no one around him ever bothered to learn. This is why we are ahead of everyone else, guys. This is why, if you want to know what the far left is doing, if you want to be at the tip of the spear, you might not like me, you might not like my attitude, you might not like my tattoos, might not like my swearing. There is not a single person who has ever disputed that I am farther ahead on this topic than anyone on the internet. Does everyone here understand that? There are a lot of fucking people on the internet who don't like me. Fine. There is not a single one of those people that has ever made the argument that I am not at the tip of the spear, far ahead of everyone else on this topic. Even if they don't like me, they cannot make the intellectual argument that they are ahead of me. They cannot defend their positions. There is not a single right-wing commentator who will debate me about any of this, because they know I know more than they do. They know that I am weeks, months, or sometimes years ahead of them. Do you want to know why? Because we sit down, shut the fuck up, and listen. That's why. They refuse to do it. We do it for them. And then they pretend they're fighting the left when they don't even understand what's going on. W Shikalogo, thanks so much for the channel membership, bro. Thanks so much for the channel membership. PNW, thanks for the Rumble rant. I was agreeing with you. I was pointing out it's the easy trick. They want to hear isn't a thing. It or threat. Okay, I think that's a typo. It starts with learning the threat. I appreciate that, bro. Thanks so much for the Rumble rant. We got Lisa Old Granny in with a 5. Prior conservative here. Conservatives just want to talk without learning, so they never get anything done. Exactly. Hey, Matt. Reagan knows the answer to your question. Reagan is telling you to shut the fuck up and listen and stop being an annoying retard in the chat. So you're getting timed out now. And if you come back and you whine or complain and you continue to distract people in the chat, and worse yet, you want to know why you really got timed out, Matt? Don't ever fucking question Reagan on anything. Don't ever insult Reagan. Don't ever demean Reagan. Do not ever question Reagan on anything. Reagan is basically the number 2 in charge of this community. She's been around for years. She's gone undercover with the left many times. She has done more research on the far left than like almost any other person here. She knows her shit. She knows what she's talking about. Do not ever disrespect Reagan ever.
And policies, but trans movements need not respond to it on the terms presented to us. Allowing the right to characterize regret as an eternally tragic condition serves their purposes, not ours. It lets them off the hook for the ways that their own enforcement of binary gender through criminalization, stigmatization, isolation, and discrimination produces a landscape utterly hostile to any other mode of living. The political right actively creates conditions in which the only correct response
Probably
to
shouldn't be
transition
smoking
is
weed around my
regret,
new bag. Oh
which in
no!
turn can only entail a desperate wish to return to normal,
Damn, I forgot.
non-trans life. By presenting regret as endlessly haunting us, attached to a permanently marred body that can never be renormalized, anti-trans campaigns situate gender as wholly inflexible. When our counter-arguments rely on a denial or minimization of regret, we tacitly endorse the right's worldview by accepting their premise that regret is categorically bad, and more, that there is no support for experiencing multiple forms of gendered embodiment over the course of one's life. Rather than conceding that regret is, well, regrettable, we can insist that all of our embodied experiences are valuable, and that none deserve to be punished or ostracized. With this approach, gendered exploration, even when it involves irreversible bodily changes, would not be haunted by the potential for lifelong regret. Not only because regret could be treated as one part of a robust emotional life, but because all gendered experiences and bodily configurations could be treated as meaningful. Trans movements can build such a world, but only if we lay the harm of regret at the feet of those who created it. Agreeing, even implicitly, that regret is politically damaging or shameful also impedes trans politics in deeper ways. It requires our own participation in limiting the spectrum of human emotions that trans people can publicly acknowledge or express. In turn, this potentially contributes to the broader dehumanization of trans people, even if we are emphasizing positive emotions rather than negative ones. Not all trans people will find their transitions to be without complication. And I mean this word complication in a medical sense, because sometimes things go wrong in all forms of medical.
Soul Quest, bro, 10 gifted channel memberships. We're so close to getting over the 100 mark. Big support, bro. W's to you. Really appreciate it. I appreciate everyone who's sitting through the amount of yelling I'm doing today. I didn't anticipate this. I'm trying to do the best I can, guys. We got a long way to go. This is a marathon stream. We are almost to our 100 channel membership goal. Let's keep going.
Care, but also in the emotional sense. Trans people deserve to experience a complicated sense of embodiment and a complicated relationship.
Okay, so basically the argument that they, them is making, average person, W's, thank you. Basically the argument that this person is making is that anytime trans people express regret about medicalizing or transitioning, then conservatives or fascists will use that as a political talking point. But they, them is saying, listen, there might be many times that we do regret different aspects of our transition or whatever. And that doesn't mean that we don't like, that we regret the whole thing. It doesn't mean we're a political football, stuff like that. Yeah, I saw the Rumble rant already, bro.
To our bodies, because bodies are complicated, and because transition is not a panacea in a world that remains organized by strict gender and sexual norms. Trans people deserve to feel and communicate not only joy, confidence, and relief about transition, but also ambivalence, uncertainty, grief, and yes, even regret. I'm arguing here that being able to experience and express the full range of possible feelings that one might have in and with their body should be more evidence of the life-giving qualities of transition, not less. Embracing those feelings rather than denying them can better counter authoritarian efforts to constrain and diminish trans life. Thanks.
Q&A, Q&A, Q&A. For people who are new, the Q&A is always the best part of the presentation because when they're doing it, you might notice that person read off a script, okay? Socialists and communists at their events always, 100% of the time, have scripted remarks. Does that mean that George Soros is giving them the scripts? No. They write their own scripts. These are their words. When people give a speech, they usually have it written. When Donald Trump gives a speech, it is written on the teleprompter for him. It is a script. Trump does this too. Every responsible person, when they are giving a speech to a room of people, has a script. They might memorize it or they might read off of it, but everyone scripts their own remarks. When you get into the Q&A, they do not have anything scripted. So they're having to respond off the top of their head without thoroughly thinking through their language. That is why we always universally get the best clips in the Q&A section. Tonight is good practice for the Socialism Conference. That's right. We're training. We're in training grounds right now for the Socialism Conference. Let's go. Thanks, SoulQuest, for being a member of the channel for 14 months. Appreciate it.
And this is, I'm still working on this, so I'm happy to talk more about the book overall and my plans for it, but also I'm very happy for you to help me think. Yeah. Sure, Greta. One of the only people's names I know.
Thanks so much, Toby. This is really exciting work. So first, I just wanted to say I would love to hear more about just the arc of the book as a whole, just to kind of hear more about it. I can't imagine I'm the only person in the room who would. And I just wanted to, like, if it's okay, just toss a couple thoughts at you that I had. I love the way you're thinking about the politics of regret here. I think it's very useful. And it made me think of like three things. First, I feel like the way that the conversation locates regret as only a transgendered experience rather than a gendered experience. Like, I just think about the way that like every time I've like told a non-trans woman that I had top surgery, like literally universally, they're like, I wish I could have top surgery. Do you know what I mean? There's a lot of experience of what we might think of as non-trans or cis regret experience via gender. And I think that like trying to like firmly place that in the realm of trans people, like also is also doing the work of like securing like non-transness in a way too. And I was just kind of thinking about that. The other thing I was thinking, like, and I think you were kind of getting there, but the other side that I was like kind of waiting for you to say is I feel like it also like inures trans healthcare providers from critique too. Like, I just think about like pre-ACA, when you just had like, yeah, some great surgeons and some quacks, you know what I mean? Like just wreaking havoc on the bodies of trans people. people with literally like no, like we all had to sign fucking waivers to like get whatever care we wanted. And then, you know, and if they fucked up, then there it is, right? Like we've got nothing. And so, and then even like since the ACA, like my friend Gaines always says, the way he describes it, he's like basically the ACA was passed and hospitals were like, there's money on the table. Like get your people in there doing these things often without any fucking training. So like, I also think there's a way that it shores up like healthcare in a way. And I was also just thinking like that, like, would they even be able to like have this conversation about regret if there was universal healthcare? If we had an entitlement to healthcare, like would regret work as a politics here? I don't. That's more of a question.
Universal healthcare is a fundamentally communist position because they believe that anytime healthcare is privatized, that's a form of capitalism. Capitalism means private property ownership. The reason they want universal healthcare is as part of community care. It's a part of everyone being obligated to care for all the comrades.
But I was thinking
That's a big question.
Yeah.
Yo, MW!
This is, like, really
W's, bro, thank you!
Yeah, I'll say a little bit about, I need to think more about the universal healthcare question. That's a good one. I'll say a little more about the first two questions though. So the first one about like sort of curtailing regret to trans, like delineating it to trans experiences, I think is really important, especially right now, because as we've been talking about all day, part of the way that authoritarianism and fascism work is by finding small minorities that can be positioned as scapegoats, right? So, so the idea that regret, I mean, I think this is part of, I guess this is my answer for part of the reason why it's not, those conversations are harder to have, right? Is that regret has to be something that's attached only to a certain small population because it's part of the whole move to segment them off and ostracize and then scapegoat them, right? So, but I will say that I think this is kind of a side note, but I just think those kinds of conversations are like incredibly important for us to be having. I have been thinking this a lot about the various people in my life who are now going on HRT for menopause, and sort of having a lot and being like, oh well, I had menopause like 20 years ago, right? And like, oh, let me tell you all about it. And I just think that there's so much that can be shared.
Bro, not only are these people real, they're teaching your kids in K through 12 public schools, and your taxes are paying for all this shit. Congratulations, welcome.
That often is not, this now is making me wonder how
Yo,
regret might
Debbie.
be one of the factors.
W's Debbie, thank you.
Possibility. And then the other part about protecting providers, I want to think about that in a different chapter for the book. So that's a really helpful question. So I'll say a little bit about what my plan is for the arc of the book. I'm planning 3 sort of case studies, and the regret one is one of them. There will also be a chapter on medical expertise that looks at the ways that clinicians have been leaned upon more and more in legislative hearings and other sort of efforts to change laws or to prevent laws from being passed. And I'm interested in it kind of for 2 ways. So one way is like, just this kind of, I'm aghast at our whole field emerged initially largely out of this critique of medical expertise and authority that was limiting our lives, right? And so I'm like, what is happening now that we're like, please stand in for us? And then I think also I worry very much about the ways that much of that testimony says, we don't need your law to pass because look, we already have all these restrictions, right? You should let us go. We are so heavily regulating these children, as if that is kind of a good thing, right? Like that's sort of the argument that's being made. And that I think is deeply concerning, partly because we have already seen the failure of that, for example, with abortion and trap laws, right? Like, I mean, it's not like we don't have histories to look at to show us that is a failed route to go down. And then I think looking at medicine under the context of authoritarianism is a whole other thing. Like, I don't really think that medical experts are actually being given the value that they might think they're being given when, again, abortion, COVID, climate, right? Like the denial of medical and scientific expertise is just like pounding down upon us. So that the turn to medical expertise is very worrying to me in all of those contexts. So I will be thinking about your second question in relation to that chapter too. And then the third case study is about parental defense of so supportive parents defending their trans kids, which not infrequently is the case is made like, I know what's best for my child. I'll decide what they can do. The state shouldn't decide this. And like, right, in one way, yes, right. And then, but then in another way, that also is like, what about children's agency, right? So there's kind of an authoritarian adult supremacy kind of a
adult supremacy, yo. Adult supremacy means that when parents have parental rights over the children that they have, the biological children, they literally own them, as in slavery. So the left believes that white capitalist property owners owned Black slaves. Ownership, private property ownership, is a form of capitalism. They do not believe that racism is about skin color. They believe it is the property ownership that is the problem, like explicitly, okay? So racism on the left, not about skin color, it's about the issue of property ownership. Thank you so much, Dr. Raleigh Fox W. Appreciate it. So, the left believes that capitalism is the core central problem in every single thing. When it comes to parental rights, which the left does not believe parental rights should exist, Raleigh Fox dropping another $5. W's to you, bro. The left believes that parental rights are literally a form of property ownership. This is why they want to abolish all parental rights. This is critical for people to understand. When the left is talking about overthrowing capitalism, I've been talking about this subject for 5 fucking years now. Pay attention, and in a good 2 to 3 years, conservative media is going to figure out that when the left says capitalism, they mean parental rights. When the left says overthrow capitalism, they don't just mean the factories. They don't just mean no home ownership, no land ownership. They don't just mean the government and the Constitution and the Senate and the Electoral College and all those things. They do not just mean those things. Parental rights to the left is a form of private property ownership. When they are talking about adult supremacy, they are talking about parental rights, which creates a hierarchy between parents and children. That is what they believe. In the communist utopia, parental rights would not exist. Everyone belongs to everyone else. The children are all raised by the community. Dietz puts us over 100. Yo, Dietz, the hero we need. W, bro. W, thank you so much. And no, this is not about pedophilia. This is not about pedophilia at all. That is a right-wing bullshit talking point. I'm not saying pedophiles don't exist. They do. I'm saying that queer liberation theory, abolish the family, is not about pedophilia. These are two different problems. When you conflate the problems, you're ignoring all of the bullshit they want to do with parental rights. Karlyn, we can walk and chew gum at the same time. No, you can't. That has proven completely untrue. They explicitly denounce it. They say that people are more likely to be sexually abused in their own home. They believe that most sexual abuse of minors comes from someone in the nuclear biological family. They believe that in abolishing the biological family and abolishing parental rights, they will reduce the amount of abuse. That is what they believe. I've heard them say this behind closed doors. We have heard them say it many, many times. I know that right-wingers love screaming pedophile at every single person they disagree with. That is not what they are doing. No, what I said is that is not what I said, Jen. You got to start by listening. What I said is, to the left, there is capitalism is both an economic and a cultural model. And yes, even they must be referring to race and gender. They must be. No. They must be referring to skin color. Karlyn, it has to be about skin color. I've been told by every conservative commentator ever that it's about skin color. There must be some part of the left that is talking about skin color, right? No. There is no part of the far left that is talking about skin color. You are thinking of Democrats and liberals and progressives. There is zero part of the far left that is talking about skin color. Slavery was about economics. You're confused because you are thoroughly committed to the right-wing bullshit talking point that racism is about skin color. It was not. Racism is about property ownership. Property ownership is economic. There is zero part of the far left that believes this is about skin color. That is purely a conservative fucking fantasy. And you should stop listening to people who don't understand this. 0% chance. Zero.
Parenting model that is getting repeated in
Back
these.
a little bit. We might not be able to get through the marathon today if the chat keeps up like this, I swear.
Decide what they can do. The state shouldn't decide this. And like, right, in one way, yes, right. And then, but then in another way, that also is like, what about children's agency, right? So there's kind of an authoritarian adult supremacy kind of a parenting model that is getting repeated in these public arenas like over and over again. That worries me very much. And then the plan is so as not to just be a doomer for the last chapter of the book to look at largely at trans youths.
Do you guys understand that I've had 2 edibles and I've also smoked an entire joint and I'm still not high enough to deal with this shit?
Testimonies and interviews, because what I have seen, again, this is not to totalize, but on the whole, when you see people making arguments that are actually like, you government officials or you state medical board can't tell me who I am, right? You don't have the authority that you think you do. It's usually coming from young people. And so I would like to close the book with sort of trans youth's own words in finding other ways to
Trans
make
youth,
their
let's
arguments for trans
go.
life. So that's kind of the plan. Thank you, Greta. That was really helpful. Okay, there's a million hands, Cheyenne, and then I don't know your name.
Million
and
hands,
then
let's
Chris.
go.
Thank you so much for this lovely talk, and I'm really excited about the public-facing work that the book is going to do in terms of circulation. So kind of connected to that,
Indian.
One question that comes to mind is around like in authoritarianism or in fascism.
A transit. Look at this. Look at this person. Look at this person. That is a tranny Indian person. That's a tranny Indian immigrant right there. The queer Hindus are a whole other breed of fucking insane, by the way. We don't see them often, but we have seen them.
That one question that comes to mind is around like in authoritarianism or in fascism, the appeal is always towards affects and emotion, and facts really don't matter. Right? So be it around the question of the child or the question around hormones, science and facts don't matter, which you were kind of questioning response to Greta's question. So in that case, I'm just wondering like how do you think strategically in terms of like the book itself around how might it appeal to that kind of emotion and affect? Do we have that kind of access to that kind of an emotion that could kind of be and sort of an appeal to the I don't know, I'm just wondering because we are in times of Truth Social and all of that, right?
Truth Social, yeah, the highly influential Truth Social.
The virality of fear, because clearly science is not going to not helping us in that way. So I'm really interested. I really love that, like, the chapter on regret, because or like the last chapter that you're talking about. So is this a book that will kind of, will each chapter be around a particular feeling? Like talk about.
I'll have you know that not only am I in True Social, I am verified in True Social. Okay, never use it, but I am verified in it.
Like you mentioned, embracing feelings. So that's one question. And the second question is that, like, how like this the strand of scholarship in trans studies that's happening around trans negativity. So what's the relationship between regret and negativity?
Thanks. Okay, I'll take the first question first. Yeah, so let me just say for a minute about the audience that I'm hoping to reach with the book. I mean, again, I've not written a book for public, more general readership, so this is a kind of experimental for me. I do not intend this book to be, and I don't want to say that you were suggesting this, but just to be clear, I do not intend this book to be a way of arguing or making a better case to fascists, right? Like, I just think it's demonstrably clear that we are not going to be able to, like, convince them, right? Like, there's so much effort being poured into, like, if we could only find the right argument, and I can see how that appeals, but that's just not how it is working. I mean, it's not how it does work, but I think we have enough evidence now to say that it is not working, right? So the audience that I want to speak to is us, right? Like how can we think differently together to not be just responding to the terms that they have given us, and not just trying to find the right way to convince them so that we mold our ideas and our lives into something that's palatable to them. That's not going to happen, right? So what I want is to sort of address the reasons why that's not happening, and then look to other adjacent movements and trans scholarship to see, like, I do think we have plenty of models, right? I mean, that, like, this chapter looks particularly at reproductive justice and disability justice as models. Other chapters will look at other things. But I think there's lots of models for actually making a case for what you want the world to look like, and not having to do it within the parameters that are given to you, right? And I just worry that we're kind of moving.
Again, I answered this. I need you to listen to what I'm saying, because I said this repeatedly, Jen. I said this repeatedly. Racism is an economic system grounded in property ownership. What you are doing, and I've been doing this a long time, so I know exactly what you're doing, you are looking for a way for it to be about skin color. It is not about skin color. This is not a cultural question. The reason that you are confused is, in your head, you are convinced this is a cultural question, when that is not what I have told you. What I have said is that it is about the system of property ownership. That is an economic question. Slavery was an economic system based on private property ownership. It is explicitly economic. So now you've had explained to you twice, I need you to listen, and I need you to update your understanding of it. There is no chance, when you're talking to a far leftist, there is a 0% chance they are talking about skin color. Literally 0%. It is always about the economic system of capitalism, private property ownership. That is what they are talking about.
Away from that, at least in these large public forums. This is the only chapter that's really about emotions in a clear way. I'm not like an affect studies person, so I also fear that I'm in over my head with this particular chapter, but this is the result of a lot of therapy. That is not entirely a joke. So this is the only chapter that's really about emotions. But I guess your question is making me think that what I want the book to do is to be galvanizing, right? And I think that is a kind of emotional or affective goal for what I want this project to do. And also I need that, so it's partly about that. I have not read, I mean, I've read some of the transnegativity stuff in relation to this chapter. I would not say that I'm an expert on it, but from the things that I've read, some of which is cited in here, I think that there's a lot of connection between that thread and what I'm trying to get to, right? It's like actually being willing to take that up. And in the case that I'm thinking about, to be able to take it up in a kind of bold and confident way. Yeah, thanks. Yes.
SL, by the way.
Hi.
I teach in the English department. Thank you. I'm really excited about this book. And I feel like this really helped me. I really like how you were making a very clear case for why rhetoric does not work, you know, in this particular fight that is, you know, about regret and is not actually about regret.
Yeah.
And so I was wondering, and this kind of goes back to the first panel today, like, you know, when you mentioned that, you know, that the reason regret is such a powerful tool is that, you know, if that once trans people are classed as among the many classes of people whose wishes is seen as like ethically, you know, allowable and in fact necessary to override in the name of care, then I think, you know, no matter what you say, right, you're being like that. Yeah, that's right. Overriding your wishes is in fact what care looks like in this authoritarian moment. So anyway, I was thinking about that totally resonates with, and I think can't exist outside of things like carceral approaches to mental illness, homelessness, addiction, right? And all of the other ways in which quote unquote care is sort of deployed as, you know, a mechanism of like totally overt force.
Yeah.
And so I was wondering, like in the work of kind of researching and thinking through this chapter, has that, like, where does that get you? I keep asking the same question. Where does that get you in terms of power analysis? Like, what do you learn here, right? Because I think about in whose interest is it to clear encampments, you know, and not block affordable housing?
Yeah.
Right? Like, is there a way we can align that?
The reason they're talking about encampments, they're talking about the pro-Palestine encampments. The reason they're talking about affordable housing, the reason they're talking about reproductive justice, the reason they're talking about racism. This is supposed to be about trans people, okay? Which by they mean queer. It's not about transition. It's about transform or transcend. This is supposed to be about purely trans people, right? So why are they talking about all these other topics? Why are they bringing up the pro-Palestine encampments? Why are they bringing up healthcare? Why are they bringing up racism? Why are they bringing up any other topic that seems unrelated to the issue that the talk is supposed to be about? Because every single one of these topics is about overthrowing capitalism. Everything comes back to capitalism. Every single thing that them just mentioned that has nothing on the face of it to do with trans, it's all connected when you understand the root cause of all of these issues is capitalism, and the only solution they have is overthrowing capitalism. And if you don't understand that, then you don't understand the left.
Researching and thinking through this chapter, has that, like, where does that get you? I keep asking the same question. Where does that get you in terms of power analysis? Like, what do you learn here, right? Because I think about in whose interest is it to clear encampments?
Bro, they're massively kicking your ass and controlling society. You must be new here. They're massively kicking your ass and controlling all of society, to include the unions, to include the public schools, to include higher education, to include the news media, to include entertainment. They are massively kicking your ass. They're kicking your ass so severely, you have become deluded and unhinged from reality about what is going on. So maybe use that to answer your question, okay?
Where does that get you? I keep asking the same question. Where does that get you in terms of power analysis? Like, what do you learn here, right?
Why? Because you're the one that's a pussy. Because conservatives are the pussies. Because the Republican Party are the pussies. Because the Trump administration are the pussies. You are the ones that are uneducated. You are the ones that don't know what you're talking about. You are the ones that have allowed all this shit to happen. You are the ones who have no idea about the enemy you're fighting. You're the fucking pussies. That's why.
Whose interest is it to clear encampments, you know, and block affordable housing?
Yeah.
Right? Like, is there a way we can align that kind of question about in whose interest is this force being deployed?
Yeah. No, it's a great question. I want to think about it more in relation to this chapter. I will say that where I've mostly been thinking about that with this book is the chapter on parenting, because you know, it kind of flows naturally just from what is happening in this moment. Like, we see that parents who defend their trans kids, right? I mean, it's not working. Those states are passing those bans anyway, but also those parents are then themselves being criminalized, right? And so then I think this is actually what I'm trying to write at the moment, although it won't happen until the summer, but trying to think about is the way that builds on a much longer sort of history of criminalizing parents, right? Like thinking about DCFS and, right, I mean, all of that history, thinking about boarding schools, all the things, right, are just like coming. And this is what I mean about we have plenty of history to look at to see that these paths that we're going down are not working. So I think that's the connection that I'm thinking about in relation to your question is that line of thinking, but I would like to dwell on it a little more in relation to the regret chapter. Yeah, thanks so much. Chris?
Thank you so much for this. I'm really excited about the book and really excited about this particular strand of it. I've thought lots about regret, and I can't wait to talk to you more about it. But I have two kind of strands of things that I'd just like to get your take on, basically, on either or both, so no pressure.
Okay.
But one of them is, you know, in thinking about the kind of like trans embrace of regret, or at least the possibility of it, I wonder about your thoughts about kind of looking to or back to trans therapeutic settings as a setting that's capacious, has been capacious enough to do that for a long time. And I say that both in the sense of kind of like hearing care providers within trans therapeutic medicine, at least the version that is, you know, likes trans people, and that's a small one. But to say, you know, detransition has always been part of trans therapeutic care.
Yep.
Because people are complex, and we do, you know, we support people to do what they want and need to do, and sometimes those are different things at different times.
Right.
So there's that. There's also the version that's like regret as part of trans therapeutic care, because what Greta said about, you know, the radical inadequacy of medicine, depending on all sorts of different reasons.
Yeah.
So both things, right? But both things have been sites of a lot of community conversation and a lot of care provider conversations about the ability of trans medicine to meet regret, reevaluation, redirection, all these sorts of things. So I'd love to hear your thoughts about that as sort of one site of you know, thinking about it. And then the other thing is a very specific piece about the extension of statutes of limitations on malpractice. And one of the things that's come up, not just as a sort of like exceptionalist reflection, but also as weirdly a kind of like perverse incentive for people who are, you know, who transition and are downwardly mobile, and have an incentive to detransition for a brief period of time, and potentially get a lot of money and be supported by really well-funded lawyers at a pro bono rate to, you know, to win that, right? And I don't think that's unknown.
Do you guys understand what argument that person just made? That person just made the argument that someone like Chloe Cole, and listen, I think Chloe Cole runs with a really bad group of people online. I think Chloe Cole has aligned herself with really, really, really horrible fucking influencers online. Chloe Cole is a young girl. Okay? I'm not going to shit on her. I think that she's been pulled into a political circus and has aligned herself with horrible people because there's a lot of stuff as a young girl she does not understand. But the argument that this they them just made is that Chloe Cole transitioned when they were underage because they intended to detransition later in order to be able to sue the doctors to gain monetary status. They are literally saying, I think she had top surgery when she was what, like 15 or something like that? It's like something fucking crazy like that. These people are actually making the argument that the only reason that someone like Chloe Cole transitioned and then detransitioned was because they had a huge financial incentive to do so in terms of suing the doctors. This is why we shut the fuck up and listen to the presentations and stop yapping about things that don't matter. Okay? Listen.
Statutes of limitations on malpractice. And one of the things that's come up, not just as a sort of like exceptionalist reflection, but also as weirdly a kind of like perverse incentive for people who are, who transition and are downwardly mobile and have an incentive to detransition for a brief period of time and potentially get a lot of money and be supported by really well-funded lawyers at a pro bono rate to win that, right? And
they're talking about Chloe Cole having a massive lawsuit against the doctors who did the trans surgery in the first place. That is explicitly what they're talking about, guys. This is, they're not naming her, but this is about Chloe Cole. This again is at the University of California at Davis. This is a public university in which they are literally saying the only reason Chloe Cole transitioned and then detransitioned was because they needed money and there was a financial incentive to detransition so that they could sue the doctors. And then she got all these pro bono lawyers, which is true. But like, that is the argument that they're making. Chloe Cole only did this because she needed the money, and transitioning and having surgery and then detransitioning was just an avenue to be able to sue the doctors to make millions of dollars. That is the explicit argument that they're making, guys. They believe that the only reason that people detransition, like the detransition influencers, are to make money and to get famous and to be relevant and to have social media clicks and to be conservative influencers and that sort of thing.
And one of the things that's come up, not just as a sort of like exceptionalist reflection, but also as weirdly a kind of like perverse incentive for people who are, who transition and are downwardly mobile and have an incentive to detransition for a brief period of time and potentially get a lot of money and be supported by really well-funded lawyers at a pro bono rate to win that, right? And I don't think that's unknown to the law firms that are now forming to just litigate these cases, right? So I don't know. I mean, I don't know if there's a question in that one, except for please tell me your hot take on that, because I'm having trouble wrapping my mind around it, and I'd love to think about maybe even both of those things at the same time.
I mean, I was just thinking about both of those things because one of the ways that they seem linked to me is that I can't imagine that medical providers themselves, even very ethical and well-trained ones, are also not aware of that possibility, right? And people not just getting funded by these law firms, but then potentially getting funded by anti-trans organizations that are like, we'll trot you out as our next spokesperson, right? Like we see this everywhere. So I can't imagine that providers, clinicians of all kinds are not aware of that. And this really is a very hot, a very quick take, but I agree that I think there are settings both in terms of mental health and in terms of sort of physical health, like, I don't know, right, like surgeons, right? But I think that there there are ways that clinicians in all of those settings have the possibility and have shown that it's possible to hold space for regret and think through it. I mean, I don't know, in a very simplistic way, we could just attach that to surgical revisions, right? Which I don't think have always had to hold this kind of weight with them.
It's no different than surgical revisions.
Well, what I would like to know more about now, because of your question, is what providers themselves are thinking about in how they talk about regret in public ways. Because I think I would say that, I guess this is somewhat anecdotal, but I don't find that privately within trans communities, we have that much trouble talking about these things, right? Like I think that in my experiences, we have a pretty robust understanding of the range of bodily experiences that we might have and different fluctuating feelings that we have about our bodies and our various medical care. I don't think that it's sort of
I gotta pee, I'll be right back.
that
Let this
the
play.
problem really lies. I think it has to do with when we try to express those things in public forums, right? When we try to make a case to people who are actually out to limit what is possible for us, then it becomes very, very difficult to talk about these things, right? Because there's so much hanging on it. And so it just makes me wonder what clinicians themselves are thinking when they go to make their testimonies, when they do their interviews, when they submit documents to courts, right, or state legislators. So that is another thing for me to sort of investigate. That was a really roundabout answer to your question. It was not really an answer. Yeah. Hi.
I loved especially the part about regret. I was thinking, just now you mentioned that it's much harder for, I guess, trans people to speak about regret in public forums or other people regarding transition. But I was also thinking within trans communities, I feel like there is still an apprehension to talk about regret. I was thinking whether you also look into the anticipation of regret, not just regret after the fact of transitioning in those narratives, but also how trans people apprehend or anticipate regret and what that relationship is before and post transition at different levels. And I was also thinking I feel like when I talk about regret or anticipation of regret after transitioning in different levels with my friends, I think there are a bunch of things that come up. One of the things I think regarding what we spoke about in the panel today is in this economy, if you're investing so much money to do when I'm seeing different levels, I mean, suppose just getting socially transitioning, when you're investing in clothes or then in HRT and then bottom surgery or something like that, at different levels when you're investing so much money, even if you want to buy a small thing, you're will I regret buying this and spending money, and you're investing so much money. So I feel like regret becomes a very tangible fear for at least me and my friends that when we speak. I think it's something that is not just coming from outside, but I feel like the outside pressure of not having regret is also something that I think almost gaslights in a way. For example, for me to think, oh, will I regret this, because there's just so much regret rhetoric out there.
Yeah.
So my question is, do you consider the relationship between that anticipated regret but for most of my friends, I've heard they keep on telling me once you start HRT, sometimes you're a little hesitant, but once you start it, you'll never regret it. You can never go back.
Wow.
My friends always tell me you just start it and you'll never any feelings you feel right now, it's gonna be just gone. But I feel like there's still that tension even within. So do you look into that in the relationship to outside?
Well, what I really want to say is that I think that your question and Sal's question and Greta's question are all they're all interlocking, because I mean, what you're saying is that a lot of the anticipatory regret is tied to maldistribution of economic and social resources, right? Oh, okay, yes, you do have to pour a lot of money into a new wardrobe or into all these blood tests, right, that will allow you to go on HRT, or all the therapy that you're going to have to be required to get before you can even be allowed to start HRT, right? All of those things, or even changing your documents is like prohibitively expensive depending on where you live. So, you know, all of those forms of regret, like those are the power dynamics that Sal is pointing to, right? And so I mean, maybe this is the time for doing the dreaming that Ash was asking us to do, right? Like, what could be possible to imagine for transition if we didn't have to worry about all of those things? Like, what if we actually had all the things that we needed and we didn't have to worry about sunken cost and like regretting pouring money into this, and we could just like do our lives, right? But so I think it's worth dreaming about that, but I think that question is really important, and I can see that it is spinning around the room in different formats, right? Yeah.
I'm also thinking about like feelings of validation in one's own.
They're trying to essentially they're trying to neutralize the argument that the right wing is making about people regretting gender transition, to basically say regret is a natural part of any process, and we might experience regret. We might also experience joy. We might briefly experience regret because of something that can be fixed with a later surgery. They're trying to neutralize the argument by saying, listen, we're not going into this without understanding that there might be regrets. What we're saying is that's a natural part of the process of transforming gender. This is not about transition. This is not about becoming a man or becoming a woman. This is about transforming the gender binary. There is nothing these people talk about that is about transitioning from a man to a woman or a woman to a man. That is transition that upholds gender. They are thinking about this in terms of a multi-generational process of transforming gender, transcending gender. And what they're trying to say with the regret discussion is that there are going to be regrets throughout this process. Maybe the first surgery doesn't go right. That's okay. You can fix it later. Maybe you miss peeing standing up. I don't know, whatever the fuck. You might miss these things, but guess what? There's other parts of it too. It's not just about regret. It's about a process. They are seeing themselves as martyrs to a process, martyrs to a movement to deeply change every aspect of our society.
Is, for example, if I'm feeling something like, now I'm feeling like this, but what if on like transitioning or doing different like transformative procedures, I don't feel that this was the answer to this, and anticipating that kind of regret, which is, I guess, more of a reflection on one's identity and being allowed.
We're not doing the penguin video. Settle down.
Because I think the narratives
we've been doing this 3.5 hours. We're not through the first fucking presentation.
Is actually, it instills quite a like.
You're not listening to me. They don't want everyone trans. They want everyone non-binary. Those are two different things. They want to abolish all gender, abolish all men, abolish all women, make everyone non-binary. That is not the same thing as trans. Trans does not mean transition. It means transcend, making everyone non-binary and abolishing the nuclear family, because those are both aspects of capitalism. It is always about overthrowing capitalism. That is what they're trying to do. And again, you're new here. This is not a recent uptick in this movement. You've got to stop listening to whatever conservative retard content you're listening to. This is not a recent uptick. They've been doing this for 70 years. 70. And in those 70 years, conservatives still haven't fucking figured it out. So this is not new. This is not recent. This is not an uptick. This is literally something that started 70 years ago.
Basic fear of survival.
Yeah.
That kind of gets to people sometimes, but got into me a little bit about like how you can actually even detransition fully. And so doing something that's really permanent is always going to have a margin of regret, I think. So is that something you also?
Yes, this is where I'm trying to go at the end of this talk / chapter, is to try to begin to imagine, what if we didn't take on the right wing's insistence on regret, right? And then what would that open up for us? Because maybe it wouldn't fix, and honestly, transition doesn't fix everything, right? I mean, how could it? It's ridiculous to think that it would. But it would mean that there would be more possibility for just having different embodied experiences, right? Without the kind of huge political weight that is being attached to them now. If we could stop, and this is a big ask, right? Like, I don't have the answer of like the step-by-step for how to do this, but I think it is worth envisioning it, right? That if we could stop taking on those parameters of regret and instead be like, well, maybe this isn't going to fix everything, but this will be a new embodied experience that will be just as valuable as any other embodied experience I'm going to have over the course of my life, right? That is a world that I would like to see, right? But I don't think we will be able to do that if we keep being trapped in this idea of, what if I regret it? Then what will that do to other trans people? And what if it didn't fix everything? And, then we're really stuck, right? So yeah, I mean, I think your question goes to the heart of what I'm hoping to do. Yeah. One more question, I'm being told. I'm being quietly told.
Yeah, that's a really good distinction, Mike. Just because something is new to you does not mean it's new. Just because you just found out about something does not mean it just started happening.
Or we can stop there. Okay. Thank you so much. Your questions were really helpful to me. Thank you.
All right. Yo! It only took us 3.5 hours to get through the first presentation. We got 2 more. 2 more. You guys ready for the fucking... I thought this could be 7 hours. This is going to be more like 9 to 10. We're going all night long. Who's here for it? We weeded out some people from the chat. We yelled at some people. We banned some people from the chat. We got through round 1 of the presentation. Let's fucking go. We have 100 gifted channel memberships. Now, listen. Can I offer a stretch goal for the channel memberships? We have 2 more presentations to do. Can we get up to 200 channel memberships? Here is the commitment I will make to you. We did a lot of work in the first presentation. I feel like we ran off a bunch of the retards. I feel like the people who are here now are the serious, committed fucking people to seeing this marathon through, who are serious about learning what the left is doing. Now we get to work. Now we get to work. So hopefully we can get some more channel memberships. Guys, I'm completely independently funded by people like you. I will teach you everything I know, even though I may yell and I may do it with a little bit of an attitude. I will teach you everything I know about the left. What I need you guys to do is show up for me. Funding my work creates more of this content. Funding my work allows me to go undercover places. Funding my work allows me to do this. We are going to take a brief break, not for the penguin video. Leo! W's, bro! Thank you so much for the 5 gifted channel memberships. Really, really appreciate it. Guys, I wasn't going to show this video on stream. Let's take a brief moment of zen, okay? Yo, we got Bella Lagos with a channel membership. W's, bro. Appreciate you very, very much. We're going to take a brief moment of zen in between this and the next presentation. And I wasn't going to show this. I saw it earlier. I wasn't going to show. Yo, we got YouTube user YT. Bro, W's to you. Really appreciate the support, bro. Really, really appreciate the channel memberships. Let's go. Look, 111. Angel numbers. An angel number. We have reached the angelic stage of the marathon. Oh, no. Oh, no. Guys, I feel like I need to get caught up on the feud between Tim Pool and Alex Jones. Because apparently, hang on, apparently the feud between Tim Pool and Alex Jones is like basically the greatest thing to happen on the internet. I saw this AI video of someone making fun of Tim earlier today. I about lost my shit when I saw fucking Alex Jones shared the Tim Pool parody video. This is an amazing behind the scenes look at Tim Pool's life. Okay, let's go back and watch parody video of Tim.
Nobody tells me what to say.
He was a boy, she was a girl. Can I make it any more obvious?
I'm telling you, this is how you get civil war.
Well done, Timothy. Now, Candace, say she's completely lost the plot.
Candace has completely lost the plot.
Now, Alex Jones, say he's doing more damage to the right than the left ever could.
Alex Jones is doing more damage to the right than the left ever could.
Okay, Timmy, anti-Israel rhetoric. Ask who benefits, then say Iran does.
At a certain point, you have to ask who benefits for all this anti-Israel rhetoric, because Iran certainly does.
Timothy, this next one is very important. Say I'm gay.
What?
Go on, Tim. Do it. Tell everyone you're gay.
I'm gay.
He was a boy, she was a girl. Can I make it?
That video was funny when I saw it this morning. It is now one of the most epic trolls in the history of the internet now that Alex Jones has shared it. Can we all just give a slow clap to Alex Jones? Listen, man, I've you know, I've never been like, I don't dislike Alex Jones, but I've never been one of these people that's so into Alex Jones. I enjoy Alex Jones. I appreciate Alex Jones, but I've never been like one of those like rabid like supporters. But it's not because I don't like him or anything. But like, I don't know, man. The more he attacks Tim Pool, the more of an Alex Jones fan I'm becoming. This fucking feud between Alex Jones and Tim Pool is hilarious. And I haven't even done a deep dive into it. So maybe we'll watch some Alex and Tim content tomorrow. I heard that Alex Jones challenged Timmy to a fight. I'm like, yes, can we please see a cage match between Alex Jones and Tim Pool? That would be actually fucking hilarious. The internet is winning today. We salute you, sir. All right. Back to work. Back to work. Guys, we are entering into round 2. So we just watched the keynote at this anti-trans fascism. Well, it's not okay. It's a trans anti-fascist conference at the University of California, Davis. That means this is at a public university. That means this is taxpayer funded. Okay. We have just watched at painstaking depth the keynote presentation, Life Under Threat, Fighting the Rise of Anti-Trans Fascism. Now, there is not one, but 2 panels responding to the keynote. So we're going into round 2. We have a round 3 after this. We're going to be here all fucking night watching leftists whine and complain about the anti-trans fascist menace. This is a taxpayer-funded endeavor. Hope you guys appreciate that we're all paying for this in some way, shape, or form. If you haven't yet subscribed, make sure you subscribe. If you haven't yet mounted the like button, mount the like button. I would love to get over 200 channel memberships today. That is a stretch goal. And so if you guys appreciate what I'm doing, if I teach you something, if I sternly correct any misperceptions that you might have, please feel free to send in a super chat. I would really appreciate it. Please feel free to donate some channel memberships. That would be awesome. Let's go. Round 2.
I'm going to go ahead and get us started because I know we have a full program today. Thank you so much for joining us. I know many of y'all are finishing finals and all sorts of end of quarter chaos, so we're grateful that you're here. For those who don't know me, my name is Ava Kim. I'm an assistant professor in the Gender Studies department here at Davis, and Professor Christoph.
Assistant Professor, Gender Studies Department, University of California, Davis. Public institution. Taxpayer-funded institution.
Hansman and I are so excited to welcome 7 brilliant, incredible, field-defining scholars and activists for our final event of the Trans Freedom School series, Life Under Threat, Gender, Politics, and Reactionary Regimes. I'd like to take a moment to thank the organizations and people who made this possible, our co-sponsors, the Mellon Foundation, the Davis Humanities Institute.
The Mellon Foundation? And these assholes got a grant from the Mellon Foundation to do this? Okay.
And reactionary regimes. I'd like to take a moment to thank the organizations and people who made this possible, our co-sponsors, the Mellon Foundation, the Davis Humanities Institute, the LGBTQ Resource Center, the Department of Gender, Sexuality, and Women's Studies, and the Cultural Studies Program. But most importantly, 2 people who did so much work behind the scenes to bring these wonderful people to campus and help get the project off the ground. Caitlin Graziani, our graduate student researcher, who we've had the pleasure of working with on the Trans Freedom School for the past year, and our GSWS coordinator, Abby Ibarra Iglesias. There you are, Abby. Huge thank you to Abby, who has been coordinating logistics for scholars coming from all across the world, rescheduling flights, dealing with blizzard cancellations. We've had a lot going on, so please join me in thanking Abby and Caitlin. Before we get started, I wanted to give a little context for the series Professor Hansman and I have organized and introduce some of the thinking behind today's events. The Trans Freedom School, inspired by the Mississippi Freedom Schools of the 1960s, is a digital hub of educational resources on trans life, history, and resistance. And our hope, once it's published in
is the tattoo significant? No, the tattoo by itself is not significant. What I will say is that a lot of queer activists have really bad black and white line tattoos like all over their arms, and they're not of anything specific. They're usually of like random shit that doesn't really go together, and they're usually really poorly done, not as a universal thing, but as like a general rule. So if you see someone with a lot of like black lines scribbling all over their arm, it's not 100% that they're queer. I'm not saying everyone that has like line tattoos on their arm are queer. I'm not making that argument, but a lot of queer people have those tattoos. It is a very specific style of tattoo called ignorant tattoos, which is basically like they're done to kind of look bad. It's a political statement against capitalist beauty norms and all that shit. So like, you can't always tell if someone's a leftist based on tattoos. Like, I mean, I'm sorry, like I have a fuck ton of tattoos, but there is a very specific type of tattoo that a lot of leftists have. That's not to say all leftists have those tattoos. They don't. That's not to say there aren't leftists with good tattoos like me. There are leftists with good tattoos like me, but like it's that one specific thing that if you see someone in a queer subculture and they have those line tattoos, it's all over the fucking place. Bro, we take this seriously. Don't make jokes like this. It's rude, it's inappropriate, and I don't like it.
June of this year is to provide teaching tools that we hope will help mobilize multiple communities. In the escalating attacks on trans people, both in and outside the US, one of the central methods of attack has been to ban education that details histories of race, gender, empire, and activism. State bans of the word transgender in Kansas and the dissolution of gender studies departments in Florida and Texas are a continuation of the attacks on critical race theory after the George Floyd uprisings in 2020 and censorship of teaching on Palestine over the last 2 years. We reject the claim that teaching trans history is indoctrination and want to ensure that it does not become the privilege of a select few. And while trans issues are frequently framed as a wedge issue or a culture war, we want to remind people that the Heritage Foundation's approach of what they call, quote, radical incrementalism starts with the material lives of our most vulnerable community members, trans people in prison being forcibly detransitioned, West Virginia residents on Medicaid who can no longer access trans-specific healthcare, and trans children mandated to forego life-saving care. As we organize around the many crises in our communities, we refuse to erase the material realities of these lives, and today bring together leading voices in the field to strategize our counters to these attacks and advance different narratives on trans life and liberation. To do so, we also have to name the shifting terrains of those citing against us. As several of our visiting scholars today remind us, too often we are quick to assume just two sides to trans issues, but a transnational approach reveals the faults with such static thinking. On the one hand, anti-trans violence has unified a coalition of motley bedfellows, Christian Zionists and liberals, Republicans, and so-called radical feminists. But in other contexts, ethno-nationalist regimes like that under Narendra Modi actually claim a tolerance and support for gender non-conforming people through a framework of human rights. Disentangling what true support for trans people looks like is an essential part of strategizing for the future, and we're lucky today to get some guidance from some experts. Okay, thanks for listening to that long intro. Chris is gonna introduce our speakers for the first panel.
Thanks, Ava. Okay, so I have the honor of introducing our first panel. I'm going to start from the middle of the table and move on to the right. So this is Dee Dangaran, who's an assistant professor of law at the University of Hawaii at Manoa, where they teach and research constitutional law, civil rights, and family law. They received a 2025 Duke Minor Award for their essay, Bending Gender, Disability Justice, Abolitionist Queer Theory, and ADA Claims for Gender Dysphoria.
Wait. Disability justice, abolitionist queer theory, and ADA claims for gender dysphoria. Can someone look that up? Disability, this is a journal article. Disability justice, abolitionist queer theory, and ADA claims for gender dysphoria. I know that's a mouthful, but I'd be very curious to see that article, honestly. That'd be great.
Before teaching, they were the
Someone wants to do
director
that.
of gender justice at Rights Behind Bars, where they specialized in helping incarcerated trans people access gender-affirming care and
Wow.
safer housing conditions. Dee serves as co-chair of the National Trans Bar Association. Welcome. To their right, we have
Disability justice is a subset of queer theory. It has to do with being differently abled from capitalist standards. We're not going to talk about it a lot today, but it's a subset of queer theory. Thank you, Reagan. It's Reagan right in there,
Campbell,
man.
who is a professor of criminology and queer theory at Birkbeck, University of London. They have published widely on queer feminist critiques of carceral politics, state violence, and punitive approaches to addressing harm. Lamble is co-founder of the Bent Bars Project,
Sarah
a pen
Lamble,
pal
let's
scheme
go!
for LGBTQ+ people in Britain, and of Abolitionist Futures, which builds education and resources
Well done, Red
on
Menace Guru.
alternatives to police, prisons, and punishment. Lamble's book, Unsafe, The Carceral Roots of the Anti-Trans Backlash, will, excitingly, be published in August by Haymarket Books, so get your copy. That's right, yes. And to Lamble's right, we have Ash Stevens, he/they, who's an assistant professor of criminology, law, and justice, and affiliated faculty in Black Studies and Gender and Women's Studies at University of Illinois, Chicago. As an abolitionist, their work focuses on trans and gender nonconforming people's experiences of policing and surveillance, and community strategies to resist state-sanctioned violence. His book project focuses on the relationship between anti-trans policy proposals in the US and carceral care work. They also teach with the Prison Neighborhood Arts and Education Project, or PNAP, and are a board member with the Transformative Justice Law Project, or TGLP.
True.
Please join me in thanking and welcoming our panelists. And thank you all for being here. Also, I forgot to say I'm Professor Chris Hansman from Gender, Sexuality, and Women's Studies, but hopefully you knew. Okay, let's go ahead and get started.
Oh, I guess we don't have a mic. Okay, hi everyone. I don't think we have a mic for up here, so I'm gonna yell, but if you can't hear one of us, just signal. So just to start us off, Chris and I were thinking that maybe y'all could just talk about transness and abolition as complex terms that people have argued a lot about, and talk about their overlap and their entangled histories together. Okay, I'm happy to start. Thank you again, Chris, Ava, and also Abby and Caitlin for organizing this and for inviting all of us. So I think I'll start with transness, which I think for the trans people in the room, right, is a term that we want to keep ours. And we're seeing right now in my field of the law an attempt at trying to define the word, or maybe the words gender or sex, in ways that are really limiting. But I think the beauty of transness is that it's a word that cuts across time, place, and individual experiences are really unique. So I'm going to use a definition that has been helpful in my work, but I want to acknowledge that everyone has their own understanding of transness and would reject some parts, I'm sure, of the definition I'd put forth. So I'm a trans femme, I'm a non-binary person, and those words aren't—
Non-binary. Non-binary, you say. Non-binary. When this person says trans, they do not mean transition from man to woman or woman to man. I am a trans femme. I am a non-binary. They are saying they are neither man nor woman. They have transcended gender. They have transformed gender. Men and women to them do not exist. That's why you can be trans and non-binary, because it is not about transitioning from man to woman or woman to man. It is about transcending the concept of gender. Does everyone understand? 1 in the chat if you understand what I just said, 2 in the chat if you're confused. I know I'm being real pedantic about this, but people have got to understand this concept. If you do not understand this concept, you do not understand queer Marxism. You do not understand queer theory. This is central. The abolition of the gender binary is central to what these people are talking about. And if you don't understand it, you aren't going to be able to code switch to understand what they're actually saying. Trans does not mean transition. It means transform or transcend. Listen again.
Has been helpful in my work, but I want to acknowledge that everyone has their own understanding of transness and would reject some parts, I'm sure, of the definition I'd put forth. So I'm a trans femme, I'm a non-binary person, and those words aren't words that I ascribe anything regarding dysphoria to, or medical intervention to, or diagnosis to, right? Those terms are mine. I also—
being trans and being non-binary has nothing to do with having gender dysphoria. This is the queer— Blair White is not a queer Marxist. Caitlyn Jenner is not a queer Marxist. Blair White and Caitlyn Jenner have a mental illness called gender dysphoria, and so they choose to transition between man to woman, or man to woman in this case. They are not talking about gender dysphoria. They are talking about an innate political identity. They are not talking about medically transitioning. They don't believe you need to medically transition in order to transcend gender. You just have to declare yourself a non-binary. That's it. Again, listen.
Has their own understanding of transness and would reject some parts, I'm sure, of the definition I'd put forth. So I'm a trans femme, I'm a non-binary person, and those words aren't words that I ascribe anything regarding dysphoria to, or medical intervention to, or diagnosis to, right? Those terms are mine. I also identify as a fairy. In my Filipino heritage, bakla is a term that some see as really derogatory and some have tried to reclaim, right? So transness is always already this politicized, contested term. And so what's been helpful in litigation is trying to understand transness as either related to sex because of the protections that already exist there, or in more recent times, a real definition that's looking away from identity and towards gender dysphoria as a diagnosis that some trans people experience. And so gender dysphoria
is an experience of one's distress that one may feel when one's gender identity or gender expression does not align with one's sex assigned at birth. To me, transness is not necessarily captured by that definition, right? So transness can mean—
Again, I just want to point out, they, them is being very, very specific. My definition of trans is not gender dysphoria. This is not the same as Blair White and Caitlyn Jenner and anyone who transitions from man to woman or woman to man. It is not the same thing.
Dysphoria is an experience of one's distress that one may feel when one's gender identity or gender expression does not align with one's sex assigned at birth. To me, transness is not necessarily captured by that definition, right? So transness can mean simply not wanting to fit within societal norms of gender.
Transness to them is not wanting to fit into societal norms of gender. That means the gender binary. They do not believe the gender binary is real. They don't want to assimilate to the gender binary.
To me, transness is not necessarily captured by that definition, right? So transness can mean simply not wanting to fit within societal norms of gender. It could mean having a gender that is more liminal, having a gender that is emergent, right? So we can find all kinds of ways to define that. With abolition, I would say it really derives from, for me at least, prison. When I'm thinking of prison abolition, and I think abolition kind of in general loses its meaning if you don't define what you're trying to abolish. But we are all, I think, invested in some way in the abolition of the carceral state, and specifically prisons, immigration detention centers, family policing, jails.
When they say the carceral state, they mean the United States government. We are all in favor of the abolition of the carceral state. The carceral state, anytime leftists say the term state, they mean the United States government and the Constitution. The prisons, the immigration is a reference to borders. Borders are a reference to capitalism. If you don't have borders, you don't have a country. They, them just said they wanted to overthrow the government, guys. That's what they're talking about when they say abolition of the state.
Loses its meaning if you don't define what you're trying to abolish. But we are all, I think, invested in some way in the abolition of the carceral state, and specifically prisons, immigration detention centers, family policing, jails. And this derives from, I think, the understanding that all of this is a modern iteration of slavery in this country's context, wherein we know the state is trying to select specific bodies that it wants to have a very controlling handle on, and so creates laws that actually over-incarcerate certain populations, and once incarcerated, tries to deprive them of rights. So prison abolition then is, I think, a pragmatic tool to deconstructing that carceral state that has been created over time. And I think that, you know, if we use abolition, which is this vision of a horizon of a world without the need for the thing we're trying to dismantle. So for prison abolition, a world without prisons might be—
well, no, family policing does not mean parental rights over your children. No, that's not right. It's a reference to child protective services. These people fucking hate child protective services like more than almost anything. So that is what family policing is. It's a reference to child protective services.
I reject the thought that only the action of shutting down all prisons today is an abolitionist action. So a lot of my work has been trying to describe ways of creating a spectrum of abolitionist practices that we—
I understand why you said that, though.
To get closer to that horizon, because it's not workable to simply shut down all prisons and immigration detention centers and jails today. We need to figure out what to do instead. And so a part of abolition is that building and that work of transformative change to get us there. But I'll explain more later about some ways to get there that I've theorized on.
Yeah. Hi, everybody. Thanks to Professors Kim and Hansman for putting this on, and for everybody else that had, you know, put a lot of labor into this too. I think a lot of what you were saying, Dee, had me thinking. We were talking earlier too, so I maybe repeat, but I think I'm thinking differently too. So I don't know how personal we want to be, but I'll just share personally. I think to your point
personal
about
story.
trans as identity, I think that was really important to me as a younger person. That like I felt that I could be my full self, and that trans is sort of like a marker was like me rejecting all of the things, all of the like cis heteronormative things that sort of existed. And I think as time has gone on, and so the thing that I said earlier was that a mentor had mentioned to me many years ago that like everything they know about being trans, they knew from being with other people. And that person, unbeknownst to me at the time, was also an abolitionist person. And so for me, as I like came through that kind of process of thought, that like I was less concerned with identity and I was more concerned with how I think about trans and transness now as like a lever of something, which I will say more about in a second.
A lever of capitalism.
They feel connected to me at all times. What it means for me to think about the word trans, and though it is very contested, and also sort of like abolition and what we mean by abolition. I appreciate you bringing that in, D. Like we have to be more specific and more clear. To me, that means to sort of like locate and think about all the locations where we can disrupt sort of like business as usual, wherever that is, and how we can think about disruptions of power and sort of like normalcy,
capitalism,
and like binaries and all those kinds of things.
Binaries.
Wherever those things might be. And so thinking about trans as like a fluid sort of like spectrum or whatever identity thing for people, that's interesting. That's kind of cool. But more so I think of it as like a pathway in to locate like where power is and how it's operating.
Trans is a pathway in to locating where the power is and how it's operating. How could being trans possibly be a pathway in to locate where power is and how it's operating if they're talking about transitioning from man to woman or woman to man? What is this person talking about? This person just said they them's definition of trans is a pathway in to locate where power is and how it's operating. What the fuck are they talking about? That's not about transitioning from man to woman or woman to man. What are they saying? What do they mean when they say power? What are they referencing when they say power? Is anyone listening to me or are you guys all talking amongst yourself in the chat? What are they saying? No one's gotten it right yet, mostly because no one's actually answering the question. I'm just going to sit here until someone answers the question I'm asking. We're not moving until someone actually answers the fucking question in a way that I find acceptable. I don't find any of the thank you. Deets. Not only the hero we needed who got us over 100 channel memberships, the only person who was actually listening to the fucking question I was asking. When the left is referencing power, they are talking about the hierarchy. Who is on top? Who has the power? Who is on the bottom? The hierarchy is created by capitalism that puts some groups at the top and other groups in a disadvantaged, oppressed position. That is what they're talking about. This person is saying that trans is a pathway in to locating the hierarchy and understanding how it's operating. They are referencing the capitalist system that created the gender binary in the first place.
Or whatever identity thing for people. That's interesting. That's kind of cool. But more so I think of it as like a pathway in to locate like where power is and how it's operating. And so sometimes that is about, you know, gender or whatever. Sometimes that is also about race, or all the time. Sometimes that is about class all the time. Sometimes that is about sort of like citizenship. Sometimes that is about disability status, right? And so to me, that's how I think more about that now.
Literally every single one of those things he just mentioned is related to capitalism. Every single thing that he just mentioned in that list of power structures is related to capitalism. Let's just go through the list. We're going to do it one by one.
But more so I think of it as like a pathway in to locate like where power is and how it's operating. And so sometimes that is about, you know, gender or whatever. Sometimes
gender. They believe capitalism created the gender binary.
Sometimes that is also about race, or all the
race. They believe capitalism created systemic racism, which created economic disparities based on property ownership and slavery. Whiteness means capitalism. It is not a reference to skin color. It is a reference to the system that created racism. That is what systemic racism is.
Sometimes that is about class.
Class, obviously. You have the capitalist class and the proletariat, the oppressors and the oppressed.
Sometimes that is about sort of like citizenship. Sometimes that
citizenship, that's about immigration, that is about borders. Capitalism is defined as private property ownership. What do you need to have private property? You need a border. They're not just talking about borders around the country, they're talking about borders around the states, borders around the cities, borders around your town, borders around your house. All borders. That is why it's about citizenship. That is how capitalism is related to citizenship.
is about disability status.
Disability status is about people who have differently able bodies that do not allow them to be productive within the capitalist system. Disability studies is a subset of queer Marxism, which is about people who are handicapped or crip, as they call them. Literally, they call themselves crips. About people who have ADD or autism or different neural abilities or like whatever. It's about people who are considered to be non-productive under the capitalist system. That is literally what disability studies is. People who are able-bodied at the top of the hierarchy, people who are not able-bodied, not productive at the bottom of the hierarchy. Do you guys see how every single issue these people talk about, every single issue is a different aspect of the capitalist system? The reference to gender is a different reference to capitalism than the reference to race, which is a different reference than citizenship, which is a different reference than disability status. But every single one of these issues, every single one, all the time, are related back to the abolition of capitalism. 100% of the time, it is never anything else.
Like where power is and how it's operating. And so sometimes that is about, gender or whatever. Sometimes that is also about race, or all the time. Sometimes that is about class all the time. Sometimes that is about sort of like citizenship. Sometimes that is about disability status, right? And so to me, that's how I think more about that now and less about like who an individual is and how they identify themselves, which I'm cool with. I'm down for all of y'all. I'm down for all the trans people. And I'm like, for me, that needs to be tied to a kind of like ethos, or to a kind of like responsibility, and like what are we going to do with that, and like what is our responsibility? And for me, the abolition piece like adds another level to say like my responsibility is to people who experience multiple forms of sort of like marginalization or some proximity to sort of like violence or harm, and how can
abolition means the overthrow of the oppressive hierarchies. Abolition always means the overthrow of the capitalist system. They could be talking about prisons, they could be talking about borders, they could be talking about gender, but at the core, abolition means the abolition of the power structure that capitalism created.
like what is our responsibility? And for me, the abolition piece like adds another level to say like my responsibility is to people who experience multiple forms of sort of like marginalization or some proximity to sort of like violence or harm, and how can I better understand that, better locate that, and figure out then with other people what I want to do something different, to create and build other worlds and possibilities.
Other world means communism.
And then I think also
other worlds and possibilities means the overthrow of the US government. It means the implementation of communism.
Locate that and figure out then with other people what I want to do something different, to create and build other worlds and possibilities. So I think about that. And then I think also in transness for me is like this conversation about like how bodies are like created intentionally, but also how bodies are contested. And so like that's how when people talk about like Black folks are also trans in some way, that like we have been positioned differently from a sort of like particular kind of pristine white cis heteronormative sort of like body. And so
what does that mean? Black folks are trans in some way. What does that mean? Let's see who's been paying attention to the meticulous lesson that I just gave you. Black folks are also trans. What does that mean? I need you guys to pull out your best high IQ answers in the chat. Does not mean black folks are socialists. That's not what it means. Close though. Close. What do they mean when they say black folks are also trans? If you don't know, then maybe zip it. Do not answer anti-capitalism. That is not an answer, okay? Come on. Use your words. They're at the bottom of the hierarchy. Thank you. Red Menace Guru with the high IQ answer today. W's to you, bro. Yes. Black folks are the proletariat, the oppressed. They were the ones who were oppressed under slavery. They are the ones who were the property under slavery. The ownership of black slaves as property. And it's the property part that matters. It's not necessarily the skin color. I know this is confusing. When they say black, they mean property. When they say white, they mean owner. Black, that's the hierarchy. Owner at the top, property at the bottom. Okay? That is the hierarchy. Black folks are also trans in this case because they are at the bottom of the hierarchy. They were the property. Trans folks are at the bottom of the hierarchy because the gender binary is the top of the hierarchy. The capitalist gender binary is in control of society. People think that men and women are a thing. Trans people, by which they mean transform or transcend, they don't mean transition, are at the bottom of the hierarchy. To them, black people are all oppressed because of black slaves being owned as property. Trans people, as in non-binary, as in transform or transcend, are also oppressed because of the gender binary, which was created by capitalism. They're the same thing. They're the oppressed class. Yo, what's up? I've learned so much and completely changed my view. I'm much harder now, almost a fascist. Well, we'll get you there, old sub. We'll get you there. Thanks for being a member of the channel for 9 months, bro. So appreciate you. You rock.
It's like this conversation about like how bodies are like created intentionally, but also how bodies are contested. And so like that's how when people talk about like black folks are also trans in some way, that like we have been positioned differently from a sort of like particular kind of pristine white cis heteronormative sort of like body. And so not that all black people are trans people in identity, but like we are sort of like trans, right? Because we have a different proximity to a particular kind of like white supremacist sort of like power structure. So I think more so now I think about those kinds of things.
The white supremacist power structure is the hierarchy that was created by capitalism of property ownership that is slavery. That's what they just said. One more time, just because this is complicated. I want people to hear it again.
About like black folks are also trans in some way, that like we have been positioned differently from sort of like particular kind of pristine white cis heteronormative sort of like body. And so not that all black people are trans people in identity, but like we are sort of like trans, right? Because we have a different proximity to a particular kind of like white supremacist sort of like power structure. So I think more so now I think about those kinds of things and disruption. And that leads me to think about other sorts of binaries that I want to like undo. So like innocent versus not innocent, criminal versus non-criminal, citizen versus non-citizen, right? And to think of a place of trans.
Old sub comes in, drops a 50. 50 see, now everyone that's here that made it through the yelling and the screaming and the ranting and the raving and the deportations, you all just got treated to old sub dropping 50 channel memberships in the chat. I want to see W's from everyone. I want to see plague doctor emojis from everyone who has a channel membership. You all have a premium emoji that has the plague doctor. Let's go, old sub. Let's go, bro. MVP so far. MVP so far of the day. Big support from the king, the legend of old sub. Thank you so much for all you do, my friend. I so appreciate it.
First, I'm like, oh, this allows me to sort of open up my mind to all these other places where we need to like undo these like understandings of sort of like normalcy, and whether that has to do with disability or race or all these other things. So yeah, that was the moment I was saying, like, I don't know a person I want to be, but like I did used to feel really connected to like the identity piece. I thought that was really important. I think it is really important. And then for me, it's mostly just a jumping off point. Like, how do I jump off from there to think about all these other things, right? So yeah, I don't know if you were nodding to.
Yeah, I was nodding because I have a similar.
Yeah.
Oh my
You know,
God,
like I think
actually.
trans identity is so important to so many people at a very personal level in terms of how one understands oneself, how one moves through the world, how one claims one's ability to express who they are. And so I think that's important. And I'm always I want to be careful about, you know, pushing back against that. But I do think that when we get too invested, and I think you both mentioned this, when we get too invested in trans as an identity category, we lose its political power as, I mean, it's a concept that has changed over time. It's a concept that has different meanings.
Did she just say that trans is about political power, or they, them? Excuse me. These are all they, thems. Hang on. We are too invested in trans as an identity, and it's about political power. Did I hear that right? I may not have, actually. But
that when we get too invested, and I think you both mentioned this, when we get too invested in trans as an identity category, we lose its political power.
When we get to, holy shit, Sarah Lambo, really? When we get too invested in trans as an identity category, that means man or woman. That's what the they them is saying. Identity category means man or woman, okay? When we get too invested in trans as an identity, it loses its political power. To these people, transform gender, or transcend gender is a political position. Queer is a political ideology. These people, this is getting a little in the weeds, but you guys are the real ones. You guys have already been here for 4 fucking hours, okay? When you get into the really hardcore queer Marxist stuff, what you learn is they want to abolish all identity categories. All. That includes non-binary. Non-binary for them is a transitionatory category. They created the category of non-binary as a political category to reject the gender binary of men and women. But once they get enough people rejecting the categories of men and women, the third category of non-binary, which can mean an infinite number of things, they're going to get rid of that one too. It's just a transitionatory mechanism. When you get into the real gender abolitionist literature, which we've read on this channel, but not in a while, we probably should revisit it. When you get into the gender, there is actually a branch of leftist propaganda called gender nihilism. You can look that up. Look up the Gender Nihilist Manifesto. It's some really crazy shit. We read it years ago. This is the advanced stuff I'm giving you right now, but I need people to understand. They believe that all identity categories are created by capitalism. That includes their non-binary identity category, because they had to create that in order to give people another option that's not man or woman. In order to get people to reject the gendered categories of man and women, you have to give them something else. But eventually, that something else is going to go away too. All identity categories will disappear. It is not correct that these people play identity politics. They do not. Identity politics is the domain of Democrats, liberals, and progressives. These are radical revolutionary queer Marxists. They reject all identity categories. 1 in the chat if you understand what I just explained, 2 in the chat if you're confused. Yes, they believe that anytime you have any identity categories, you have a hierarchy. Identity categories create hierarchy. Hierarchy creates oppression. Therefore, in order to get rid of oppression, you have to get rid of all hierarchy, which means all identity categories. This is some advanced shit. If you guys are getting this, you know more than like 99% of people about this ideology. This is like the master's degree level understanding of queer theory, okay?
And I'm always I want to be careful about, you know, pushing back against that, but I
Mm-hmm.
do think that when we get too invested, and I think you both mentioned this, when we get too invested in trans as an identity category, we lose its political power as, I mean, it's a concept that has changed over time. It's a concept that has different meanings in different contexts. And so rather, for me, I'm interested in tracing how that concept moves and changes over time and what it does. Like what
does queer mean? Queer is a radical far-left political ideology that wants to overthrow capitalism by overthrowing cultural norms like the gender binary and the nuclear family. Queer is about the annihilation of capitalism. That is a direct quote from Toward the Queerest Insurrection by the Mary Nardini Gang, written around about 2008 in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. You can find Toward the Queerest Insurrection on the Anarchist Library. You can also find deep dives I've done about it. But like queer is an anti-capitalist political ideology. That is what it is. Queer is not about being gay. Queer is not about being trans. Queer is an anti-capitalist political ideology that wants to overthrow the gender binary and abolish the nuclear family, because those are the cultural norms that uphold capitalism.
What does a claim to transness do in this moment? What does it do in other contexts? And how does it, as you were saying, how does it provide a way into thinking about relations of gendered power, racial power, economic power, disability? You know, these things are always.
So Sarah Lamble just said it again. This is about, think about the relations of gender power, racial power, economic power, disability. She just did it again. She said, this is about all of these things related to capitalism. Queer is constantly conflated with gay because conservatives are a bunch of retarded fucking faggots who are obsessed with gay people, because most of them are closeted gay themselves. You understand, right? The reason that conservative politicians have always been so obsessed with gay people is that they themselves are gay. And I'm not using the F word to demean gay people. I love gay men. Gay men are fucking awesome. I have an F word card. I'm given permission by the gay men in my chat to use the F word, okay? Because conservatives are a bunch of fucking retards who don't know the difference between the normie gay rights movement and the queer liberation movement, which are two completely different things. So go ask the conservative influencers why they're so fucking stupid and why most of them are closeted homosexuals.
So rather, for me, I'm interested in tracing how that concept moves and changes over time and what it does. Like what does a claim to transness do in this moment? What does it do in other contexts? And how does it, as you were saying, how does it provide a way into thinking about relations of gendered power, racial power, economic power, disability? You know, these things are always and contesting kind of binaries. And so I think there's a way. I'm more interested in the question. I mean, I think part of the reason why, and I'm speaking from the British context, why we've gotten into the mess we have in Britain is because I think people got really invested in staking the boundaries around transness.
Yeah.
And actually, I think rather than trying to claim the boundaries around it, it's like, what does it do when we think about it as a way of understanding power dynamics? How does it allow us to challenge, which I think when people are trying to like stake a claim in what the boundaries are, they're trying to address power injustices and they're trying to address oppression. But I think through identity doesn't get us where we need to go. So I'm interested in the, you know, similar how you're talking about questioning its how it comes to be, what it does, and its kind of usefulness in some contexts and also some of its limitations as a concept.
That's really fascinating. And just one more thought on this. I think of abolition and transness as both having a decolonial valence, wherein
Decolonial means anti-capitalist. Colonization, colonialism means capitalism because it means the theft of the land, okay? When they say transness has a decolonial valence, they are saying anti-capitalist. Decolonization is removing capitalism. Decolonization is overthrowing capitalism. Decolonization is taking the land back from the capitalist oppressors.
That's really fascinating. And just one more thought on this. I think of abolition and transness as both having a decolonial valence, wherein trans is a word from the West, and in many ways a colonizing reclamation of those genders that have been or tried to have been decimated by
trans is a word of the West in which the genders that tried to be decimated were actually cemented. That's basically what they just said. I don't know, like, I didn't get all the words right, but like, we're going to listen to it again. They're saying, when this person says trans is a word of the West, they mean trans as in transition. What they're saying is indigenous people all over the world always knew there were people who were non-binary, who were outside of the binary gender system. Trans is a word the West came up with to make it an identity category to cement these categories of men and women. When they're saying trans in this context, they are saying trans as in transition. You have to listen very closely to their language sometimes. They're saying trans as in transition is not correct. There were all these other groups of people that had all these non-binary like gender categories, and then capitalism came and stole the land and forced everyone to be a man or a woman. Listen again. Well, no, whiteness means capitalism. You're very close. Anti-whiteness is not a real fucking thing. We don't use that term here. Whiteness means capitalism. Whiteness is a direct reference to capitalism. Nothing to do with skin color. That's bullshit. That's, again, right-wing fucking fantasy because they're too stupid to understand what's going on. Anyway, listen to this.
Transness as both having a decolonial valence, wherein trans is a word from the West, and in many ways a colonizing reclamation of those genders that have been or tried to have been decimated by colonization, and abolition as this work of trying to usurp one of the end results of colonization, which is the mass incarceration of people. And so I think that if we get to these other...
They're saying that when the West came up with the term trans to instill the categories of men and women, they were basically trying to get rid of all the non-binary. They were trying to get rid of all these people outside of the gender binary. That is why they're saying trans is a word created by the West. It's not a reference to transform or transcend. It's a reference to transition, which upholds the gender binary. We're going to listen one more time.
From having this, I think of abolition and transness as both having a decolonial valence, wherein trans is a word from the West, and in many ways a colonizing reclamation of those genders that have been or tried to have been decimated by colonization, and abolition as this work of trying to usurp one of the end results of colonization, which is the mass incarceration of people. And so I think that if we get to these other kinds of almost like ephemeral understandings of transness that we're all reaching for, that's good and that's great. And also, can we connect ourselves using resources such as PBS's third gender map from 2015, a map of gender diverse cultures from around the world, and realize, oh, right,
the gender map
predated Western colonization. Transness predated the binary understanding of gender.
Okay. Now they've moved back into using the term trans as transform or transcend. Okay. So for the briefest moments when they were criticizing the West and colonization and capitalism, they used the word trans to mean transition, but they were saying it in a derogatory effect. They were not saying it in a positive light. Now they've come back and are using trans as transform or transcend again, because this person just said transness predated the binary understanding of gender explicitly. What they're saying is non-binary people used to be all over the world. They weren't in these artificial categories of men and women. Transness, transforming gender, transcending gender, predates the binary man and woman understanding of gender. Does everyone understand what I'm saying? Listen again.
Using resources such as PBS's third gender map from 2015, a map of gender diverse cultures from around the world, and realize, oh, right, transness predated Western colonization. Transness predated the binary understanding of gender, but they weren't using the word trans. It was very cultural, it was very religious, right? It was very context specific. And so how can we, going to what Ash said, find our responsibility in some of those cultural values? What could it mean to be part of our culture in a way that embraces our specific contributions through our maybe gendered lens and maybe just our personal lens, right? And that doesn't look like trying to define a rights talk around the term. So I think that right now, you know, there are lawyers thinking about trans status discrimination as something to try to reach for. I don't know if that would be a good thing. And I don't know if the court will give it to us, but if we were to create that, I wonder if we would end up where UK ended up.
And I think on that note of the UK and the US and various other parts of the world that are kind of engaged in this real intensification of repression and violence against trans people, I'm curious if you all can sort of speak to some of the benefits of using abolitionist approaches or strategies. Where are those useful and how? And also, what sorts of challenges come up in confronting that sort of intensification through an abolitionist politics?
Yeah, I mean, I can start in Turf Island that I live in.
Turf Island.
So one of the
J.K.
things
Rowling.
that I was interested when the kind of like, you know, obviously there's a long history of anti-trans politics in Britain, but to be honest, until recently, it was in feminist and queer spaces, it was very fringe. It was like, if you were of that, you know, people didn't really take you seriously. And in a very short period of time, what they call themselves critical feminists. They don't call themselves TERFs. And I actually think it's more accurate in some ways and not in others, because lots of them are not actually feminists. So to call them trans, you know, exclusionary radical feminists is not accurate. But
see, they believe that you cannot be a feminist if you're not an anti-capitalist. J.K. Rowling to them is not a feminist because J.K. Rowling is a capitalist that believes that the category of women are a thing. Anti-capitalist queer activists do not believe that women are they don't believe that women are a real thing. They believe everyone's non-binary. And so to them, anyone who calls themselves a feminist but doesn't want to accept people like trans people, that means they're upholding the gender binary, which means they're upholding capitalism, which means they're not a real feminist. Again?
politics in Britain. But to be honest, until recently, it was in feminist and queer spaces, it was very fringe. It was like, if you were of that, you know, people didn't really take you seriously. And in a very short period of time, what they call themselves critical feminists. They don't call themselves TERFs. And I actually think it's more accurate in some ways and not in others, because lots of them are not actually feminists.
No.
So to call them trans,
No. They are incredibly consistent with their language. You don't understand that yet because you are new to this and have never listened to them before. They are incredibly consistent. They've been saying the same fucking thing for 70 fucking years. And the reason you don't know that is because you listen to media that is retarded and doesn't listen to them.
It was in feminist and queer spaces, it was very fringe. It was like, if you were of that, you know, people didn't really take you seriously. And in a very short period of time, what they call themselves critical feminists. They don't call themselves TERFs. And I actually think it's more accurate in some ways and not in others, because lots of them are not actually feminists. So to call them trans, you know, exclusionary radical feminists is not accurate. But they were able to move their politics from the fringe into the mainstream. And they did it, at least my reading on it, is they did it through safety politics. They did it by claiming that trans rights were a threat to cis women and girls' rights, and that they really fixated on this, creating this figure of the kind of trans predator, the trans woman who's really just a man in a dress who's trying to invade women's spaces and hurt and harm women. And so I think the tendency in that context is for people to say, no, we're the real victims. These are, you know, trans people deserve care, deserve, you know, fair treatment. And that is all true. But I think we got into a kind of deadlock of who's the most deserving. And where I think abolition is really useful, because abolition is very deeply invested in the idea that we contest logics of deserving and undeserving. That instead of saying we want to move trans people out of the category of undeserving, we want to, in order to get access to safety and resources and material things that people need,
probably conservative fucking retards. Excuse me, if they're not the same thing, then who put the LGBTQ, the Q and LGBTQ? Probably actually conservative fucking retards. Probably. But it actually doesn't fucking matter, bro. I'm going to disprove everything that you have been meticulously teaching by pointing out that there is a Q in LGBTQ. Libs owned. Do you know how fucking stupid you sound? I have a lecture on my Substack. If you want to understand the difference between gay rights and trans and queer liberation, go to my Substack. This is the specific lesson for you, BB. And if you don't do this, I'm probably going to ban you because you're still going to be massively fucking retarded. Go to my Substack. That is Karlyn, KARLYN.substack.com. Click on new to my work. Start here. Scroll down until you find this, an introduction to queer Marxism, the left's most dystopian ideology. This will explicitly fucking explain to you that there is a difference between the gay rights movement and the queer liberation movement. Now, what people like you don't understand, because you listen to retarded conservative bullshit, is that queer liberationists never fucking wanted gay marriage to be legalized. Never wanted it to be legalized. But they didn't win. The queer liberationists did not win. The normie gay rights activists, the Democrats, the liberals, the fucking progressives won the fucking fight. They were fighting with the far left for decades before faggots like you, F-word pass, I have an F-word pass, gay men have said I can use that word. I don't even mean he's a gay man, I mean he's a massive fucking retard, by the way. Before retards like you even realized what was going on. After gay marriage was legalized, after the normie gay rights movement won, and the radical queer liberationists that we are currently watching now, after they lost, they took over all the fucking non-profits started by the normie gay rights activists. Because guess what happened after gay marriage was legalized? Bet you don't know this because no one ever fucking taught you this. The normie gays went home. All most gay rights activists wanted was for gay marriage to be legalized. They just wanted to get married. They just wanted to be able to visit their partners in the hospital. They just wanted to be left alone to assimilate to capitalist society. When they won, when they got their way, they fucking left and went and got married. And they stopped being activists. What happened at that point is there was a huge fucking vacuum in the space that the queer Marxists then filled and took over all their fucking gay rights organizations. And that is when the Q got added on because they are pushing queer liberation. So, there's your answer. It doesn't change anything. You didn't debunk anything. You just look like an idiot conservative who didn't know what he was talking about because you tried to own me to debunk what I was saying because it hurts your little fucking feelings. Bend down this road a time or two. Bend down this road a time or two. Now, we're paying attention to this. These are not gay rights activists. These are queer liberationists.
Is all true, but I think we got into a kind of deadlock of who's the most deserving. And where I think abolition is really useful because abolition is very deeply invested in the idea that we can test logics of deserving and undeserving. That instead of saying we want to move trans people out of the category of undeserving, we want to.
Yeah, this is also a good question. If lesbian, gay, and bi means queer, then why does it need a separate fucking category? Excuse me, I've been told that queer just means gay by my conservative retard commentators. Oh yeah? Then why does it need a separate fucking category? Why wasn't lesbian, gay, or bi actually sufficient? Why did it need a separate category in the first place if it's all the same fucking thing?
In order to get access to safety and resources and material things that people need, we take the position that no one is disposable. Everyone is, safety for all means everyone.
That means
and I
comrade.
think that when we hold the line of no one is disposable, it actually enables us to move outside of a liberal rights framework and into a framework that looks much more about socioeconomic material needs and material safety.
The queer communist just said They're moving outside of a liberal rights framework and into more of a framework where they're talking about socioeconomic and material needs. These are not liberals. They do not like liberals. They do not support liberals. They are moving out of the liberal framework. They are moving into communism.
Everyone is, safety for all means everyone. And I think that when we hold the line of no one is disposable, it actually enables us to move outside of a liberal rights framework and into a framework that looks much more about socioeconomic material needs and material safety, as opposed to what I think is operating in the British context, which is a debate about symbolic safety. Do I feel unsafe? And whether you feel unsafe is not the same as whether you actually are unsafe. And so I think we need to move to kind of what are the material conditions that we need in order to make sure that everyone has safety and that no one...
That means communism, guys. Anytime you're hearing a reference to the term material conditions, that is always a reference to communism. We're going to take care of the material conditions, the resources that everyone needs. No. 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 You need to learn how to shut the fuck up and listen, because listen, you are obviously coming from conservative retard media. I'm trying to be real nice to you right now, but you are obviously and clearly coming from listening to way too much conservative retard media, and you need to look in the mirror and understand you don't know shit about shit. Your job is to listen and to learn and to ask questions. You are no longer allowed to make statements. If your chat does not have a question mark in it, then I don't want to fucking hear it. We have nothing to learn from you. You have nothing to contribute to the conversation. You don't know what you're talking about. We will try to teach you, but you have to shut the fuck up and listen and ask questions. Yo, thank you, Zeus. Appreciate it.
Which is a debate about symbolic safety. Do I feel unsafe?
Yeah, queers want
and
nothing
whether
to do
you
with
feel
liberal,
unsafe
please.
is not the same as whether you actually are unsafe. And so I think we need to move to kind of what are the material conditions that we need in order to make sure that everyone has safety and that no one is thrown away.
Yeah, I think everything you just said.
Got you, bro. Thank
I'm
you.
thinking a lot of
go.
so the moment that we're in right now. I think I was talking to somebody earlier. I was saying like it felt like a lot of people. Y'all can tell me immediately by your reaction if this was wrong. It felt like a lot of people thought they got a lot of stuff when Biden was like president, and now people are like, we don't have anything. And I'm just like, a lot of people didn't have anything then, like they didn't have stuff. And now there's so much anxiety, which makes a lot of sense. We're in a different moment, right? But to the point about like rights and all of that, like those strategies that seem like they work for some people to get some stuff, maybe under Biden, like that shit don't work. Like they don't care. They don't care if you want to have a particular, I don't know, legal access to, and you can correct me on this, but if we want a particular kind of legal access to hormones, or if you want to be able to make particular kind of decisions about where you live or where you work or whatever, they don't care. But also, I don't know that they cared before. And I think the kind of rights framework of liberalism that like got some people to make them feel like they got a lot of stuff before, in my opinion, made us...
Again, shitting on liberalism. That stupid rights framework, like under liberalism, that did all this stuff that I don't like. They're shitting on liberalism, guys. These people fucking hate liberals.
Make particular kind of decisions about where you live or where you work or whatever. They don't care. But also, I don't know that they cared before. And I think the kind of rights framework of liberalism that like got some people to make them feel like they got a lot of stuff before, in my opinion, made us more dependent on a particular kind of savior that wasn't coming for a lot of our people anyway. That wasn't coming for Black trans women who are incarcerated. That wasn't coming for, whoever, right? And so my nervousness in this moment is that like, we're gonna keep doing the thing that had been doing, which is we try to go to a particular kind of state actor
to
solve our problems. when many of those same problems.
I just spent like 5 minutes losing my obvious nicotine cigarette on the desk. I swear to God, I was like before I got that super chat, I totally had what's obviously a nicotine cigarette in my hand, and I put it down, and I literally just spent 5 minutes searching my desk for it. That's the time of stream. That's it. You no, you haven't. No, you haven't. You don't know basic 101 level information. You have not been a long time fan. There is no universe in which you've been a long time fan and you don't know the basic 101 level information. Okay, well, yeah, I can forgive people being retarded when they're high. All right, fine. Okay, fine, excused. I put it down and I fucking lost it. I put it down to answer the super chat and I lost it. It's a nicotine cigarette. No one spread any rumors, okay?
Assisted. And so that's the thing, right? That's the blah of me. The more hopefulness of me, though, is at the moment, so what Lambo was saying, is that something that I think we could do, and I feel like there's an opening for, is to actually reach.
I was like, I fucking know it's here somewhere. Did I just hallucinate taking that? I was like, it didn't get up and walk away. Did I drop it on the floor? Like, what the fuck?
The kind of world that we want, because they're not going to give us anything. And so what are our demands? What are our particular kind of abolitionist horizons? What are our conversations? What are our critiques? What is our analysis? What kind of world do we want to live in together that actually produces material needs, right? Like not just survival, but like material sort of needs for people, right? Like they have food, they have like a place to live, you know, places that feel well, that feel as affirming as possible, all that kind of stuff, right? Like all these
material needs is a reference to everyone having housing, everyone having food, everyone having universal health care, everyone having free public education, everyone having everything they need. It is a reference to communism.
Sort of versions of family that aren't just like the nuclear family and stuff like that. And that those things are
versions of family that are not the nuclear family, because in communism, the nuclear family will not exist because the nuclear family reproduces capitalist values. In communism, there will be no parental rights. Everyone will belong to everyone else. And that creates different forms of family that are not the nuclear family.
Needs, right? Like not just survival, but like material sort of needs for people, right? Like they have food, they have like a place to live, you know, places that feel well, that feel as affirming as possible, all that kind of stuff, right? Like all these sort of versions of family that aren't just like the nuclear family and stuff like that. And that those things are protected and supported. And that we don't have to continue to ask someone who isn't coming, who didn't come before, maybe came for some people, but who isn't coming to provide that for us. And I don't mean that to say that I think that we shouldn't try to protect and try to struggle over really particular kinds of spaces like education spaces, right? But like what kind of educational space do we want, I think is a different kind of question. Like what kind of space of practice do we want around, you know, food access or housing access is a different kind of question than like, how can we go back to when some people got some stuff? And so to me, like a set of abolitionist questions like arrive me at that. And how can we practice together to be able to like help provide and also still struggle over some really integral parts of life. Like I want to still struggle over those things. And also with the understanding that like things weren't just all good 4 or 5 years, however long it's been, I don't know. It hasn't been that long since this man has been here, but it feels forever. Like it wasn't all good then, right? And it hasn't historically been all good. So we can't like look at the past as like with some like rosy eyes or whatever. And so again, what do we want to create anew? Like what is the new we want to build? And so anyway, I feel like a sort of like moment, an abolitionist moment for me is to like really think more deeply about the terrain that we are on, and to really analyze it appropriately, and to do that together in collectivity, which I think is part of what this project is doing, and to not create some sort of revisionist history that trans people had access to all the things that we needed in order to live before this moment, because we did not, and many people did not. But we can do something else, and that something else has to like start with a different kind of imaginative that an abolitionist sort of like praxis offers us, and not to turn to these people who don't care about our humanity, who didn't. So I'm like, I keep trying to grapple with that, and I don't want to sound like you know, like just like don't do anything, don't engage at all with the state, which we can talk about that too if people want to talk about that, ask that question.
Government,
because part of me believes
U.S.
that.
government.
But I also am saying that, yeah, I think abolition calls me to come to y'all, calls me to come to everyone, and not to come to some sort of like rights-based sort of like framework or whatever, which I think is what some people are starting to do now, right? Like, call your legislator about everything. Call your lawyer about everything. I'm like, they're trying, but like nobody cares, you know? So I don't know, D. You can tell me if I'm wrong. Y'all can tell me if I'm wrong, but I was just like, I don't know. I don't know if people get, yeah.
No, I agree with like.
But those are tools. I get those are tools. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I agree with most of what you said. I'm
Yeah.
going to step back and say that I think that given the question, I'm looking to call the question,
Yeah.
right? Like I tell my students on their exams. So given the repression and the violence on trans people, what abolitionist strategies do we have?
Yeah.
I think that a part of abolition teaches us to center and start with those who are most suffering of our community through this. And I think that that's trans people in prison. So the reason I center trans people in prison is coming from that abolitionist angle, that if we do that, we actually create ripple effects for positive change for all. That's been happening, and that led to backlash. So it is not for nothing that Kamala Harris was called out by Trump for California's policies regarding trans people on the inside, despite the fact that she was the defendant in litigation regarding trans people's placement, regarding the access to care. And then they had to give it because they won in court or policies changed, right, to settle court cases. So California is the front edge of what kind of care is provided to trans people and continues to remain on the other side of the V in all of these trans cases. So I think with what you're saying, right, something I want to bring in is a theory I heard from James Essex, who's the litigation director of the ACLU's LGBT and HIV project. So I want to cite him with this framework. And it is kind of a spectrum of subordination and discrimination. So the first step of kind of an abolitionist work would be to remove all formal discrimination. And unfortunately, we're actually seeing the rise of formal discrimination under law against trans people right now.
How do they propose removing all forms of discrimination? What does it mean to them to say we want to remove all forms of discrimination? What does that actually mean? This is a pop quiz for the chat. I want to see some answers. You cannot remove all forms of discrimination until you overthrow capitalism. Capitalism creates all forms of discrimination because capitalism creates the hierarchies. The hierarchies create the oppression or the discrimination. You cannot get rid of discrimination, any discrimination, without overthrowing capitalism. And eventually, down the road, that's going to mean getting rid of all identity categories like man and woman, and just having everyone be kind of like a nebulous, non-binary, non-racial too. When they say they want to get rid of categories, identity categories, they don't just mean man or woman. They also mean the racial categories. They don't want any racial categories. Doesn't matter if their skin color is different or not. It doesn't fucking matter. To them, race is not about skin color. Race is about the system of capitalism, who is on the bottom and who is on the top. Has nothing to do with skin color.
Subordination and discrimination. So the first step of kind of an abolitionist work would be to remove all formal discrimination. And unfortunately, we're actually seeing the rise of formal discrimination under law against trans people right now. Once you're done with that, then you create a non-discrimination right that you can then litigate and kind of find it when it's out there.
What on earth makes you think they like individuality? They believe individuality upholds capitalism. Have I said fuck off about individuality? Have you heard them say fuck off about individuality? No one has said, like, literally the word individuality has not been mentioned once today, and we've been streaming for almost 5 hours. They do not like individuality. They do not want individuality. Individuality upholds capitalism. Individuality means some people have more than others. These are collectivists. These are not individualists. These are collectivists.
And then after that, you can try to think of affirmative rights, right? If you want to be in the rights world. And I think what I hear you saying is that the third step of that
wasn't really working for us. That we thought we were able to get affirmative rights, and maybe we got too loud, maybe we reached too far, but it didn't actually give us what we thought we were getting. We shouldn't celebrate the Biden or Obama administrations. And I agree with that, but I actually don't agree with the fact that we shouldn't be striving for it. I just think that we don't need to place the right in the hands of the state. So how we get that right, I think, requires us to stretch beyond our imaginations right now, living under capitalism in the United States specifically.
Capitalism in the United States specifically? Were those the most beautiful words we have heard so far in this presentation? They are talking about capitalism in the United States specifically. Could it be any more clear? Did anyone not yet believe me that all this was about capitalism in the United States specifically? Again, they, them, again. We shouldn't celebrate Biden. They hated Biden. Biden was a capitalist, guys.
Thought we were able to get affirmative rights, and maybe we got too loud, maybe we reached too far, but it didn't actually give us what we thought we were getting. We shouldn't celebrate the Biden or Obama administrations. And I agree with that, but I actually—
Wait, oh, I'm sorry. I wasn't even fully through that sentence. We shouldn't celebrate the Biden or Obama administrations. Both Biden and Obama upheld capitalism. They were Democrats, they were liberals, they were progressives. These are queer liberation Marxists. They did not support Biden. They did not support Obama. No, they weren't voting for Democrats. No, they were not celebrating everything Biden and Obama did. They fucking hated them. They didn't vote for them. They still shit talk them to this day at their events. These are not fucking Democrats. These are not fucking liberals. And these are not fucking progressives.
Really working for us. That we thought we were able to get affirmative rights, and maybe we got too loud, maybe we reached too far, but it didn't actually give us what we thought we were getting. We shouldn't celebrate the Biden or Obama administrations. And I agree with that, but I actually don't agree with the fact that we shouldn't be striving for it. I just think that we don't need to place the right in the hands of the state. So how we get that right, I think, requires us to stretch beyond our imaginations right now, living under capitalism in the United States specifically, where we don't even have a positive right to free healthcare, right? So without that, it's very hard to get people to realize that what we've been fighting for trans people on the inside under the 8th Amendment, where it is cruel and unusual to deprive people of medically necessary care, that's a more affirmative right to healthcare than we have in the free world. And that's why people can't wrap their heads around it, because we can't fathom having free healthcare in this country, because we simply don't.
The reason that we do not have free healthcare for everyone is capitalism, according to these people. Universal healthcare is an anti-capitalist political ideology. It might sound great to have all your health expenses taken care of, and God knows, if we just stop sending money overseas, I actually really wouldn't personally mind that happening. I actually think that if we were just actually investing in Americans instead of all this fucking bullshit overseas, that would probably be a better use of the money. I think universal healthcare is one of the most inoffensive ideas to Americans, but people need to be aware. You might like the idea of universal healthcare, and you might say, let's stop funding all this bullshit internationally and just pay for everything for Americans here. That'd be fucking awesome. And you'd be right about that. That does not mean that it is not communist. That does not mean it's not being pushed by communists for a very different reason than you might have. And that doesn't mean if they get universal healthcare someday, that doesn't mean they're going to stop trying to be communist, guys. They're not going to be like, okay, well, we got it. We're done. We're not going to try to be communists anymore. They're still going to try to abolish the police. They're still going to try to abolish borders. They're still going to try to abolish the nuclear family. Giving them universal healthcare is not going to stop them from being leftists. They're just going to move on to the next thing.
Have to be on insurance now, right? There's a right to the insured healthcare, but we are all still in the market system. And so if we think of other frameworks, and it's obviously challenging other frameworks too, but there's actually a more apples to apples comparison between the incarcerated people in the US and pick a country with national universal care. And so I actually think that
when we're thinking about our litigation remedies, what you can get out of a case, when we're thinking about the policy proposals to put out there to our legislatures, or when we're thinking
Well,
about these
no, I mean, listen, I wouldn't say no compromise. I wouldn't say that. I am not in favor of the war in Iran. The left is not in favor of the war in Iran. I fucking hate Israel. The left hates Israel. I am not, I actually don't like the cops. Like on a personal level, I don't like the cops. The left doesn't like the cops. I don't think universal healthcare would be that bad of a thing. Just stop paying for all this fucking shit in the Middle East. We would have more than enough money to provide universal healthcare for Americans. I'm not actually opposed to that. I'm not opposed to winning on issues that I might agree with the left on. The point is to understand where this comes from. The point is to understand I have different reasons for being opposed to the war in Iran than they do. I have different reasons for not liking the police than they do. I have different reasons for wanting universal health care than they do. I have different reasons for not wanting anything to do with Israel and wanting them the fuck out of American politics than they do. You just have to recognize why you're doing it. This is not to say don't give them anything. That's like letting them make your decisions for you. That's the stupid, retarded bullshit that conservatives do, where they let everyone else control their perspective to say, I'm going to be opposed to whatever the left is for. Well, that's fucking retarded. If I'm being honest, if your only political position is to be in opposition to your political enemy, that allows your political enemy to control you. This is why the right doesn't do fucking organizing. This is literally why the right doesn't do fucking organizing. Because they're like, the left are organizers, therefore, if we are organizing, we are leftists. I've actually heard them say this. I have heard so many fucking conservatives say if they do organizing, if they do rallies, if they do anything the left does, that makes them leftists. That is retarded. It doesn't fucking, you're missing the point I'm making, Soul Quest. You are missing the fucking point I'm making entirely, honestly.
Grassroots organizing priorities, there are ways that we can be aware of the fact that we're experiencing intense backlash, that we're experiencing retaliation to what we get. And so knowing that pushback can occur can inform the kinds of things we do. I do think that it can still be harm reductionist in a way that we should pursue to do things within that framework of the state, because that's what many people, especially those who are at in the grips of the state, like who have their necks under the state's boot, such as those incarcerated people, that's the floor, right? So if the constitutional floor or civil rights floor is what they have to rely on because there's no real way to get them access to gender euphoria without relying on it, then it's doing actually something. And so let's just realize that's not what we're shooting for in the long run, but we have to not let go of those who are at the interstitiums of all of this violence from the state and think that we can only do the kind of dream work. I think it's both and. I think that we have to find a way to kind of know what we want to work on best and do that. There's so many ways to do that. You can be a pen pal to someone on the inside. You can actually donate to mutual aid for bail funds to get people out of jail, and be in part of community trusts, right? Where or there are very many trusts or funds to help people fund their own healthcare now that it's not covered. Right, so we can actually take care of each other, but I want to push the state in ways to be a point of wealth redistribution and actually get it to where we want it and tell it to.
That was pretty overt. I want to push the state to be a form of wealth redistribution. Gosh, that sounds like communism, doesn't it?
And be in part of community trusts, right, where you're or there are very many trusts or funds to help people fund their own healthcare now that it's not covered, right? So we can actually take care of each other, but I want to push the state in ways to be a point of wealth redistribution.
Now I want to be very clear about this. What they're saying is utilizing the current system to redistribute wealth, just because they are going to get programs in place, and they will, by the way, they already have, just because they're working to get programs in place to redistribute wealth under the current political system in America does not mean that they would stop trying to overthrow the government. it's like a transitionatory mechanism. They're like, okay, we're not quite in a position to overthrow the government and do communism yet. So until we get to the point of overthrowing the government, let's try to do some other ways of wealth redistribution to start building the society that we want to build. And they're talking about using the capitalist state to do that. That is not to say that they will ever stop trying to overthrow capitalism. They will never stop trying to do that. It will never fucking happen. But they are more than willing to engage in like transitionatory mechanisms or getting what they can at the time. And this is why, again, they keep just pushing forward. It's about these little wins that take place over the course of decades. But they are never, ever, 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 ever going to stop until they overthrow the government.
Actually get it to where we want it and tell it to regulate how we want it to regulate, not how they're regulating from a very, again, market neoliberal standpoint. I don't think that we should ditch the entire concept of a state that is more welfarist. I just think that right now our state is very much the carceral perspective rather than a perspective that's actually trying to be caretaking. So I see why you'd be anti-state, but I don't think that being
I don't know if I'm fully anti-state, but
Right.
maybe I'm more anti-state. But go
yeah,
ahead.
but I don't think that we need to be fully anti-state in order to be abolitionists, is my point.
I think even, or are you going to move us? I was going to say.
No.
I think
This-
even what you're saying too, I think, so a rights framework would say like, let's make sure trans people can get their hormones. I think what you're saying is like, people need to have access to the things they need that are like life-giving, and that's everybody. So I'm like, yeah, I'm down with that. And I think that it seems to me like the sort of how an abolitionist praxis sort of like informs that is even different than I think some of the rights-based critique is. Like the first is the rights-based sort of thing, is like, give us these little piecemeal things along the way and give them for some people. But like to rethink healthcare, period, for all folk, I'm like, yeah, the sort of abolitionist imagination pushes me to that too. So I'm saying that and to say like, that's what I'm hearing. And I'm like, that I'm down with. And then also, maybe I am more anti-state than I sometimes state, but maybe I'm sometimes state. Maybe I'm like struggle with the state.
Ambivalent utilitarian.
You know, but then I'm like, why am I saying the state so fucking much? Anyway, go ahead.
Shoot, you're not gonna like my next
Oh God.
I
forgot the
okay, y'all are kind of already
Yeah.
sitting in the tension of what I wanted to ask. But I'm just gonna add like a little more maybe color to it in calling out like, I think that this exact debate is kind of unacknowledged in the field of trans studies also, beyond sort of abolitionist work, that you know, on the one hand, you've got parts of trans studies that are really emphasizing moving and operating outside of the state, DIY hormones, like remove engagement with institutional medicine.
DIY hormones are an anti-capitalist backlash to the capitalist medicalizing system. I'm sorry. Who has been like the only previous person that covers the left that has reported on DIY hormones? Has anyone ever seen literally anyone else except for me talk about the fact that these people are DIYing their own hormones? Hey, pretty sure I told you we don't use that term, and pretty sure I already explained this. And if you're not smart enough to listen, then you can sit in a timeout. We are not talking about your shit right now. Yeah, was that me? Have I been basically like the only person that has covered that these idiots are doing DIY hormones and distributing it? I actually have, probably on my, actually, you know what? Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Not that one. Not that one. Not that one. I promise you I have a DIY hormone thing on my desk right now. Hang on. I promise you I have a DIY hormone thing on my desk somewhere. Literally right here it is. Boobs Not Bombs, producing your own transdermal estrogen. This isn't the only DIY hormone stuff I have. I have other stuff too that I've gotten at leftist events. They talk about this shit all the time. This is not the first time I've even gotten them on video talking about this. So you're welcome. DIY hormones mentioned.
Acknowledged in the field of trans studies also, beyond sort of abolitionist work, that you know, on the one hand, you've got parts of trans studies that are really emphasizing moving and operating outside of the state, DIY hormones, like remove engagement with institutional medicine,
capitalism,
you know, make mutual aid like not just a part of crisis times, but like daily work. But then you've also got, on the other end, like a lot of work towards strengthening those institutions, especially in this time when they're being attacked and eroded, and thinking around the right to trans-specific healthcare, or so. I guess, I mean, y'all are already starting to have that conversation, but keeping in mind sort of a trans studies perspective on it too, how you position your work in relation to that conflict, if there's one you emphasize more than the other, because, and sorry, this is going on forever, but just to qualify, like why I asked the question is that like, we've seen that trans studies writing is not just being cited by trans people anymore, right? And so there is kind of a stakes to what
non-trans people are reading your shit
in that sort of conflict. Okay,
no way.
Does that make sense though?
No way.
Yeah. Okay. Great.
I mean, the question of the state. I feel like, I mean, I feel like people want to talk about the state too monolithically, and I think that's one of the problems. You know, like the state. The carceral state is different from the welfare state. The welfare state is punitive and it is selective and it is problematic, but the educational arm of the state, these things do different functions and they operate in different ways. And I think one of the problems is when in my view, there are some aspects of the state that we do want to abolish. I want to abolish the carceral state and I want to abolish the carcerality that embeds itself in other aspects of the state. But I think the state, and maybe this is because I grew up in a Canadian context and I now live in a UK context where there are things like healthcare, flawed, limited, and they're trying to take it away from trans people. But the difference in when you can access those things, even if they're not full and some people have better access than others, is still much better than a situation where every trans kid has to fundraise do a crowdfunder for their healthcare. And that also replicates all sorts of who gets to do that, who has the resources and the networks to get the money. And so I'm not convinced that I'm all down for community-based strategies for lots of things, but I think the state does have a function in resource allocation. And I think the problem is at the moment, the state is increasingly allocating resources up. It's extracting wealth and resources from poor and working class people and middle class people, and it's giving it to rich people and corporations. That's how the system works. But I think it's possible for us there are places where I think we can make claims that demand, I mean, where did public education come from in the first place, right? Where did public health care come? Those were concessions, not that governments wanted to give, but they gave because people demanded them because they saw the consequences of when people don't have access or some infrastructure. And so my worry about it's like, if we're gonna just totally abandon the state, are we abandoning some important infrastructures that actually help a lot of people get what they need? Not everyone, and we have to keep fighting to push back about the racism in the healthcare system and the transphobia in the welfare system. But I think I'm not ready to abandon the redistributive capacity that the state has. And so I think we need to be very clear about when we're making a claim on the state's redistributive capacity and when we're trying to dismantle punitive, violent elements of the state, because I think the state has both.
Yo, Old Sub just issued a challenge to the chat. Old Sub is like, can we get to 200 memberships? That we still have, guys, we're only halfway done presentation number 2. We still have a whole 2 hours of content. When I said fucking marathon, I meant fucking marathon, okay? We are training for the Socialism Conference right now. During the Socialism Conference, we will watch socialism all day for like 8 to 12 hours in a single day. We are training right now. This is your marathon training. If you've never run a marathon, congratulations, you're running a fucking marathon today, because we're getting ready to run multiple marathons over the course of several days, and it's going to be awesome, and you're all going to fucking love it, and you're going to wish you could do it every year, and guess what? You can. You can. The Socialism Conference happens every single year. Old sub in with 10 gifted channel memberships. Let's go. W's old sub. W's bro. We got Vegas in with another 5 gifted channel memberships. Let's go. Big support today, Vegas. Good sir. Thank you. We got Axehead in with 5 gifted channel memberships. Let's go. Appreciate it, Axehead. You rock. We've got Kant here joining us. Can. I'm not sure. Welcome to the cult, bro. We appreciate it. Your life is over. You're never seeing the world the same way again. But, we'll be your friends in the Marxist utopia. Shika Lago dropping a channel membership. W's to you, good sir. And I think I saw one coming in from Kant as well. Getting one for himself and giving one to a friend. W's, bro. How many is that? I got to do math. Hang on. Got to do math. 10, 20, 21, 22, 23. Oh, we're so close, guys. We are so close. We're so close. Bella Lagos in with a membership. Thanks, Bella Lagos. I really appreciate it. Okay, so we got 23. So that's 24 now. So this is we're 192, guys. We're 192. We are so close. So close to 200. Someone's going to be a hero. Someone's going to put us over the top. But we're going to listen to more of this presentation. Appreciate it, guys. Thank you so much for the support.
I love that. And I have 2 examples that help me kind of reject the binary of the conflict and also maybe place myself on the materialist side of said conflict. Though I don't know, I assume, I don't know what side that would even be. As someone who doesn't spend most of my time reading trans studies, though I know it's a very heated conflict. So first story, I litigated in Georgia for about 2 years before they announced a statewide ban on providing gender-affirming care in early 2025. They were just denying it at the administrative level when people asked for it. They were delaying, right, using all of these tactics to not provide the care, even if
I gotta pee, guys. I'll be right back.
So,
let me know if I miss anything. I'm gonna leave this playing.
I worked with a trans woman, white trans woman, and a black trans man in a women's facility, white trans woman in a men's facility. Met with a bunch of others, but those were the 2 plaintiffs we ended up going for in 2 different independent cases. In the women's facility, before I started litigating, a nonprofit called Transforming was able to actually go in through the chapel. The chaplain allowed a trans-affirming binder sharing, men's deodorant sharing. I think they also brought in men's underwear. They allowed very informally the access to these items that they could not buy in commissary, but these men and other gender nonconforming people in the women's facility really loved. They were able to have this non-hierarchical, non-state granted approach to accessing care. And then out of nowhere, well, not out of nowhere, because of COVID, they used COVID as an opportunity to end that program. And once other programs were allowed to reconvene, this program was not. And so a lot of things happen like that, right? Where whatever seems good that you were able to get without litigation, that's community-based, can just get taken away whenever the facility wants that. That organizer was then a huge informant for building up both the cases that I worked on and a class action that has succeeded against the statewide ban on gender-affirming care inside that other orgs have brought. That the leading org there is the Center for Constitutional Rights, so Chinyere Ezie, who had worked on Ashley Diamond's case, and then I did mine, and then she's doing this class action. But they supported litigation, right? So this very non-state nonprofit that had found a way in without litigation truly wanted us to bring the case because they knew they had no access point without it. And their guys that they were supporting needed.
Hang on. Did you guys give more?
And so I do think that
Did someone else give some channel memberships while I was gone? Yo, Wilson! Wilson, W's, bro. I'm so sorry I missed that coming in. W's to you, good sir. Appreciate the 5 channel memberships. Guys, we're so close. So close. We need a hero. We need a hero to put us over 200. Who's going to be the hero today? Guess we'll see.
Have both and.
Yo, Jonathan! Jonathan is the hero! W's Jonathan! Thank you so much for the 5 gifted channel memberships. Thank you for putting us over 200 gifted channel memberships for the day. I should mention they've all come from YouTube Rumble. I think that YouTube should feel really fucking smug about donating 100% of the channel memberships today, Rumble. Rumble's such a bunch of fucking freeloaders. Rumble is a bunch of freeloaders, and they need to thank everyone on YouTube for donating channel memberships. YouTube W. Okay, ding, ding, ding. At least you're doing duties as a mod. At least you're a mod. Ding, ding, ding's like, I'm poor though. I'm like, okay, well, you know, valid point. Thank you guys though. I really appreciate it. Thank you for all the support today.
Second example, I worked with Black and Pink Massachusetts, the most grassroots of orgs you could possibly imagine. It split off from the National Black and Pink because they were too institutional. Even though the National Black and Pink's meant to be grassroots, they've got problems. Black and Pink Mass also had its problems, as grassroots orgs tend to.
We should probably look up
They
Black
had
and
worked
Pink, huh?
on building this large network of LGBT people on the inside of Massachusetts prisons and jails.
Oh, I know
they
them.
have a
Okay.
pen pal network. They kind of send out a newsletter, and they keep up with what people's needs are. And they, you know, primarily advocate without relying on litigation and the state as a part of their ethos. They also at times fight for policy. They were on the state Massachusetts committee on LGBT issues that was created as a result of their organizing. They were helping me kind of write demand letters for specific trans people on the inside, and then they were trying to ask me to bring litigation for a trans woman on the inside. So this kind of understanding that the toolkit, even from a very grassroots abolitionist perspective, will at some point of direness include like an appeal to the courts, which is an appeal to the state to do something, right? So I just don't think we should ditch that pragmatism. We just have to be very aware of what we're asking for and what the ramifications and consequences are. And I guess this is as good a point as any to talk about my kind of spectrum of non-reformist reforms. But before I do that, I want to see if you want to jump in.
Spectrum of non-reformist
Sure.
reform.
Yeah, I think so. I appreciate the question too, Ava, because I do think it's clear in like people's work, and even for people who like organize, it's always this conundrum is always present, and sometimes people don't want to like engage the differences. So I'm cool with engaging the difference for sure, and I appreciate it. I think also I appreciate the question to your point, Limbo, too, about like specificity about like what arm of the state we're talking about, right? Like the state is multiple arms of things. And so earlier when I was saying, I do think like education is a really important side of struggle. And so I'm like, I'm not trying to cede public education to folks. I want some people to not be in it because they are, you know, messed up, but whatever. That's like individual people. That's like the hater of me. But I'm not trying to cede it, right? And so I think that's important. And I think we all agree, we do want to.
Public education is very important, and they would really like to control who's in public education by getting all conservatives out and having it be run by communists.
I was saying, I do think like education is a really important side of struggle. And so I'm like, I'm not trying to cede public education to folks. I want some people to not be in it because they are, you know, messed up, but whatever. That's like individual people. That's like the hater of me. But I'm not trying to cede it, right? And so I think that's important. And I think we all agree, we do want to throw away the sort of like carceral whatever forms of it, right? But then there are these other places around like, what do we do? So I appreciate the question. And I think to your question too, about like, how does that show up in our work or what do we do? I think for me, at least, it's like very, what's the word for like not, it goes back and forth. What's that word for that? Like sometimes I'm here, sometimes I'm there. Yeah, ambivalent or sort of like, maybe not ambivalent because I feel strongly, but a word that means oscillating. Yeah, it kind of like ping pong, right? Yeah, all these words, yes. I don't know what that means, but yes. So it does go back and forth. And I think part of it is like, what location or am I talking about? But also I think it's like, so I used to work for this like trans nonprofit, right? And something that came up often was like, if we're gonna advocate for something or fight for something or whatever, like it seems like we're trying to do a good thing, like then there's a bad thing that happens, right? There's a residual bad, to Dee's point about sort of backlash. But what was really helpful for me, and somebody can remind me of the full title, Eric Stanley's book, I forget the first part, but it's like The Queer and Trans Ungovernable, whatever that first part of the title is. Yes, say that? Yes, thank you very much. Atmospheres of Violence in the Queer and Trans Ungovernable. What was really helpful for me in the time that I was like doing that work and reading that book was that like, it wasn't our action or inaction that produced this harmful thing of the backlash. It was like that it was necessary for the state to function in a particular way, was for it to do queer and trans people in particular certain kinds of violence. And so that's what kind of brought me to also to more thoughts about like—
Reminder, they believe the system of capitalism is literally violence. So when they're talking about the state, doing violence to queer and trans people. What they're talking about is the system of capitalism, which is always and perpetually violent.
What am I asking it to do for me? And when and why and how? And so I don't necessarily have a landed place all the time, but for me at least, I have to interrogate it to be specific, but to also like question and think about, well, like, am I asking it to provide things that like are things that we should do for each other? Like, am I asking it to address conflict? Because we should address conflict together. Am I asking it to, you know, help me with some money to be able to do blah, blah, blah? It has a lot of money, so I do want that money for all of us to be able to give us stuff we need. So I think that helped me in that tension and just like being with people who were struggling with that kind of like real thing of like, we want to advocate for whatever particular kind of right or whatever, but it always seems like there's this turn to something bad. But I was like, no, that's not, it's not just a reaction to what I'm doing or not doing. It's intentional. It's like purposeful. It's always there. And so then like, how does that change my strategy? How does that change my location? And the last thing I'll say, and then maybe D, if you want to give your point about reforms, I think it goes into that is like it does feel like when I'm the kind of ambivalence or back and forth is like always this conundrum too about like how to meet these material basic sort of needs of people, but to not participate in expanding at least the carceral state function. And so for me, I'm like, what is it that I'm doing or advocating for? And is that thing ultimately like body cameras, for example? We can say, yes, that expands the state function, right? But if I'm trying to get someone out of jail or prison, yeah, I'm down for that. But when we were having a conversation earlier about a trans pod or a trans wing, no, that's about an expansion project, right? So like, I'm not down for that. So then where in other places might I be advocating for something that will only further expand the state's reach in ways that I don't want it to, in ways that I don't think it should be even more entrenched in all of our lives. Even sometimes I'm like, yeah, give me all your shit. Like, give me all your resources. Yeah. I want those resources.
Give me all your resources.
I don't feel like I land always in one particular place. But I'm okay being anti-state today. Well, go ahead.
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead.
No, that's a perfect launchpad to what I wanted to add. So I'll start actually with I think that mutual aid, DIY, hormones, non-hierarchical collectives, right? These trans organizing forms outside the state are trying to push us to think about transformative justice. So this is Mia Ming.
DIY hormones are organizing outside the state. Mutual aid, which is how the left is funded, is about organizing outside the state. When they say transformative justice, they mean fundamentally transform the justice system, the prisons, the police, from one that upholds capitalism to one that is enforcing communism. They believe the police and the prisons in their current form enforce capitalism. That is why they will never stop trying to abolish the police and abolish prisons. They believe capitalism is about punishing crimes related to property, not protecting people. The police are the enforcement arm of capitalism. The prisons are part of the prison industrial complex to feed the capitalist system. Okay? When they're saying transformative justice, they're talking about decolonizing and eventually abolishing the prison industrial complex, the police, the prisons, et cetera, using the system, transforming the system to upholding communism rather than enforcing capitalism. Hope that makes sense.
Perfect launchpad to what I wanted to add. So I'll start actually with I think that mutual aid, DIY, hormones, non-hierarchical collectives, right? These trans organizing forms outside the state are trying to push us to think about transformative justice. So this is Mia Mingus's definition of transformative justice. Compared to traditional reforms, transformative justice, quote, does not rely on the state, does not reinforce or perpetuate violence, such as oppressive norms or vigilantism.
Capitalism.
And most importantly, actively cultivates the things we know prevent violence, such as healing, accountability, resilience, and safety for all involved.
Literally.
You just had that book with you?
Literally. The they, them just gave you the same definition I did. Transformative justice transitions the current capitalist police state from one enforcing capitalist violence to one in which everyone is helped and shaped and supports each other. Communism. It's the same definition that I gave you guys. Did people understand this?
Just to think about transformative justice. So this is Mia Mingus's definition of transformative justice. Compared to traditional reforms, transformative justice, quote, does not rely on the state, does not reinforce or perpetuate violence, such as oppressive norms or vigilantism, and most importantly,
actively cultivates the things we know prevent violence, such as healing, accountability, resilience, and safety for all involved.
Community
You guys
care,
have that book with
communism.
I know. This is the one thing I knew. I was like, I should bring this with me. And so that's from a website, transformharm.org. And so I think that, let's fight for all of those things. And also what this note I wrote, Abolitionist Lodestar, talks about is creating, other ways in, because as a lawyer, as working with people on the inside, you can't not rely on the state sometimes. Right? It's possible to do some things, like the Pen Pal network is not relying on the state. It's sending them a letter. Maybe you're relying on the state to get the mail in, but you are trying to organize without regard for that state as an intermediary, and trying to navigate whatever the state's cages are, literal cages are, to get that direct, connection with the person. But it's not always possible. So what are things that you can do relying on the state? And I agree with you totally that body-worn cameras in a prison, like that's actually carceral and we shouldn't do it. And when I was at Rights Behind Bars, we brought a case against a women's facility in California, the Dublin facility that was shut down.
I want to be clear on this. The left's positions on body cams switches depending on the context they are talking about it at the time. I know this is confusing. I have heard the left openly advocate for body cams when body cams can be used against the police because their ultimate goal is to abolish the police. I have heard the left openly advocate against body cams when those body cams are going to be used against the leftist agenda. They switch if people have a different opinion than me that actually knows something, I'm talking about the veterans on the channel. If you guys have a different opinion than me, please tell me. But my perception of their opinions on body cams on the police is it's really very situation dependent on, are they using it against the police or are the police using it against them? Because it could go either way. The police in Madison, Wisconsin wanted body cams. By the way, I had a conversation when Nick Sorter and I had to call 911. We had a conversation with several police officers in which the police officers in Madison told us, we want the fucking body cams. They would actually be really helpful. The police were all for it. The left was all for it. It was that the city didn't want to pay for it. That was what was going on. So when the left in Madison, Wisconsin was in favor of the body cams, it was because they thought they could use the body cams against the police. In this other scenario, you're hearing leftists advocate in favor of against body cams, saying body cams uphold the carceral complex because they think the police or the prisons are going to use the body cams against them. It's entirely situation dependent what their position is. They don't have many issues like this. Most of the time, the left has a very clear-cut opinion on for or against based on the relation to capitalism. But this is just kind of a weird issue where it really does just depend on the context and the situation.
Get that direct, connection with the person. But it's not always possible. So what are things that you can do relying on the state? And I agree with you totally that body-worn cameras in a prison, that's actually carceral and we shouldn't do it. And when I was at Rights Behind Bars, we brought a case against a women's facility in California, the Dublin facility that was shut down as a result of our litigation, though that's not a remedy we were specifically seeking. They shut it down and released a ton of the people who were in there, but then spread out some others across the country. So it was against the federal BOP. And that was brought with the California Coalition of Women Prisoners as an organizational plaintiff, so they could be strategists alongside the lawyers on what kind of things we were bringing, because that org is grassroots and has been fighting the California prison system and the BOP for decades. And they'd seen this kind of rampant sexual abuse for a long time not change as a result of class action litigation such as this, and wanted to ensure that would not be the case here, right? So we were intentional about the remedies we sought. So how can we do that in all contexts? Well, I started thinking about this in terms of trans litigation. I also agree with you that kind of creating LGBT-only facilities or units, like we've seen in California and Colorado as a result of litigation, it's a carceral reform. It's actually creating beds that now they're going to be able and want to fill. And also by kind of putting people into one similar spot, arguably,
Thank you,
you're
SoCal.
making them easier
Appreciate it.
targets. The guards know they're there, and the other incarcerated people know they're there in the facility. So, but right? This is also something that people want, just like a transfer from a men's facility to a women's facility for a trans woman. This is something that some trans women want and some trans women don't. But if they want it, they have to understand that they're going to continue to be surveilled.
They fucking hate flock cameras. That's true. There's no disagreement on the left. They fucking hate flock cameras. I think many of us also hate flock cameras. This, by the way, is a reason that you should never allow the left to dictate your position on things, because flock cameras are fucking bullshit. Flock cameras are fucking bullshit, okay? And I don't care if the left also thinks that flock cameras are bullshit. We have different reasons for not liking flock cameras. So, but you're right about that. Yo, your son, 34, is now a fan. Let's go, Malcolm. W son, you obviously raised a brilliant, brilliant man, Malcolm. Thank you for bringing him into our group.
Not a liberatory step. It is a carceral reform. It is a reformist reform. They're going to continue to be policed there, and possibly quite violently. So that's kind of things that might actually prop up the state, prop up the carceral state, and make it harder. And then I kind of disaggregated in the non-reformist reforms, which comes from Black abolitionist thought, into non-carceral interventions which ignore the bars, and decarceral interventions which actually take
hang
people
on,
out from
Malcolm, hang on, let me finish painting my nail. Hang on.
I caveat this by saying sometimes a carceral intervention or a non-carceral intervention, though it's not explicitly seeking the remedy of taking someone out from behind bars.
Yo, sorry, Malcolm, I was busy. I needed to finish painting my nail, otherwise I get all fucked up. W's Malcolm, 5 gifted channel memberships. Let's go. Appreciate it, bro.
Can lead to that end result, like our litigation in Dublin did, because the facilities simply don't want to give them those things. And so rather than transferring them to a women's facility once the court says they have to, or give them, in my non-carceral interventions, I include name changes, gender-affirming medical care, right? Whatever we're seeking in that regard, it's like you're treating them like anyone else. You're treating them like people on the outside. You're getting them access to gender euphoria. That's a non-reformist reform in some ways. And the prisons that don't want to give it to them will release them early instead, which is an abolitionist win. Let's get them out. We know that they're safer outside of prison. So if we're seeking their care and they get released instead, that's a victory. I don't care if I lose the possibility of precedent in saying they got the care, they got out. If they want to moot the cases like that by just releasing the person who's an individual plaintiff, I'll take it. And so that's why I think the abolitionist spectrum is important, because even if you're bringing something that doesn't seem intentionally abolitionist, it can have abolitionist results. But the work that Greta Lafleur does, right, like trans defense, criminal defense, post-incarceration conviction counsel, parole, compassionate release, thinking about ways to get creative about compassionate release, wherein someone who survives sexual assault on the inside should be able to say, I have a right to get released now because this has been torture, right? These things, we have to expand ways that the people who hold people in prison will give reason to release them. And I think getting sexual violence survivors on that list would be hugely important, and we fought for that. But these and also diversions, right? Broadening the housing options as an alternatives to incarceration is also, I think, decarceral, because even though house arrest or being in some kind of other facility is still carceral of some sort, it is not the prison system, which is, I think, a violence that we can't fathom it if we haven't been inside, right? And I know I can't fully understand it by being inside and talking to my clients. It is very different from being in an environment where you're not being policed constantly. But none of that is actually transformative, right? And so the only thing in my note that I thought was transformative was actually creating this house that was meant to be a post-parole halfway house of sorts for trans and LGBT people that Black and Pink Massachusetts created. The Black and Pink National Chapter also created one in Omaha, the Leiden House. And so I think that kind of, and there are more examples. There's Grammy's Place in the South that Tamika Spellman, I think, helped to create. So like these kinds of community-based creations are actually ways that we can get away from the prison system. So too would be expanding what counts for restorative justice alternatives to incarceration altogether, right? Changing what actually gets a criminal sentence. I think that's the kind of work that we have to do if we want the carceral state to actually become utterly insignificant.
Wonderful. Thank you all so much. I'm thinking about one of the kind of major currents that's sort of been very present in trans studies around the critiques of kind of liberal rights frameworks and also of kind of neoliberal economic, cultural, and political currents. And one of the ways that people are kind of characterizing this moment is a pivot away from that. So thinking about kind of authoritarian, the rise of authoritarian politics as being kind of distinct from. And I think this has come up a few times in some of your comments, but I'm curious about how you might see this, as some people are describing the current moment as a pivot away from these kind of politics and organizing principles, and others are seeing it as a kind of intensification. So if you could speak a little bit to some of the connections or sort of dissonances and ruptures between those, that would be great.
And you mean, just to clarify, you mean focusing as a pivot away from the right stuff and into something else?
Yeah. So, I mean, Trend Studies is well equipped to kind of bring forth a number of critiques of rights-based liberal politics and of neoliberalism. What we're seeing now feels to some people like something fully different.
Yeah.
So how do we kind of think through and bring the critical tools that have been useful in those realms to this one? Are there ways that there are dissonances between these moments that are so marked that we need a new toolkit? Just thinking a little bit about both the connections or disconnections between these political moments and also the connections or disconnections between the tools that we might need to make sense of them.
I can start. So the Americans with Disabilities Act is under attack. It's been critiqued by those critiquing it as a neoliberal tool. And right now, it's actually being dismantled and gutted by the Trump administration altogether. Right? So a civil rights statutory basis that's meant to give affirmative rights in this very broad-based view, fought for by like on-the-ground activists. Some say maybe they were upper middle class folks from the disability community, but I would say nevertheless, it is a movement-based statute, right? The ADA and the ADA Amendments Act of 2008 are from movement. And so they were somewhat compromising. There are ways we can critique them for being compromising. They compromise to business interests, right? They give some outs, and those critiques are valid. And also, if we try to dismantle it altogether and say it's unconstitutional, which they've actually said in a lawsuit, that the Rehabilitation Act, Section 504 of the Rehab Act and the ADA should be struck, right? Like these limits on it and the limits on ways that we're actually trying to map our way into a rights world are coming from the far right now. And so I have fought for gender dysphoria to be covered by the ADA. I've succeeded in that battle in court. And it's key that it's from this kind of distinction between gender identity disorder and gender dysphoria that DSM-5 made a switch in 2013 and dropped the pathologization of identity and then only included dysphoria as a diagnosis. Some still say it's too close to saying their transness is a disability. But I would say, actually, it's more like anxiety or depression, right? It's more like something that would actually keep us from getting out of our rooms because we don't want people to see us in this way right now.
Everything is neoliberal to them.
What we're wearing that makes us feel better, right? So I think that work, again, critique me. I'm happy to get the critique of the ADA use of GD. But when they're saying altogether that you can't pursue that.
So this person is kind of like less of a revolutionary communist and more of like a reformist communist. They're not like, this person is someone that wants to work within the system to make reforms within the current system. I don't think that they would be opposed to revolution, but they're more like a socialist or communist that is like, let's get what we can from the current system. Probably not opposed to revolution, but like really is more than inclined to, work within the current capitalist order. This is different than a lot of revolutionary communists because I'll get her name. I'll send you the link. This is different than a lot of revolutionary communists because a lot of revolutionary communists do not believe in working within the current capitalist system. They're trying to build systems that are separate from capitalism. Whereas this person's basically like, we may as well take what we can from this current system. And it's just important to understand, like, there are far leftists on both sides of that issue. And this is kind of like just one of the, like, some people think the best thing to do is reform within the system. Some people think the system will never change and it's just their job to overthrow it. And it's just like one of their ideological disagreements.
That the ADA will not give that protection.
Here's the link, Music Hand.
Nor will the Equal Protection Clause of the 14th Amendment, right? They're taking away all of these tools of the floor. Then what do we have? Then we have a system with simply no care. And so I think we're actually seeing something different now.
than we saw under the liberal neoliberal style framework.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking at your book because I actually think your book is going to be really helpful to this question. So I'm not trying to sell it, but when it comes out, one should buy it. And partly because in thinking along with Dee and then hopefully what you might say, Lambo, is that like, for me, like the kind of escalation in like punishment and the connection between all of the things related to like the criminal punishment system, the criminal legal system, the carceral state or whatever, to me feel like just a morphed iteration of before. So to me, I think that does feel, I hesitate to say escalation, but maybe it is, but maybe it's just like a morphed version. And to me, like that is one of the locations, that's why I was like your book, of where we should really be focusing, right? So it's not just like, and so this is something I'm not supposing that you all don't think this way already, but you might. But like sometimes when I talk to people, it's like the moment is like people are just transphobic, and I'm like, no, people want everybody to go to jail. Like they want everybody to be arrested, and it's like trans people are, you know, like our lives and our circumstances are used, and like rhetoric is used in a particular way. And then also that wanting everybody to jail means that it can sort of like expand its reach to people who just support us, right? Like to people who just want us to live, to people who just like whatever. And then extend itself out further and further.
You're trying to fit their language into your paradigm. When they say neoliberal, they mean Democrats, they mean liberals, and they mean progressives. To them, it is an all-encompassing term. If you go to my website, decodetheleft.com/map, hang on, I had it up here like half an hour ago, maybe like 3 hours ago. I'm not sure. Time is irrelevant at this moment. If you go to my website, decodetheleft.com/map, the neoliberal left includes the Democrats, the liberals, and progressives. That is everyone who is on the political left, like and support the Democratic Party, but they still want to uphold capitalism. When they say neoliberal, they mean upholding the capitalist order. So they're not, you guys are the ones, you are the one making the distinction. You are the one saying liberals. They don't mean the same thing you do. They have different definitions for the term. They mean Democrats, liberals, and progressives. Anyone that wants to uphold capitalism is a neoliberal.
And so that's part of, I think, Chris, unless I'm understanding your question incorrectly, like that's something I think about right now. Again, maybe not escalation or whatever, but like when we hear this sort of like biological or whatever arguments, but then those arguments are there, but then there's also these arguments about like social transition, right? It's just sort of like you just wearing clothes, right? Or just like existing is like, again, so people can go to jail, like so everybody can go to jail, right? And there's a larger convo about like capitalism, racial capitalism in there too.
Oh, capitalism!
So to me, like the turn seems like a turn in a turn or maybe a morph again in sort of like that direction. And part of that I also think, and so I was at a
real generous
something this week, and we watched the documentary about the encampments that happen on campuses, right? Which is a great documentary. Everybody cried the whole time, and it was done really well. But I think on the other side of that too, right, is like the support, the this and the that, but also like if and when we dissent, which people have been doing, everybody goes to jail. And so I think that like the end result of like what we keep seeing amongst folks, both disposability,
Pisces,
of course,
selfishness,
death and fatal death, but also incarceration.
True. Fucking the selfishness of a Pisces to withhold the snacks from everyone else because he only cares about himself and will never apologize even if he's wrong. Okay, Golf, I might not be talking about you anymore. Okay.
To me, like represent a different morphed version of a carceral state that is continuing to creep itself into all forms of life. So it felt very related to me to watch the young people who were at multiple universities having their encampments on their campuses, and the local police departments and maybe the National Guard or whoever come out there to say, you cannot say, or you cannot do, or you cannot exist here. Feels so related to me, the like, we cannot exist, we cannot say, people cannot support, and those things don't
breaking
feel disparate
news
to me.
Breaking news for people who've been around for a while, because you guys are the real ones. We are weeding out the elite tonight, and only the elite are going to survive the entire stream. Only the elite communist researchers are going to survive the whole stream. Okay. Breaking news, though, and I really think that this is a positive development. I really think this is a good thing. This is a good thing. Elijah Schaffer has announced that he is embracing astrology. I wonder what genius on the internet ran Elijah Schaffer's astrological chart, found out that he's an Aries, very Aries, like extremely Aries, and then taught him a little bit about astrology. I wonder what genius on the internet made that dream a reality. You're welcome.
They feel maybe even more ramped up or something like that. So like it's both like livability and existence or potential.
Yo, it's Mr. Doctor. Thank you.
But also like the threat of like push, like if and when we do push back, as we will do and continue to do, what might happen. And so like so I guess I'm thinking about that in the question, and thinking that like one of the directions and why the question about abolition is so important here is because I'm like, we have to be thinking like about punishment, and we have to be thinking about the sort of like militarized infrastructure that we continue to see, because like that is what's happening. It's not just people hate people, because people can hate people, but they literally want people to not live, to not exist, but also to be incarcerated. And that is a form, of course, of like death for particular people, of course, as we've seen it, particularly marginalized people, but also potentially for everybody. And so that's where I go to, and that's why, again, I'm trying to like sell your book so hard, and think with you in the book. But yeah.
You're very kind. I mean, I think one of the things about, is neoliberalism become accelerated, or has it been replaced by authoritarianism? Again, I think I want to make a distinction between the economic realm and the kind of political realm, because I do think we still see the same. One of the things that neoliberalism does is that it invisibilizes structures of abandonment and makes them appear as if they are the fault of individuals. And so then individuals become responsible for their own everything, right? And if you...
I told you earlier, the left does not like individualism. Neoliberalism upholds individualism. Neoliberalism says you are responsible for your circumstances. Individualism and meritocracy to the left are a form of capitalism. The neoliberals uphold this form of capitalism that says you are responsible for your success in this world. That means the Democrats, the liberals, and the progressives. If you uphold individualism, if you uphold meritocracy, you are to them a neoliberal. They do not like you. They are not on your team.
And the kind of political realm, because I do think we still see the same. One of the things that neoliberalism does is that it invisibilizes structures of abandonment and makes them appear as if they are the fault of individuals. And so then individuals become responsible for their own everything, right? And if you can't make it, if you're living in poverty, it's because it's your fault. If you went to jail, it's because it's your fault. There's a real kind of, and I don't see that disappearing. In some ways, I see that accelerating. And also neoliberalism, I agree with Ruthie and Craig Gilmore when they talk about the anti-state state of neoliberalism is one that makes it seem as if it's trying to make the state smaller, but it's actually making the state more powerful in extracting wealth and resources upwards.
Neoliberalism is making the capitalist state more powerful in putting money in the hands of the capitalists. Again, they are shitting on Democrats, liberals, and progressives.
And so the authoritarian piece of that, I see much more. I still think that's happening, and I still think that's what we're seeing in terms of like resources being taken away from trans people. Like, really, does the, in the UK context, do they really need to take away trans healthcare for kids? There's like such a small actual number of kids that were accessing puberty blockers, and they're like, whoa, this is a terrible, dangerous, whatever. And so it's like, and the same with, and I can talk about this later if people are interested, the Supreme Court ruling in the UK, which stripped back, basically overturned 20 years of legal precedent around rights for trans people. That was switched overnight. Actual number of kids that were accessing puberty blockers, and they're like, whoa, this is a terrible, dangerous, whatever.
That was their video. That was not me.
It's like, and the same with, and I can talk about this later if people are interested, the Supreme Court ruling in the UK, which stripped back, basically overturned 20 years of legal precedent around rights for trans people. That was switched overnight, and safety was part of that claim, but also this kind of there's a way in which that stripping back of rights is not just bad for trans people, it's bad for everyone because it is, and again, I'm going to sound like I'm defending rights, I'm not, but I think there is something about that.
I'm going to sound like I'm defending rights. I'm not. What that meant is I'm not defending rights based on individualism. They're talking about neoliberal rights. I'm going to sound like I'm defending rights. I'm not. Don't worry. Don't worry. Because they're talking about neoliberal rights. Rights that uphold individualism. Rights that uphold meritocracy. Rights that uphold the capitalist order. That's why it's very important that you listen to what they're saying, guys. You have always not only listened to the words coming out of their mouth, you also have to listen for the context that they are speaking, okay? In order to understand how they are defining the words, you need to understand here is the context in which they are speaking. See ya. Appreciate you stopping by.
We overturned 20 years of legal precedent around rights for trans people. That was switched overnight, and safety was part of that claim, but also this kind of there's a way in which that stripping back of rights is not just bad for trans people, it's bad for everyone because it is, and again, I'm going to sound like I'm defending rights, I'm not, but I think there is something about that. It's like the ability to take that away is part, I think, is still part of a kind of neoliberal frame that also, you know, there are not socioeconomic rights that are protected. Class is not protected in the Equality Act in the UK. And so, and there's a reason for that, because the material can, if you had that in you, states would have to provide material and they don't want to. And so why were they interested in reforming the Gender Recognition Act originally? Because it was entirely symbolic. We'll make it easier for you to have a legal change of gender, but we won't actually have to do anything for you in terms of healthcare, housing, anything like that. And so I think that part of it is still there. And I worry that if we don't pay attention to that, we're losing sight of the political economic machinery that is still extracting wealth under racial capitalism, and making people's lives materially worse. I also think that's dovetailing with a kind of authoritarianism in that state leaders, and again, I think this is connected to individualism, right? You have an individual who's a powerful figure who can make these executive orders, not follow any rules.
Literally, the they them is saying individualism creates capitalism. Literally, they are now saying when you have individualism, some people are going to rise up and become these leaders, and then they're going to do things. They're saying the bourgeois, the capitalist, the oppressor. Individualism creates capitalism. It creates a hierarchy in which some people have more power than others. Literally what this is a great clip, man.
Capitalism and making people's lives materially worse. I also think that's dovetailing with a kind of authoritarianism in that state leaders, and again, I think this is connected to individualism, right? You have an individual who's a powerful figure who can make these executive orders, not follow any rules, because the individual in some ways is a kind of, we turn in this moment of like insecurity, economic insecurity, and we turn to a leader who's going to solve the problem.
See?
I mean, not we, I'm sure there's not Trump supporters in the room, but, or maybe there is. I think
she's got, them is going to be thrilled to find out that not only, listen, them, most of us are not Trump supporters, but I'm going to tell you why. Most of us are much further right and far more fascist than Trump has ever been or will ever be. We are the fascists that you think Trump is. And them, Sarah, just so you know, Sarah, I'm going to post a clip of this later. Sarah, just so you know, we've watched several presentations with you already, them. We're really looking forward to watching every single thing you put online because you're one of those very special thems that says the quiet part out loud. But we are not magatards, Sarah. We are not magatards. We are the fascist that you think the magatards are. Really great to make your acquaintance, Sarah. Glad you're thinking of us when you're presenting at your leftist pro-trans queer liberation Antifa conference. Excellent job, girl. Excellent. Oh, sorry, they, them.
Leader who's going to solve the problem. I mean, not we. I'm sure there's not Trump supporters in the room, but or maybe there is. But I think so. There's something about paying attention to what the authoritarianism is doing, and I also think there's like cultural aspects of this. So I think like influencer culture and like all of that trad wife culture, all of that is
Trad
also
wife.
part of. I think that's still very
Trad wife's
neoliberal, and it's still about remaking what is like the manosphere. It's about you are economically precarious, and we're going to tell you how to remake yourself so that you can reassert a kind of masculinity that makes you feel powerful because you don't actually have economic and material power because it's been stripped from you. And so I think we need to think about those things together. And so to me, it's more a kind of coalescing of neoliberalism accelerated with a kind of authoritarian political frame. But I'm not entirely convinced by that, but I'm like, that's what I think.
We're
And
doing
so
a
I just don't
marathon
wanna
illustration
I don't wanna get
station.
rid of
Welcome.
attention to neoliberalism.
I'm convinced by that.
Yeah, it's a really helpful clarification of all of these, simplistic binaries. And we are just trying to be a little provocative to get y'all talking, but but I appreciate the clarifications. Just because of time, I'm going to ask just one more question so that we can open up to the audience. But
Q&A.
I just wanted to ask more generally if there's anything you want to highlight or emphasize in the current fights for trans communities, what strategies we should be relying on, or what changes need to be made in the way that we're fighting for trans people amidst all these attacks.
So I want to make a point. The question that was just asked is, what strategies should we be utilizing to fight back against the fascist? Every single time a conservative comes into my chat and they say, okay, Karlyn, but what do we do? And I say, sit down, shut the fuck up, listen to what they say, and you will understand what to do. What I mean is, if you sit down, shut the fuck up, listen to what they have to say, they will literally answer the question. Here is our strategy. Here is how we are organizing. Here is what we are doing in the world. They will tell you publicly on the internet exactly what they are doing. But they do it in the middle of the presentation. They don't do it at the beginning. They don't do it in something that ever makes clickbait on the internet. They tell you how they are organizing explicitly in their presentations all the time. If you understand how they are organizing and what their strategy is and what they are doing, then you will be able to come up with ways to combat them directly. But until you are willing to sit down, shut the fuck up, and listen to what these people are saying and understand it in their language, which takes time to learn, until you are doing that, you have no clue how to implement strategies to fight them. And I can't teach you how to implement every single fucking thing that you can do in your life in order to fight back against them. There is no one single answer to this. There's 87,000 different answers of things that could be done on the conservative right fucking now to fight back against these people. But the key is, it's different in every single circumstance, in every single location, depending on the context of that situation. So what I need people to do is sit down, shut the fuck up, listen to what they're saying, learn their language, and learn how they are organizing, and then go out into their communities armed with this in-depth knowledge of the enemy and say, here are some things we can do in our community to fight these people. That is the purpose of all of this. That is what we are doing here. I cannot implement all the different tactics by myself. I am a researcher. I'm a psychologist. I am an educator. I sometimes dabble as an independent undercover journalist just so I can see these people up close in their natural habitat. I can't do everything. We have people in this community that have run for and are winning local office that come to me in the DMs and say, Karlyn, what do you think about this? 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 These are people who watched videos with me for years and years and years, and then they decided to go out into their community and do something armed with the knowledge I gave them. We have dozens of people in this community who have gone undercover at leftist events to get their propaganda, to expose what they're doing, to document what groups are involved where. All of these things are going to help us build a map of the modern activist left. That is only, you cannot go undercover effectively with these people if you do not understand their language and you do not understand the cultural norms of their groups. You cannot learn any of this information overnight. You actually have to commit to learning a new language. You have to sit down, stop fucking whining, stop complaining, forget everything you think you know from conservative retard media who doesn't understand any of this, and you have to learn this. There is no shortcut. Once you learn enough, and once you listen enough, you will know what to do. You will see this stuff show up everywhere around you. You will start to recognize language in places that comes from these people that you never saw before because you never understood the language. It shows up everywhere. And I've seen this, I've been doing this for 5 years now. I've seen this happen over and over and over and over and over again. The minute that someone becomes fluent in their language, they understand the depth of the problem that we are dealing with, which is way worse than anyone on the right actually understands. This problem is so much bigger than the GOP understands, than the Trump administration understands, that every fucking conservative right-leaning journalist understands. It's so much worse than people think it is. And you do not get a sense of how big this problem is or how bad this problem is until you sit down, shut the fuck up, and actually listen to these people in their natural habitat. I understand we live in a day and age when people want quick answers and quick solutions. The left has been organizing like this for over 70 fucking years. You cannot undo something that has been going on for several generations in a couple of weeks, or a month, or a year, or 4 years, or 8 years. They've been doing this for over 70 years. If you are serious about fighting this problem, you have to understand this is a long game. We are not in the power position. We are getting our fucking asses kicked. We are the underdogs. We are the underdog counter-revolutionaries to the actual revolutionaries who are winning at every single stage in the game of chess that we are playing. They're like 30 moves away from checkmate, guys. They've still got a ways to go until they get checkmate, but they can now see there's a path to victory, and we're still fucking around, like not even putting forth any opposition. They are extremely ahead of us. So if you are serious about this problem, if you're serious about understanding it, the only way that a scrappy fucking underdog, bad news bear style insurgency can become effective is if you have a group of people who are committed to actually solving the problem. And that involves investing more than a day. That involves investing more than a week. That involves investing more than a fucking month. I am the drill instructor in your fucking boot camp that will show you things that you never knew existed. You might not like me, and you might not like when you get yelled at, and you might not like when you get a dressing down, but you have to understand we are in a time constraint here. We are kind of fucked in the way things currently are. And if people don't pull their heads out of their asses and learn this shit rather quickly, they are going to win. I am not exaggerating with any of this. My predictions have come true over and over and over and over and over again. And years ago, when I was screaming this, people on the right would say, oh, Karlyn's just insane. And they would just dismiss me years ago. And then guess what happened? I kept being right. And things that I said were going to happen ended up happening right in front of them. And then all of a sudden, the anti-ICE organizing blew up. I was the only person covering the anti-ICE organizing for the first half of 2025. I was covering the anti-ICE organizing since the moment Trump took office. I was the only one doing that. And then all of a sudden, 6 months later, and everyone came back and they were like, oh shit, Karlyn was right about this all along. And then that just kept happening over and over and over and over and over again. And now, like, I think people are finally starting to fucking get it. When I say this is going to happen, it is not because I'm making it up. It's not because I'm pontificating. It's not because I'm inventing a fantasy land to grift on the internet. I could have made way more money being a corporate trainer than being socialist teacher on the fucking internet. I promise you. When I say this is what is happening and this is what is going to happen, it is because I have been listening to these people for years. I have listened to probably over 6,000 fucking hours of their content at this point, if we actually did the math on it. I have listened to these people more than any single person in the country that I know of. I listen to what they say behind closed doors. I go into the room with them and I secretly record them when I go undercover. I've never been on Alex Jones, so you definitely didn't find me on there, but I have talked to Harrison Smith. Alex Jones really should talk to me, though, if we're being honest about it. He wants to talk to the quartering retard. Why the fuck haven't I talked to Alex Jones yet? We need to work on that. That needs to change, because Alex Jones, sorry, Alex, you don't know what you're talking about when it comes to the far left, bro. You don't, and I'll debate you. I'm not like a pussy like the fucking quartering. I'm not, Alex, if I debated you about the far left, I wouldn't pussy out like the quartering and say, Alex, you are so amazing and I just don't want to fight with you. If I debated Alex Jones about the left, of which he does not know as well as he thinks he knows, sorry, Alex, but it's fucking true. If I debated him, I would win. Alex Jones would not know what to do. I would kick Alex Jones's ass in a debate on this topic. No offense, Alex, you're fucking awesome. I appreciate the trolling of Tim Pool very much. Tim Pool is a midwit that doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about either. At least we can give Alex Jones credit for knowing more than Tim Pool does, because he actually does. Alex has some information, but he's way smarter than Tim. He's way smarter than Tim. Yeah, well, yeah, I mean, the frog thing did happen. I'm not saying Alex Jones isn't right about anything. Alex Jones is right about a lot of things. And that's why I'm so disappointed that I haven't talked to him about the leftist coverage that I've been doing for years and years and years. And Harrison Smith has had me on his show several times, Alex. You can ask him about it. He'll give me a reference. I know he will, too. I know if Alex Jones talked to Harrison Smith, I don't mean to put words in the guy's mouth. Harrison Smith is a national treasure. I respect him immensely. I know that if Alex Jones asked Harrison Smith about me, Harrison Smith would say, you need to talk to that crazy bitch. You do, because she knows more than anyone about this topic. I know Harrison would give me a reference. I know he would, Alex. You need to talk to me. We're going to clip this and we're going to tag Alex Jones in it 1,000,000 times, just so you know. I'm setting you guys up to allow me to have a conversation with Alex Jones where I'm basically being like, debate me, bitch. You don't know what the fuck you're talking about, but also you'd really like me and you'd learn a lot of stuff from me. We'll see how this goes. Anyway, back to this.
Fix the problem.
I know. Come on. It's an easy one.
Yeah. No. This is not a fix the problem at all. This might... I feel like I never sound like a person who's like feelings oriented, but I am very feelings oriented. So this is gonna sound like that, and I think it's really helpful again to even our like kind of provocative convo. Something I feel like I keep getting into with people, and I think it's really important. It's like just like dreaming exercises, kind of like a sleep dreaming, which is great too. Get some sleep, but also like being with people to do like imaginative work to these points about like the kind of world we want to build, as we also dismantle the things that we might want to dismantle, and we can continue to like, debate about what those things might be or how they might look. But like, I feel like we don't always get enough space to dream. And so for me, like, I'm just like, that is so important right now. Again, so we don't keep returning to some of the sort of like neoliberal politics and policies of before, but we do make
no
the new,
neoliberalism.
but we have to create space to be able to like talk about what that new is. And so like dreaming, like literally dreaming, and don't just like, okay, but if this is possible, forget what's possible. Dream, like think of it, right? And so I think, and to work from that place to some places of like connection, to me feels really important right now. So like that's, I feel like something I've been doing that if I would have said that 5 years ago, I would have been like, oh my God, I don't know. Like, okay. But I think it's really important. So I would bring that, and I think attached to that is, when I'm saying do that with other people, is literally like being in connection and community with other people intentionally. And that doesn't have to always be book groups, but we love books, we love to read.
Oh, they love
books. It doesn't always have to be like podcast groups. I love those. I can listen to them if you're able. But also just being with people to like think through a lot of the tensions, answer some of the questions we talked through or whatever. But I think it's just really important to like be with people and to like have multiple kinds of conversations, whether that's creating an organization or not, or something like that. So like for me, that's like something that I keep thinking about in this conversation, is like how valuable it can feel to like just hear and to think, and then to be like, oh, I don't like that, or I like that, I do like that, but like to dream. I want people to dream. I want us to dream and to not just like think it's a luxury to do so. Just like make it a practice.
Yeah. I love that you said that, because I totally agree. And the kind of first workshop I created when I was at the Trans Law Institute, so in a trans lawyer organizing space where allies of trans lawyers and law students were connected. I led a workshop that was like a mix of music and dreaming about our trans horizon. So I actually think that is powerful. I think that, I don't like saying this because I think people critique this, but it's okay. I do think that the stakes are high, right? I do think that every time a state, we know that every time a state passes an anti-trans law, one feels more inclined towards attempting suicide, right? Like the stakes are high. And I think that one way to help combat that, without getting into the doom and gloom mindset of relying on the suicidality statistics, which I know, again, some people don't like, but we can actually combat that by building community, whether it's virtual or in person. I think that in the Trans Bar Association, many of our members are like the only trans lawyer in their law school. And it's extremely isolating. And their professors misgender them and then fight when they try to push back, right? And so I do think that being there for each other in those very informal ways really matters right now. One of my colleagues has theorized that trans people are undergoing a genocide in this country right now. Trans people have been able to get asylum to get out of this country right now. Like, we just have to understand what that means, right? And so if this is all actually happening, if you feel it, it's worth acknowledging that feeling and not suppressing it, but then knowing that there are others who you can also connect with and try to find some community with. A lot of the fights right now are about expert battles and rejections of science and fights over science. And it can get so away from how you're actually feeling or doing and what feels good. And so I do think that gender euphoria is contagious. And I do think that we should continue to strive to create those spaces, even as resisting in other ways. I don't think every space we should be in as trans people needs to be one of resistance. I think we need to make spaces for joy.
Yeah, I think there's something to me about building infrastructures of care and support. And so sometimes those are demanding resources from the state that provide infrastructures, and sometimes it's us building them grassroots. But I think sometimes there's a over romanticization of like care or community, and actually we still need infrastructures that enable us to do that, right? Because otherwise people burn out if they're like the one, and we know how gendered labor works in terms of care. And so I think it's trying to think about, and people are doing amazing things, like the Million Experiments website, documents all the ways. And so that people are trying to build things. It's like, yes, we fight in the UK, fight for the NHS to cover trans surgery, and we also do this support for people who aren't going to get it through that system. The waiting list in some places are 200 years. Like they did a calculation,
200 years. Wow.
So I think we have
universal
to
healthcare.
Again, it's my pushback against the kind of individualization or the symbolic. It's like we have to build actual material structures and systems that help people get what they need and make sure that no one is abandoned, right? And I think being attentive to social abandonment is really crucial, because that's the system. And again, going back to the no one, we reject logics of deserving and undeserving. and I'll just give one tiny little example here. I was involved in as a legal intervener in a case where we could not, there were anti-trans people arguing that it was discriminatory for a cis woman to have to share a prison space with a trans woman because it was inherently traumatizing to her. And they were using all sorts of arguments around, false stats about trans prisoners. And so Bent Bars intervened. I intervened on behalf of Bent Bars.
Queer does not mean gay. Queer does not mean trans. Queer has nothing to do with being gay. It has nothing to do with being trans. This queer is a anti-capitalist political ideology. Queer has always been an anti-capitalist political ideology. The reason you don't know that is that you don't listen to the left. This has nothing to do with being gay. Nothing.
You get nobody to touch that case because the individual in question was in for sexual offenses.
True.
And so nobody would be like, we're not going to defend this trans person. We couldn't get any of the LGBT organizations to help us. We couldn't get any of the prison organizations to help us. Bent Bars is a teeny tiny, entirely volunteer run organization that runs on an actual shoestring budget, like 5,000 pounds a year. And we couldn't, that logic of deserving and undeserving. And if that case had won, it would have been disastrous because they were trying to argue that actually not only, I won't bore you with the complexities of the equality law, but they were trying to basically set a precedent that would force trans women out of spaces rather than creating, at the moment, there's kind of discretion around when trans women can be included and when they're excluded, but it's a discretionary, and they were trying to remove that discretion and basically force all trans women out. And if they'd won in the prison case, that would have had implications in women's shelters and homeless shelters, but we could get nobody to touch the case because of the logics of deserving and undeserving. And it's an uncomfortable conversation for people to have because I know sexual offenses is very loaded and we need to have the conversation about that. But I actually think we have to build infrastructures of care and support and hold fast to the principle of no one is disposable.
Thank you for that. I'm gonna go ahead and open it to audience questions.
Q&A,
Yeah,
Q&A.
Thank you so much. I wanted to, sort of jumping off, and especially the last question about sort of where we take this as power analysis for organizing. And I'm thinking especially of labor, right? Like we've been thinking about capitalism, we've been thinking about
capitalism,
studying the 18th century. So the carceral state is all about labor and property. And I was wondering,
the carceral state is all about labor and property. Capitalism is defined as private property ownership. The person asking the question started off by saying capitalism and then said the carceral state, the capitalist state, is all about labor. That sounds like workers, doesn't it? And property. Prison to them is about having free labor. Prison to them is about having slave labor. And they technically do. And that's actually true. But they're equating prisoners to slavery. It's about labor, prison labor in this case, and property, which is upholding the capitalist order.
Thinking about capitalism, thinking about the role of the state, studying the 18th century. So the carceral state is all about labor and property. And I was wondering, so everyone at Davis knows this already, probably, but if you don't, just a super quick account of us using litigation strategically, but hopefully toward building power as workers and not just with the end of sort of rights recognition. The entire UC system came under attack by Trump. There was a $1.2 billion ransom note as many universities faced. And one of the many demands that Trump placed on the UCs was stopping gender affirming care for minors in UC Health. And the way that we've, at least for now, gotten a temporary injunction against that is all, our faculty associations and every UC union banded together and sued, right? So yes, it's strategic litigation, which is great. Like I'm so excited about this, and I love that it's a coalition because it's not just about trans health; it's also about like everything else that is being threatened by a university. But of course, right, the lawsuit isn't the end, it's not the only end goal. The goal is how do we organize and build power? That's a really long-winded way of asking, like, what are some lessons toward building power? What have you seen that sort of maybe nuances your power analysis that people can use in organizing their workplaces, in organizing, tenants unions, whatever kinds of power we need to build in order to fight very wealthy corporations that are, powerful here.
I'll answer it quickly in terms of, and please add, about litigation, because I think I don't have as many fleshed out thoughts about the labor or workplace elements, but I do think that when organizers are part of litigation, it's too easy to let the case drive the organizing and organize around, for example, hearings that take place or the wins that take place. But I actually think the organizing could both drive and inform the case and then exist alongside it, not reliant upon its timeline. And sometimes the timeline's awful. And so one thing, again, bringing in that Dublin case, but also in my trans cases, right? We were trying to build coalition, build power, think of strategies completely outside of the litigation. And that makes people feel like they can do more. And the media attention should not just be on the case, but also on what kind of community power then is being built. And so I think that, it sounds like an amazing coalition. How can they then get involved in doing other things right now besides waiting for the next case update?
Other questions? Seth?
Thank you so much for such a fantastic conversation. At the beginning, you all started talking about how
That sounds like a they, them.
different sort of like layers or like meanings across your own lives. My work is about intergenerational activism and how activists that belong to different generations, whether it's like baby gays and non-baby gays, or also just like active, like I'm 25 and I'm organizing with people who are in their 60s, like those types of generations. And something that comes up quite a bit is that we have different understandings of identity frameworks, or like a good story about it is like I have a friend who is like a 70-year-old cis gay man who talks about trans people sometimes using the word like transvestite. And one time I confronted him and he was like, yeah, but that's how my friends like to be called. And I was completely stunned because I don't know his friends. They like he's organized more with those people than he has with me. And who am I to tell him like, oh, you can't call the people that you love a term that is offensive to me in this moment. So I'm wondering, in this thinking about like how identity has different meanings across one's life, like when we are in intergenerational activist spaces, like how do we negotiate those different like affective and political layers that we get?
Okay, I want to be really clear about this. What this person is talking about is how language has transformed over time. So what this person's focus is intergenerational activism. That means working with activists that are a lot older than you. This person is talking about how language that they used to use in the 70s is no longer being used today. It's evolved, but the people who were active in the 70s still use that language, and it's not offensive to them because they still use that language. That's what's being said here, and I just want to be very clear about it. They're not saying that the people who are using the language they don't like are not far leftists. They're saying they're just of a different era, and language changes and it evolves, and we need to be able to communicate with people and not be offended all the time if their language used to be different than it is now. They're not saying they are far leftist. They're just saying language evolves, essentially.
Or like a bound idea of transness, or like an inclusive versus an exclusive space, like sort of this like shifting across time.
I have thoughts. I don't want to keep answering first, but I will.
I'll go ahead.
Do it. I think I've seen this come up with the word queer as well, so same thing.
Queer?
In the Bay, I organized with an org where the term that they decided to use was same gender loving, right? Like there are different terms across time and community. And so I think that one good thing to do would be trying to find lowest common.
There are different terms across time and community. This is why we not only listen to the words that they say, but you also have to listen to the context. because there are different terms over time and community. Language evolves. So just because a word meant one thing in the 60s does not mean it means the same thing today. Now, some things do maintain and are consistent. Like queer has been defined as an anti-capitalist ideology for a long ass time. I have references to it back then. It's been it's been around a long time. There's some language that was used in the 70s that is no longer used today. That's what they're saying.
Denominators, or think outside of some of the terms and find other ways of keeping everyone together. Because I would, what's awful is when assumptions about this get heated, and then people fall apart and don't organize together for that reason. At one of the trans law institutes, someone said on the panel, you know, they acknowledged, a younger person acknowledged that some of these words were possibly offensive to the elders in the room. And someone who was like, I think you think of me as an elder and I am not offended by that term, so how dare you, right? So like, I think that we can't make assumptions. And also when someone voices, and I think it relies a little bit on the person voicing that they feel uncomfortable by some language that's being normalized or used. For example, the word prisoner or inmate. I try to correct Dee Farmer when she uses those words, she really uses inmate. And she was one that was incarcerated, not me. I know the term is violent, and she can't, right? Because it's her head, it's the word that she used when she was on the inside and now. So, and I felt uncomfortable when audience members in the room tried to correct her, and it's like, oh, this is hard, you know? And so I do think that that is a part of the work, but I don't want that to define the work.
I was just gonna say too, so similarly, for many years, a friend of mine who herself identifies as a transsexual, or sometimes she will call me, and I'm like, that's cool for you to call me, I don't care. But I'm like, everybody doesn't use that terminology. And she's like, but I don't understand trans. Like, that's just for young people. She's like, that's what young people say. I'm like, okay, cool. But to your question, like, are there places, into what Dee was saying, where we can acknowledge and affirm the way that people want to be identified, like, you know, however they want to be called, and you can still hold transsexual for you? And I'm like, that's cool. And we should hold that for you too, because that's what you want to. So it's sort of an added piece to your question, is like, I think like the point, and it sounds like what you're doing too, is like, I don't think it's helpful to have like such rigid lines all the time if we are being in community with people. And so sometimes that means holding these like really difficult tensions, and to continue to be in process. Now, I'm not saying that if somebody is just being, you know, out here just like doing all kind of like harmful shit, that you don't acknowledge it and that we don't like bring them in. I'm also saying sometimes people just are like, where I'm at is, I don't really know about this word, but I'm gonna try. I'm like, great, and we can keep moving forward. And I think that's an iterative process. So I'm just saying that as like, I hear you, and I'm in community with multiple people, including people in my like bio family who are in those places too. But like, we are in a process, and so the point for me is like the process of it all, and not just always creating these like very strict boundaries of like, you have to say this right all the time, because I'm gonna say some goofy shit sometimes too. But like, how can we keep moving forward? So I think, to me, like, that is what we're doing. Like, that is what we're doing all the time. And there is a form of accountability and sort of like bringing people in if something goes too far. But I'm like, girl, you can call me a transsexual. That's what you know. I don't care. Like, that's fine. But I'm not bothered. Somebody else might be, you know. Or you gonna say something like that?
Oh, just that I think, I just think the left needs to get better at disagreeing with each other and still working together.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
like, it's too urgent. We need to be able to hold, like, we don't have to agree on everything. We have to be able to work together. And I don't know, I mean, maybe it's in my perspective in the UK, but I just see so many great things fall apart because of what I think are just really, I mean, I know there's often power going on in there. It's not just about the thing that they're having an argument about, but I'm like, we need to be better at having fierce, passionate arguments and still being able to work together.
Are we at time?
Basically at time.
God.
I just wanted to end on one last question. I'll take the privilege of that, and it's an easy one, and it's
good.
where can we get your book?
That's nice.
I don't care about that. I don't give a flying fuck about that. Actually, I don't care. Yo, congratulations to the 100 some odd intrepid warriors on YouTube, on Rumble, on X, on Kick, maybe even on Facebook. I don't know. Maybe someone's watching on Facebook. I don't even know right now. Congratulations to everyone who has made it this far. You guys are 2/3 of the way done. Now, I don't know how many of you have run marathons before. I've run marathons before. You know where it gets really fucking difficult? In the last third of the race. Because in the last third of the race, your energy has been depleted. Your body has run out of carbs. You are transitioning from burning carbs to burning fat. And this is where it really gets tough, guys. But remember, we are training for the Socialism Conference, which we're going to be streaming in a couple weeks. If they're live streaming, they haven't announced their live stream schedule yet, which is unusual for them. So maybe they're prepared for us this year and they're not going to live stream. I don't know. But but if they stream, we will be covering it. And that's going to involve us watching socialism for 8 to 12 hours a day for like 3 days in a row. So we are in training. Let's go. We got one more presentation. This is for the real ones. This is for the real ones right here. We are going into panel number 2 of the Life Under Threat, Fighting the Rise of Anti-Trans Fascism conference at the Trans Freedom School at University of California, Davis. You guys here for it? You guys are going to finish strong? 1 in the chat if you're going to finish strong. 2 in the chat if you're like, Karlyn, I can't go anymore. This is it. I'm dropping out. 1 in the chat if you're going to finish strong and you're going to finish the marathon. 2 in the chat if you're like, this is just too much for me. I'm not ready yet. Let me know. All right, let's go. Let's see what happened.
Thanks for pointing that out, Eva. So we're delighted to welcome you back. Thanks for being with us. We know this is a long day, but it's such an exciting one. So thank you so much for being here. We're super excited to get started with our second panel.
Malcolm.
So I'm gonna, again, introduce our panelists from the middle to the right and start with Cheyenne Bhattacharya, is an assistant professor of women, gender, and has fans, of women, gender, and sexuality studies, University of Maryland, College Park. Their manuscript in progress is an archival and ethnographic exploration of various improvisatory strategies that Indian trans communities deploy to make life in an environment saturated by violence. Their research has appeared in Cultural Studies, Radical History Review, Global Public Health, South Asian Multidisciplinary Academic Journal, QED, and GLQ, among others. They are the recipient of the 2023 Sylvia Rivera Award in Transgender Studies for their essay, Inhabiting the State Subjunctively. I'm so sorry. Let me say that again. Inhabiting the State Subjunctively. Edit that out. Thank you. Cheyenne also volunteers with the community-led trans and disability rights organizations in West Bengal in India. Welcome, Cheyenne.
India shout out. Thank you,
To
India.
Cheyenne's right, we have Cole Rizky, him, who is an assistant professor of American Studies at the University of Virginia.
University of Virginia.
Relationships between transcultural production and activisms with histories of state violence and terror throughout the Americas. Rizky is a co-guest editor of the TSQ special issue, Trans Studies in Las Americas, invited guest editor of the NACLA report on the Americas special issue, Cuerpos Furiosos, Travesti, Trans Politics and Revolt, and TSQ's current translation section editor. His writing appears in TSQ, Feminist Theory, Journal of Visual Culture, Radical History Review, Journal of Latin American Cultural Studies, NACLA Report, American Quarterly, College Literature, and Slalom. Welcome, Cole. And last but not least, to Cole's right is Greta LaFleur, who is an associate professor of American Studies and Women's Gender and Sexuality Studies at Yale University.
Yale!
They are the author of The Natural History of Sexuality
Let's go, Ivy
in Early America,
Leagues!
and the co-editor with Anne Klowaska and Masha, Raskolnikov. Thank you, Raskolnikov, of Transhistorical Gender Plurality.
Remember when that retard was in the chat like a week ago or something, and he was like, I am a recent Harvard graduate, and I can assure you that none of this was being taught at Harvard. It's definitely being taught at Harvard. It's definitely being taught at Yale. Definitely being taught at Columbia. Definitely being taught at the at basically every school, every fucking school, literally every school.
For the Modern, a collection of scholarly essays. They are also the co-editor with Serena Bassi of a special issue of Transgender Studies Quarterly, Trans Exclusionary Feminists, and the New Global Right. Please join me in welcoming the members of our panel.
Thanks, y'all.
all for coming. I'm wondering, just to start us off, each of y'all has done a lot of work on the rise of anti-trans violence and authoritarian movements in different regions. So if you could just talk a little bit about why you think anti-trans violence is central to some of that violence and how
Is
it's
that for
played
this
out
year
in
though,
different
Hans?
regions.
Oh, yo! They did announce it. Hans, you're right. Hans, like 2 days ago, I was looking at this link and it was still for 2025. So they just changed this. Yo, let's go. We got the streaming schedule. This is gonna be awesome. Let me look through it real quick.
Am I audible at the back? First of all,
do you
Oh, this is gonna be so good.
Does everyone have one? Do you have one?
Yeah.
Oh, we have an extra.
Great.
Okay, I just
Do you
want to
have
make sure it was. Okay, sorry. Go ahead.
so first of all, thank you so much, Chris and Eva, for organizing this and bringing us together, because it's a huge privilege to be able to have these conversations with a room full of people at this point in time, because the crisis of higher education is what I see as central to authoritarianism. And that has been historically true always. So yeah, thank you so much. And thank you to Caitlin, and special thanks to Abby if she's around.
Yo! Regulio, W's to you, bro. Becoming a member of the cult. Welcome. You can never leave. You're never gonna see the world the same way again. You're gonna become obsessed with socialism. It's gonna be fucking awesome. Welcome to the cult, bro. Thanks for supporting the channel.
She's been working with me.
Is Sophie's
continuously
lecture
on,
being live streamed? That'd be rad.
Like rescheduling flights and everything with, the US dropping bombs in West Asia. So flight routes have been pretty, difficult to manage, but Abby has been very patient with me on that.
Yeah, we'll watch Beatrice, don't worry.
Now, in terms of the question, kind of resonating with what was being said on the previous panel around, the overlaps between neoliberalism and authoritarianism. And to that, I would add that at this point in time, what we are seeing is not simply authoritarianism, right, which is a lot about submission, but it's also totalitarianism. And totalitarianism in which the state has this complete stranglehold on different institutions of the state. It's not simply in terms of submitting to particular authority, but where the state is actively working to eliminate, to control, to capture, and which also has overlaps with fascism itself as a political ideology. And so that question
It's the same one from the audience earlier. This is the same trans Indian person from the audience in the earlier presentation. Wow.
Transness, or the question around gender, is kind of has always been central to fascism, because it is about this idea of purity.
Yeah, I saw that.
Right?
Yeah.
And so in the context of my work, for instance, in South Asia,
if Hans was an H-1B immigrant,
we've been under like in India, we've been under Narendra Modi's rule for 12 years now. He's been in power since 2014. We've seen an authoritarian regime in Bangladesh just get toppled in 2024. Some similar things happening in Sri Lanka, in Pakistan. So that entire region has been in a lot of turmoil with around authoritarianism. And that question of purity is kind of central to all of this. So be it through notions of caste, which is around that the politics of touch, like how the order of intimacy, how the order of intimacy is arranged around which kind of bodies are polluted and which kind of bodies are not polluted, right? And how that dovetails with the idea of gender itself. So the two cannot really be separated. So what I'm trying to basically say is that there is a longer genealogy of how this kind of gender politics operates.
breaking news, breaking news, breaking news. We are one step closer to making the Alex Jones dream a reality. I have just looked at my Twitter notifications. Look who liked a tweet of mine. Listen, this is a sign. I was just saying, Alex Jones needs to fucking talk to me. And here he is, liking a tweet I sent earlier that said Harrison Smith is a national treasure. Look at that. Alex, this is a sign from God. It is a sign from God, Alex. It is a sign from whatever God you believe in that you and I are meant to talk about the left, and we can debate or we can just have a nice conversation. Either way, I don't really care. Alex, I was just saying that I need to be on your show, and it's time. You've liked my tweet. You follow me on Twitter. Alex Jones fucking follows me, okay? See? He follows me. I think it was his producer that followed me. It was someone at his network. I think it was someone else running his account when they followed me. So I'm not sure Alex Jones even knows who the fuck I am. But he should know. And Harrison will tell you that, Alex. Go ask Harrison about me, Alex. What a fucking dub. Back to research, okay? Everyone pay attention.
By simply naming it as trans, we will not be able to really trace it. It really
not to
goes
like
into the
dogs
idea
or
of the
anything,
purity
but
of the body itself, and that purity of the body operates through questions of like in the case of South Asia, it completely operates through questions of caste and religion. So Hindutva as a fascist ideology, right, and which kind of completely is around imagining this deviant, monstrous foreign body, right, which has to be eliminated, right? So if
not
one
that
looks
one,
at
no.
and how it draws from Zionist ideology,
We watched
as well,
the
there
one
are
related
strong
to this.
evidences there, which is talking about
Mizakan, there's a ton of content on that channel we're gonna watch. We're gonna basically watch fucking everything from this conference. This is just what I chose to start with, but like, there's so much good content on that channel. It's crazy. It's like a treasure trove. It's a secret treasure.
This kind of foreign body which has invaded the pure race of the region, and therefore that needs to be subsumed, and that is exactly what is playing out in the context of South Asia. So where you like in India, for instance, where Eva in the beginning like note where she mentioned about how Modi having this sort of liberal image around trans friendliness. But that trans friendliness is completely drawn from ideas of scriptural sanction. That there are these Hindu epics which kind of mention some form of thirdness of gender, and therefore Hinduism has been this religion which has always been tolerant towards gender non-conformity, and therefore then there is this foreign body, right, which has now not been tolerant. So then gender tolerance becomes a way to kind of strengthen that kind of fascist politics of purity. Right, but then if one really scratches the surface, then one starts noticing that what really gets sanctioned as easy acceptance is actually a very narrow definition of gender, where the idea is around the idea of thirdness as someone is born trans, right? So where what happens is that intersex and trans starts getting used interchangeably. So if one looks at legal language, I am particularly thinking of the Trans Act in Bangladesh, which specifically talks about quote unquote mutilated genitalia.
Can we just deport this person? Why the fuck is this person in America? Why the fuck is this person allowed in the country? This person should not be allowed in the country. I'm sorry. We should have standards. If you're coming into the country to lecture at a leftist fucking college about a far left radical ideology that is trying to destroy gender, you should not be allowed in. No, the visa should be denied. Go back to India. Can we just deport this person already?
Basically talking about a certain defect in
this is about communism. This is about communism. Like, isn't this fucking illegal already? Can we deport the Indian communist queer activist, please? One in the chat if you say deport, two in the chat if you say they, them can stay. Let me know.
Body, which is like no discourse around intersex there, but kind of using a very pathological idea of intersex, and that defect is supposed to grant rights to transness then. So all this, and similarly in the context of India as well, where trans life gets bureaucratized. So we have district level committees which can decide if a person is trans or not. So then we have to submit certification, like, certificates from psychologists about dysphoria, but then it's not really dysphoria, because the kind of conversations that I've seen in my own fieldwork is that, like, often the question that keeps coming up, were you born trans? Like, what does that even supposed to mean? But that is the kind of language of law that kind of creates this narrative around, like, the ideal Hindu subject who is born trans, and therefore who will have some kind of tolerance in the nation state. Similarly, in the context of Pakistan, where there are creative interpretations of Sharia law, for instance, Pakistan had this Act, Trans Protection Act 2018, which then the Sharia, in the Federal Court of Sharia law, it was challenged, saying that we are only talking about people who are born trans and not people who became trans later, right? So in that sense, the idea of gender affirmation surgery is seen some kind of a Western intervention, which does not go with scriptures, right? So this is a kind of resonance that is happening through the entire region. So where one is constantly going back to scriptures for a very narrow idea of what constitutes as gender identity, but that rests on creating this foreign invader who is intolerant and who is therefore not part of this kind of rights-based discourse. And I think that is at the heart of the project of authority.
I'm definitely making the argument there's a foreign invader right now. I'll tell you what. I'm kind of sick of this accent already.
Ideas around purity and pollution.
Yeah, thank you, Ava and Chris and Caitlin and Abby as well. I think, what you were saying about purity, Cheyenne, is so helpful. A lot of my current work is in Argentina and thinking about travesti identity in relationship to authoritarianism and its longer histories, mostly in my work currently in the 1970s and 80s. But this question of purity is something that I've been thinking about lately, is the idea of, subversion and the centrality of subversion to discourses of purity. And we can think about criminology or hygiene as well from the early 20th century, and how hygiene influences these notions of purity, especially with waves of immigration around the early 20th century in Argentina and across the Southern Cone. This, has a longer history, and we could trace it to colonialism as well, not just early 20th century, but some of my current work is making this bracket. But I think I want to return also to your question, Ava, about anti-trans state violence or violence broadly in the context of authoritarianism, and sort of grounded in some of the more ethnographic work that I've been doing recently with trans and travesti survivors of authoritarianism, to think about what authoritarianism looks like on the ground. You have a verticalization of the police force integrated with the military under authoritarianism, and so you have boots and eyes that multiply on the ground. So some of the anti-trans violence has to do with the massive uptick of forces in the streets. You're more exposed, and also who then is exposed to anti-trans state violence. It has to do with sexual labor, which is another question that I don't see being asked as centrally of authoritarianism, is the question of sexual labor, sexual economies, and how those communities are being hyper surveilled or hyper policed under authoritarianism. And so I want to ask about geographies of sex work and authoritarianism and those overlaps. In thinking about a broader context to a longer history, another question that I have about authoritarianism, or something that I'm thinking about, are the ways that concentrational histories or histories of concentration camps under authoritarianism throughout the 70s and 80s in Latin America and beyond intersect with carceral circuits of detention. So thinking about a carceral and concentrational overlap under authoritarianism, I think broadens the way that we think about detention and the types of anti-trans state violence that are happening under those contexts, both exceptional forms of violence, which have elided, I think, the study of the more quotidian and continuous ways that trans and travesti folks are experiencing fascism beyond the confines of what we may think of as authoritarianism, formal authoritarianism in Argentina or other countries throughout Latin America and beyond, as folks' work is showing us. And there's also a question of obviously sexual morality, the types of morality brigades or vice squads that you see within police forces, but also within authoritarian regimes, the focus on vice or morality as well. And in thinking about Argentina and the types of anti-trans state violence that that I'm looking at, and you also have the instantiation of police edicts under Peronism, classical populism. So I think if we stretch out a longer genealogy of how those vice squads or morality brigades are then being operationalized under authoritarianism, you have to go back to classical populism to situate the emergence of those police codes that then facilitate and accelerate experiences of anti-trans state violence under authoritarianism. And also, of course, paramilitary activity, upticks in paramilitary activity, again, targeting sex work and sex workers. So,
paramilitary activity targeting sex workers. By the way, that means ending trafficking. That's a reference. They believe sex work is real work. They believe this gets a little perverse. I'm not defending them on this. I'm explaining what they believe. They believe sex work is work, and most people who are sex workers either want to be sex workers or need to be sex workers. And when the police go after sex workers, even if they're trying to like fix trafficking, it's paramilitary operations against like oppressed people and stuff like that. It's a weird thing, like whatever. I don't agree with it, but that's their perspective. I'm explaining what they believe, generally speaking.
I also just want to thank all the organizers and for Ava, Chris, Caitlin, Abby. I feel very honored to be included in this conversation. I feel very happy
we
to
got
be
a
here.
super chat from Kimmy. Thank you so much, Kimmy. Have a great evening, everyone. 5 a.m. comes early. Thanks for the amazing content, Karlyn. Thank you, Kimmy, for the super chat on Rumble or the Rumble rant, whatever. I appreciate you tweeting at Alex Jones as well. Let's, be very nice to him, but just gently tell him he needs to have me on his show. Yeah, they believe sex work is work. They advocate for sex work.
Among all of you, so thank you for that. I'm just so grateful for the opportunity to talk and learn in this moment, because these politics, as we all I think know, are so incredibly pressing. Can people hear me okay? Okay, just checking. So I am actually kind of a late arrival, arrive, to use the gayest possible form of the word, to some of these conversations. And I want to just shout out to my co-editor, Serena Bassi, who I worked on that TSQ special issue with, because they're a scholar of fascist and post-fascist Italy, and I really learned a lot about some of these conversations from them. That's not my kind of like scholarly home. I'm like properly an early Americanist, so although less and less so by the day. But so I did want to, one of the things I want to share something with you that was helpful for me to think about, which is thinking about authoritarianism. We've had a lot of terms like in the even in the last like 3.
I gotta pee. I'll be right back. Let me know if I miss anything.
Minutes, like authoritarianism, totalitarianism, democracy, populism, autocracy. Like one of the things that has been helpful for me to think with is to think about fascism. And fascism is a word that gets tossed around a lot as this kind of like sometimes almost like so a signifier so baggy that it's kind of hard to pin it down. But one of the things that was helpful for me to think about, and I'll come back to the authoritarianism in a sec, is that like fascism, I think I thought that fascism was like a specific style of government. Like a fascist government is like, it's like a style like democracy. No, I mean, or maybe it is also that, but fascism is almost like a style of governance. That's like something that's been very helpful for me to think with. Oh, I don't mean to hit my mic here. And thinking about fascism being like a sort of style or set of tendencies within styles of governance, whether that's democracy. And like for any of you guys who are like Foucault nerds, like, there are many people really understand democracy and fascism to be like a very like easy fit in terms of each other. So I think those are something that at least for me, I understood those terms as kind of like maybe opposed prior to the last like 5 years. So thinking about fascism as a kind of set of vibes or style of governance has helped me kind of parse out what we're kind of seeing in our own moment and to
Fascism is a set of vibes. Fascism is vibes. I'm sorry, I need to rewind this. I know I went pee, but like, what?
Baggy that it's kind of hard to pin it down. But one of the things that was helpful for me to think about, and I'll come back to the authoritarianism in a sec, is that like fascism, I think I thought that fascism was like a specific style of government. Like a fascist government is like, it's like a style like democracy. No, I mean, or maybe it is also that, but fascism is almost like a style of governance. That's like something that's been very helpful for me to think with. Oh, I don't mean to hit my mic here. And thinking about fascism being like a sort of style or set of tendencies within styles of governance, whether that's democracy. And like for any of you guys who are like Foucault nerds, like, you know, there are many people really understand democracy and fascism to be like a very like easy fit in terms of each other. So I think those are something that at least for me, I understood those terms as kind of like maybe opposed prior to the last like 5 years. So thinking about fascism as a kind of set of vibes or style of governance has helped me kind of parse out what we're kind of seeing in our own moment and to understand the ways that also things like liberalism or liberal styles of governance or democratic structures of governance can also lean fascist. Like, so I don't know, maybe none of you need to hear that. I needed to hear that at some point. So I'm sharing it with you. So I wanted to go to like what Cheyenne was saying about purity. I think that this is such an important moment to track that kind of thread here in the United States. And I think we're seeing a lot of calls to like purity of the state, purity of society, purity of family, purity of culture. And one of the ways that fascism or fascist sort of rhetoric works so effectively is by marshaling grievance policies or politics into a kind of, or even affect into a kind of us or them, right? And it's very slippery. Like anyone could be an us, anyone could be a them, depending on like where you are, what time, what are we talking about, etc. But it produces this framework where there's this kind of naturalized us and a threatening them that becomes the scapegoat for a number of different things, but often like state failure. And I think that's one of the things that I really see in this moment. I don't think it's at all surprising that these moments of like, or these structures of anti-trans violence have also arisen in this moment of like intense economic insecurity, because trans people are a perfect kind of like them to hail the Super Bowl ad from, what was it, last year, right? Kamala is for, or Donald Trump is for us, Kamala is for they, them, or whatever the ad was. It's, I mean, I know, it's like, I mean, honestly, it's a cute slogan, but like, you know, it's bad, but I was like, all right, you got a good person on there. But it like, and this is, I think, something that Lamble was saying earlier, is that like it sort of it gives us a sort of, or it wants to offer up a site for the sort of reason for people's like economic insecurity, for their general feelings of fear, of that internalized like failure. Like it's not the state that's the problem, it's me for not succeeding economically, or succeeding as a man, or succeeding as X, Y, or Z. It tells us like it's not the billionaires that are the problem, it's not the state that's failing us, it's actually, you know, the quote unquote immigrants that are taking our healthcare, or that you know, the trans people in prison that are wasting our money, right? It always sort of foists the sort of object for blame onto someone else. And this is also, I just want to say, like a really important moment for solidarity between trans, genderqueer, and gender nonconforming people and like other people who are being ousted or marginalized as the them in this equation. The other thing I wanted to sort of point out about fascist rhetoric is that it tends to harken back to this kind of like mythical better time. There's a lot of kind of like atavism, like remember when Make America Great Again, right? It's like there was a great America that was then, and now we're in this like who knows what we're in. Who knows this better time? And so the gender politics are such a critical part, and kind of cishet hothouse family gender politics are a really sort of critical ideal in that equation. Even as we also know that that for the better part of a decade at this point, in terms of the actual sociosexual organization in the United States, it actually hasn't tracked along the line of like the hothouse family, right? And there's like been a million really important economic critiques of like the way that the hothouse family, like, you know, mom, dad, kids, whatever, in a married family living all in one household but without any other family members, the way that is also an economic form that doesn't actually meet the moment and hasn't been meeting the moment for many, many, many decades. And I want to just also credit my wonderful colleague Everin Savcha for like being one of my many teachers on this issue. But yeah, this harkening back to a mythical better time as this, it becomes this expression of economic grievance, right? Like, so there's a lot of ways that like our economic moment is getting expressed in the like the things that could have been if only it weren't for these trans people who are doing X, Y, or Z. And this rhetoric also inures the state from critique, and I think that that's like another thing that we just really have to keep our eyes on. And also fascist gender politics. So again, just thinking about why anti-trans violence is so useful for both state and non-state actors, like movements broadly right now. It also encourages or assures a specific organization of the family, which guarantees a specific form of social reproduction, right?
Oh, there it is. There it is. Social reproduction theory. This is what I explained probably 5.5 hours ago now, earlier in the stream. The reason the left wants to abolish the nuclear family is because they believe the nuclear family is the means of reproduction, of social reproduction of capitalism. It's based on something called social reproduction theory, which basically says social systems will culturally reproduce themselves until something comes in to disrupt that social system. The left believes that when two people get married, they enter into a property capitalist relationship. The left does not believe in like contractual monogamy. They believe people can choose to be with only one person, but also they do a lot of polyamory. Not everyone that does polyamory is a queer Marxist, but a lot of queer Marxists are polyamorous. And the reason that they're polyamorous is that they don't believe in monogamy. They believe that when you are in a monogamous relationship, you are literally the property of the other person, okay? So that is why they oppose marriage. Gay marriage, they were never in favor of gay marriage. They never wanted gay marriage. They argued against gay marriage. They lost to the normie gay rights movement. And I've talked about that other times, and we're not going to do it right now, okay? So the left believes that when someone enters into a propertied relationship that is monogamous in the form of marriage, and then they produce children within that marriage, they are going to raise the children with capitalist values, send the children out into the capitalist world. The children become the oppressed workers under capitalism that will replace the ones that are retiring, thus reproducing the capitalist system. That is why they want to abolish the nuclear family. There's also issues around community care. They also believe parental rights are a form of private property ownership. There are other factors to it as well, but that is the core of the argument. Listen to them say it again.
Like another thing that we just really have to keep our eyes on. And also fascist gender politics. So again, just thinking about why anti-trans violence is so useful for both state and non-state actors, like movements broadly right now. It also encourages or assures a specific organization of the family, which guarantees a specific form of social reproduction, right? And which itself becomes a specific social form
capitalism
to which the state can outsource things it should be doing, right? And I think I really appreciate
to which the state can outsource things it should be doing. What does that mean? They believe that capitalism created the gender binary, men and women. Men are productive workers under capitalism. They have access to all the power and all the money. Women are reproductive workers under capitalism. Women engage in doing unpaid reproductive labor in terms of having and raising children that will feed the capitalist system within the nuclear family. That is what they're talking about. When we're talking about the socially constructed categories of men and women that they believe make up the gender binary, that is what they are trying to abolish. They believe capitalism created those categories based on reproductive ability. Men who cannot physically reproduce were put in the workplace where they had access to all the power and all the money. They were the productive workers under capitalism. The women were placed at the bottom of the hierarchy. This is the patriarchy. The gender hierarchy is the patriarchy. The women were doing the unpaid reproductive labor within the home. The left believes the state should be responsible for this stuff. Why are women, the category of women, relegated to doing unpaid labor, having and raising the children? Why are they relegated to paying to raise the future capitalist workers within the capitalist system? That is what they are talking about. Does everyone understand? 1 in the chat if you understand what I just said, 2 in the chat if you're confused. I know we're getting late in the stream. I know this is a lot of information, but we're marathoning today. You guys are hanging in. Let me know if you have questions.
So again, just thinking about why anti-trans violence is so useful for both state and non-state actors, like movements broadly right now. It also encourages or assures a specific organization of the family, which guarantees a specific form of social reproduction, right? And it's which itself becomes a specific social form to which the state can outsource things it should be doing, right? And I think I really appreciate the conversation we were just having about what the role of the state is. I think many of us are kind of struggling on this front about where do we want the state in our lives, but I tend to agree with what Lambo
It's all
was
good,
saying
Reagan.
about,
There's going to be a recording.
Some basic entitlements. Like at one point we had more of a welfare state than we do today. And I think thinking about what made that previous iteration possible, imperfect, incomplete, not accessible to all people, but I'm just thinking about my former colleague Mari Matsuda, who would say there are examples from the past that we can look to for things that we can demand in the present, and it's not because we want to demand the same things, but it sort of fills us with a sense of the possible. Guaranteeing a particular type of social reproduction through a particular rigid conception of gender politics means that the family will do healthcare, the family will do education, the family will do childcare, the family will do elder care, right? And the state doesn't have to do any of this.
And so that's what they're saying. All of these functions take place as unpaid labor within the nuclear family. All the education takes place as unpaid labor. All of the healthcare takes place as unpaid labor. And the state should be paying for all of this. Communism should be paying for all this stuff. And it's relegated to the privatized nuclear family. And that's what maintains the capitalist system.
Possible. Guaranteeing a particular type of social reproduction through a particular rigid conception of gender politics means that the family will do healthcare, the family will do education, the family will do childcare, the family will do elder care, right? And the state doesn't have to do any of this. And so these are just a few sort of mishmashy thoughts on why anti-trans violence is useful for the state. And I think the other thing I want to say that I've just been thinking a lot after a conversation I had on Monday is that these logics worm their way into places that are really, really left of the far right. And I think Caitlin and I were talking about this at lunch too.
These things worm their way in to the neoliberals that are to the left of the far right. Remember, these people think that the far right is MAGA. They think that the far right is Trump. So they're not talking about us. They're not talking about people who are to the right of Trump when they say far right. They're talking about Trump. They're talking about MAGA. They're saying these things, these capitalist structures, worm their way into the neoliberals who are to the left of the far right. They're shitting on the Democrats, the liberals, and the progressives again. Listen.
After a conversation I had on Monday, is that these logics worm their way into places that are really, really left of the far right. And I think Caitlin and I were talking about this at lunch too, the way that what was at some point maybe a set of what we might have thought of at the time as kind of far right or fringe priorities are increasingly centrist or just present in just regular old like liberalism, or people who might even identify themselves as being on the left.
Who predicted that? Who predicted that? These policies that used to be on the far right, now the centrists and the fucking liberals are embracing these policies that uphold capitalism that used to be on the far right. See, told ya. It's like I'm a mystic. It's like I'm a psychic. It's like I can see inside these people's brains. No, I've just heard them say this about 20 million times.
For the state, and I think the other thing I want to say that I've just been thinking a lot after a conversation I had on Monday is that like these logics worm their way into places that are really, really left of the far right. And I think that's, I think Caitlin and I were talking about this at lunch too, the way that like what was at some point maybe a set of what we might have thought of at the time.
Yeah, I spoke to their fucking spirit guides. Yeah,
priorities are increasingly centrist or just present in like just regular old like liberalism, or people who might even identify themselves as being on the left. And I think that this is maybe I'll stop there. I have more to say about protection, but I'll stop there for now.
Thanks, them.
Thank you all. What a great place to start. I'm super excited about this conversation. And I think, so the question that I want to ask might be, so like I want to ask about authoritarians' kind of newness, but also about the ways in which, as all of you I think have gestured to, this is really not a fully new phenomenon, right? And yet I think like the efforts to think about the particular relationships between the leaders that we're kind of identifying as authoritarian leaders might be useful in this moment to try and pull apart what's new about now, right? So I'm thinking specifically about Donald Trump's election in the US and some of the specific partnerships, as well as the kind of looser ones between somebody like Trump and somebody like Javier Milei in Argentina, or Narendra Modi in India, Keir Starmer, Maloney. Like there's a whole array of specific people that have kind of stepped into these particular positions that people are identifying as a sort of authoritarian turn. So as we think about kind of naming the connections between these regimes, what's useful about that? How would you characterize them? And what do you think US movements can learn from activists who have been kind of struggling in these ways in other nations?
Yeah, there's so much packed into that question, and it's a very important question. While Chris and I were just coming to this venue, I was just mentioning how I think it was yesterday or the day before, where the White House press secretary at the press conference, she said that America has given India the permission to buy oil from Russia. Right, so America gives permission, because of there's massive cooking gas crisis globally, and it's also happening in India, right? Because
what is Kash Patel talking about?
The blockade that.
This is Kash Patel. Yeah, probably true.
And so, what has been very important here is that more than a partnership, it's like abject submission of the Indian state to the monarch of America, basically. And this is so in that sense, it's a break. It's a historical break, because if one looks at the history of that region, South Asia, like India particularly, has a long history of being part of the non-aligned movement, which was like a very political stand that it took during the Cold War period. And that is over, that's gone. Now India has made its, and for instance, around the question of Palestine, there was, India has always historically post-colonial India, and here I mean post-colonial, not in the sense of decolonial, that people sometimes use it interchangeably. I just mean it in the sense of a country that newly emerged after British colonialism, while also simultaneously holding on to its own colonial logics of colonizing Kashmir. So those two can be held in the same frame here. So post-colonial India had this very ambivalent relationship with Palestine, in the sense that while
Palestine, let's go,
right to nationhood, while also having military trade deals with Israel. And both were happening simultaneously. If you read Azad Esa's work called Hostile Homelands, that book really traces that history. But actually, right now, there is a complete break around that because right now the support for Israel has become like front, right, and center. And so that question around being non-aligned is no longer there. And that obviously has implications for questions around gender, right? Because it's around, because this tolerance that is being talked about around transness, it completely relies around the ideal Hindu trans figure who ascends to Hindu majoritarianism, because otherwise outside of that there is no imagination of gender. So right now, and this is really important to kind of really kind of push back against any kind of trans exceptionalism, like as some kind of a protected trans minority status, because we cannot talk about trans without really talking about this kind of deviance that gets constructed at this political moment, which is that right now, for instance, there are particular vigilante groups headed by particular trans women, hijras, who go around, like there have been videos where, like the question of, just digressing a bit, but I'll come back to it, you'll see why it's related. The question around food is very important in South Asia, because going back to the question around purity and pollution.
There's vigilante trans groups in India.
So cow is this, the cow is kind of revered as some kind of a Hindu deity. So which is to say that beef is a banned meat in several Indian states. So there are particular vigilante groups led by trans people who have actually been invading Muslim households to check on if there is beef in the refrigerator, right? And there's actually been an incident just day before where a trans woman was force feeding cow dung to a young Muslim boy. So how does one sit with this kind of a moment, right? Like how does one think about really some kind of a trans community as an a priori good, or how does one think about LGBT movement as some kind of a minoritized community within the larger framework of the imagination of India when such things happen, right? So, but then what is really happening is to kind of some kind of a mimetic relationship with the idea of Hindu patriot, and that is what's going to bring legibility to the trans figure. But what that really renders as the other is the figure of the Muslim trans person, or the oppressed caste trans person for whom a lot of nutrition is derived from beef, right? So see how that question of purity and pollution kind of keeps making a comeback.
Yeah, I remember that. Yeah, I remember
something
that.
very important happened, and it is not being covered by anywhere in the mainstream media. So there were a bunch of public interest litigations with the Indian Supreme Court filed by trans activists, because we do not have the right to donate blood as non-binary, as trans people, as visibly femme people. We do not have the right to donate blood because we are already seen as those who are prone to being being exposed to HIV, right? So that's why these trans activists had filed a litigation with the Supreme Court about the right to blood donation. And the Supreme Court and the central government was the opponent to that petition. And the central government specifically said that sex workers, migrants, and trans people cannot have the right to donate blood because it is about the health of the entire country. Since these people have so much exposure to HIV, they have unprotected sex, and so on and so forth. Therefore, they should not have the right. And the Supreme Court dismissed the petition, saying that this is not an important issue, right? So see that again, how we keep going back to that central idea of purity, right? So that question that you asked about what can activists learn is to kind of really see that there are certain disturbing patterns that refuse to disappear, right?
Mhm.
So for instance, in the context of America, we can think about the welfare queen, right? The Reagan administration, like Kathy Cohen's work is more urgent than ever, right? The connections that she was drawing and around the welfare queen and kind of developing the solidarity politics around questions of poverty, and not having this very narrow idea of sexuality in her critique of the queer nation. And it is around that same time when the HIV epidemic is reaching its peak in America, around the figure of the patient zero and how the anti-blackness of the figure of the of that discourse around patient zero right? So, and we've seen that again happen during COVID. So the patient zero, Haiti, the history around Haiti, around HIV morphs into the anti-Asian violence during COVID. And so there are these very disturbing patterns that keep emerging. So this latest judgment that came out with the Indian Supreme Court, where we will continue to not be able to donate blood or to have proper, vegetarian diet, where we have trans people policing. So this kind of goes into this larger importance of having a robust politics around solidarity are based on material conditions, as the previous panelists were all pointing out, rather than really having very essentialist ideas about what gender or sex is.
Yeah, I think that thinking about the relationship with Millet in an article that I wrote recently that came out with Feminist Theory, I added a coda onto that article as I was writing once I had the revisions back. And I was trying to think about, some of what I was seeing with the economic relationship between what was not yet the Doge. I think I was writing
The
just
Doge.
prior to the inauguration in December, November, and I was noticing some of the rhetoric being picked up by Musk and Ramaswamy at that time, publishing in the Wall Street Journal about the kind of tactics that they were going to use in order to dismantle different facets of the state. And
it never happened. Remember when they were still pretending that Doge was a real thing that wasn't going to be disbanded in a couple months when Trump just decided to give all our fucking money to Israel? We never got our Doge checks. We were supposed to get Doge checks. It's all gone. They were going to dismantle different different facets of the state. It was going to be awesome. They made all these fucking promises. They said, pinky swear, trust us, bro. We're totally going to do this. Vivek Ramaswamy went to run for governor of Ohio, which he's probably going to lose. And Elon Musk just gave up and left because he found out how fucked up it all really is.
Having read and studied 1 year prior, the massive restructuring that happened when Millet took office, where in 1 year's time he reduced the federal workforce by 7%, population again almost 50% of people living under poverty. But thinking about those relationships, I think I tagged the Ministry of Human Capital in Argentina as a direct example of what the Doge would become. And I wrote that coda in the speculative, and it really jarred me when I wrote it. It really shook me. And I had to change the coda from the speculative into a much less speculative vein to say that this is what's happening, or this is what I think is going to happen. And so I think that, paying attention, sometimes we think about, it gets framed as, oh, the US is intervening in Latin America again. Return to, the 1920s, 30s, 40s. We're seeing a return. But there's also an influence from south to north, which is what I was trying to, put pressure on in that article. And what I'm putting pressure on in my work is that we see these, sometimes we see these things as emanating outwards, but Trump learned a lot from Millet. So did Musk, and that conversation continues. Just a few days ago, I think 3 days ago, the Shield of the Americas summit happened. I don't know if any of you watched the Trump speech at the Shield of the Americas summit that just happened, where there's a reinvestment or a reinvigoration of relationships within the Western Hemisphere that brought 12 far-right leaders together in Florida for what was a new military coalition of leaders and fighting against the cartels, supposedly. With Christine Noem now named as the U.S. Special Envoy to that coalition.
Remember, this was back in March.
But the idea that now America is safe and we want to help our neighbors, there's mutual learning happening there. I think that's what I don't see as much coverage of, as how the types of policies that are being enacted in Argentina are directly influencing some of what's happening in these security summits, or in the types of economic restructuring that we're experiencing now, or that within the government jobs and other sectors. you know, and Trump saying we have to use the military, you have to use your militaries. You know, it's happening. And I wanted to say, this really struck me as well. I was reading that, you know, this week Argentina named this week Argentina Week, and we have Milei auctioning off Argentina in front of JP Morgan employees, just I think yesterday or the day before. I don't know, I'm still thinking about it, but I just wanted to flag that as being pretty extraordinary. A lot of his employees within the Ministry of Economy are former JP Morgan employees. So again, direct ties to some of what's happening in the US. And there's obviously an investment in Antarctica and wanting to have access to, you know, a particular pole of a sphere of influence in terms of military action. And
about land.
You know, lithium and all sorts of other minerals. But I'll just say that in terms of Milei, that there is a south-north and not just a north-south relationship that I think we need to pay attention to. Yeah.
Yeah, I just want to second that last point. I think like sometimes I think there's a vein of American exceptionalism that imagines that we're arriving to this moment alone, and it's like
I just want to note for people who have been here the whole time, have you guys noticed that we haven't had a retard sighting in like 2.5 hours at least? I would even, maybe it's even been longer than that. Maybe it's been longer. We had retard sighting after retard sighting after retard sighting for the first 3 hours of the stream. For the subsequent several hours, we've had peace. We've had peace. And this is why I know it's annoying to people when I yell all the time at the beginning of the streams, but do you understand what we had to do in order to achieve peace for the majority of the stream? Because if we had let them run wild in the chat, they would just be yapping, disrupting. They would be fucking annoying all of us. I know it's tiring to chew them out, but we have to set an example and we have to set standards. And when we set standards, we will remove the people who need to be gatekept and we will be left with peace.
like, or without like the influence of others. And I mean, this is old news, but the sort of institutionalized American right has established a center and has been sort of going to think tank meetings in Hungary for years now. You know,
that's Rufo.
Not just because of Viktor
That's
Orban,
Chris
but,
Rufo.
Hungary has been over and over and over again, just as one of many places, sort of invoked
Yo,
on the
Vegas,
sort of.
listen, Vegas, I want you to keep in mind, I've had to deal with the conservatards every day of my life for 5 years. Literally every single day, I have to deal with that in my comments every day. I think you're relatively new. Maybe you watched for a while before you started supporting. There is a reason that I'm insane. There is a reason why I have no fucks about getting high on the internet. There's a reason why I yell. There's a reason why I rule with an iron fist. It is because I've literally had to deal with this every single day of my life for 5 years. For 5 fucking years. And it's been exhausting, okay? It's exhausting. Thanks, Reagan. I don't know what that is, but thank you.
Like by the Project 2025 policymakers, for example, as like a place to emulate in terms of the way that there's been
Yeah. This is literally fucking me. This is literally me. This is the sacrifice that I make for you guys right here. This is literally me. Literally me. For you. For you.
I work with retards.
Isn't that a little politically incorrect?
No. The hell with that. No one's going to tell me who I can and can't work with, right?
Yeah. Thanks, Reagan. Thanks. Appreciate it. Appreciate the support, Vegas. Appreciate it. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
These like through state infrastructure, just to throw that on the table. But I want to say like two things. So I think, because I am a colonial Americanist by training, I do want to say that there are like deep historical precedents for this, and we're also seeing them explicitly invoked in this moment. Like if you look in like some particular corners of the right, you see advocates of what people call the Dark Enlightenment, neo-monarchism, even I would argue the theory of the unitary executive among legal scholars, which is very much like sort of present not only among legal scholars, but also members of various cabinet leaders, people working like lawyers for the government. All of these plans, proposals, frameworks sort of seek to distill power into a sort of ever increasingly singular, narrow site. And I think that all of those different efforts and all of those different approaches, even if they are not themselves sort of like definitionally authoritarian, like certainly work in step with them. So, like I think, and again, just to go back to neo-monarchism or Dark Enlightenment, I mean, that's all looking back to the sort of history of the founding of the United States, and using that and marshaling that moment and sort of pieces of that history as evidence towards the sort of towards shoring up the legitimacy for these sort of proposals for governance. So like I just taught a lecture in the fall that I developed for this moment. It was a new lecture called Early American Studies for 21st Century America, because I think what we're seeing right now with the sort of proliferation of the use of early American history as historical evidence in support of this moment. Sal, my 18th century colleague over here, is nodding along. I mean, it's really ugly, and I appreciate efforts like I'm going to blank on the name of the center, but I want to say it's called the 14th Amendment Initiative or the 14th Amendment Center. There's all these efforts by people who are trying to push back in a kind of like legal or policy framework on the use of that history towards right-wing and or repressive ends. So just for what it's worth. The other place I think that I really see, or the international relationships or international ideological threads that I find myself pulling on a lot are connections among Anglophone countries that sort of share a conversation and have for many decades now around turf politics and trans-exclusionary radical feminist politics, in particular Australia and England and us. And one of the things that I've been really kind of like rolling over in my head is I think one of the gains, or one of the things that liberal feminism would claim as its gains is the way that it's embedded itself.
Liberal feminism. They believe liberal feminists are not real feminists.
Is I think one of the gains, or one of the things that liberal feminism would claim as its gains is the way that it's embedded itself into state practice in a lot of different ways. And we see this in everywhere from things like non-discrimination law to a sort of like general, I don't know, kind of like rights-based conversation around gender. But like, it's interesting because as the state has kind of slid authoritarian, there's been no stickiness with the way that like that embedded liberal feminism has slid authoritarian with it. And I think this especially happens via protectionist politics of various kinds. And so like the way we'll encounter this in our sort of everyday lives right now is an easy way is like the sort of invocation of the threat of sexual violence. And this is why we need to keep trans women out of bathrooms. And this is why we need to keep immigrants out of the United States. You know, the threat of sexual violence is a very mobile and portable tool, even as I also want to be very clear that like sexual violence is a real form of structural harm that is pervasive, real, and something that's frequently also perpetrated by the state itself. But the rhetorical power of that, I think, allows protectionism to sort of get to its more authoritarian edges. You know what I mean? And protectionism is a great, like, who's against the protection of women? Who's against the protection of children, right? And it's something that I think gathers a large tent, or like creates a large tent in the sort of center right, center left, and it's also a tent that's kind of ever expanding, and ends up being like a sort of vehicle for, again, authoritarian creep into areas that I think or corners of everyday life, whether it's sort of civic, quote unquote private, et cetera, that maybe we would have previously associated with something like really staunchly liberal. So those are my 2 cents. Oh, one more. I want to just add one more thing, which I think about like once a week. In the oral arguments for the Dobbs decision, at one point, I don't actually even remember what the question was, but I think it was Justice Roberts said something, asked about other places that had like really thick bans, other countries that had really thick bans on abortion, and a way to say like, well, the United States could do this because certainly other countries do it. And like every other country he named is like highly authoritarian. And it was really interesting. North Korea was one of the ones that he named. And like Elizabeth Freelager was like, whoa, did you say North Korea? Like, you know, but just thinking about that being the reference point itself feels like a kind of, again, like sort of iteration of that creep. So for what it's worth.
Thanks for that. Wow, we've done so many different questions spatially, but I'm wondering if we can return to the question that a version of the question that we asked the last panel around critiques of neoliberalism. Whether you see
an entire question asking the queer Marxists to critique the neoliberals, the Democrats, the liberals, the progressives. These are communists. These are socialists. They are not Democrats. They are not liberals. They are not progressives.
This as sort of a continuation or just an acceleration of that sort of neoliberal rule, or a pivot away? And what are,
as a reminder, when they say the term neoliberal, and this is for people who may not have been here the last time we talked about it, when they say the term neoliberal, they mean people who are on the political left, but who want to uphold the capitalist order. Socialists and communists want to overthrow capitalism. They do not want capitalism to exist. When they say capitalism, they mean the United States government, they mean the United States Constitution. Democrats, liberals, and progressives all want to uphold capitalism. They do not want to overthrow the current system. I don't care what you heard on Fox News. I don't care what you heard from Glenn Beck. I don't give a fuck what you heard from Alex Jones. I don't care. That is what the left believes. There are people on the political left who want to uphold the current system. That is what neoliberalism is. These people are not neoliberals. They do not want to uphold the current system. They want to overthrow it. This is a distinction that matters.
Heavy critiques in queer studies of neoliberalism, especially around like gay marriage in the early 2000s, how that serves us.
Oh, holy shit! Holy shit! Just in case anyone doubted me, when I said the queer Marxists, Reagan is going to be so pissed she missed this. When I told you the queer liberationists were never in favor of gay marriage, it was the normie gay rights activists, the neoliberals, who wanted gay marriage. Yo, Reagan, check this out. They just said that the debate over gay marriage was a critique on neoliberalism. They literally just used the gay marriage debate that I've talked about like 3 or 4 times explicitly. This was a debate that took place in the 2000s, leading up to the legalization of gay marriage in 2015. We like, I cannot tell you, if you've never read queer propaganda with us, I cannot tell you how much queer propaganda literature there is from the 2000s, from the queer liberationists saying, fuck gay marriage, we don't want to get married, we don't want to be a part of this, fuck you guys for wasting our resources and our activism trying to legalize gay marriage. The queer liberation Marxists were fighting with the gay rights normie Democrats, liberals, and progressives, the neoliberals. They were fighting with them over the issue of marriage specifically. I'm going to play like 30 seconds of this song. This is a queer Marxist song that if you haven't heard this, I'm going to play this for just a few seconds. Listen to the lyrics of this queer Marxist song.
I don't want to get married. Just like you, nobody bothered to ask me. They said I ought to be just like you. Well, I could get a marriage license for a husband and me, so I could use it as insurance for my HART. Since I can buy a taxi with the same gender spouse, I shouldn't feel so bad getting kicked out of my house. Don't send me a rainbow. Your luck has never been
Okay, I played the whole thing. I lied. I played the whole song because I think people who are new to this, you need to hear this stuff. That is from a real queer communist band. Those exist. And they tell you what they believe. They never wanted gay marriage to be legalized. It is critical people understand this. These are not normie gay rights activists. Listen again.
A continuation or just an acceleration of that sort of neoliberal rule, or a pivot away? And what are, heavy critiques in queer studies of neoliberalism, especially around like gay marriage in the early 2000s, how that serves us now, and what we take from that critique in the current moment? Or you can be like, that's not useful at all. I don't mind that.
I'll start. I mean, I have a lot of thoughts on this. I'm very excited. I'm always excited. I've been thinking a lot about the trans tipping point, like and again, like I know we all laugh at the trans tipping point as like a sort of idea that named something that wasn't true for, I think, most people. And the trans tipping point, for anyone in the room who doesn't know what I'm referring to, it was the cover of a Time magazine. It was the cover of Time magazine featuring Laverne Cox, and it was 2014, right? Like, so that was when the putative trans tipping point was. And I will say that the one thing I've been thinking about is that in the wake, so that happens, right? And in the wake of that, there's like this moment, and it actually also generated a lot of criticism by trans studies scholars like Riley Snorton, Jen Herinoward, a couple other people, where there was this kind of like, I'm also kind of still thinking with protectionism, there was this kind of recitation of the pervasive danger and violence against trans women, in particular trans women of color. And it like the critique came from the point that the perspective that a lot of that recitation of like, and this woman died, and this woman died, and this woman died, was it became very lip servicey. Do you know what I mean? It was kind of like gathering everyone into a sort of conversation rather than actually doing anything about the pervasive violence against trans women, in particular trans women of color, in that moment and always. And so, but it's interesting, and I was thinking about this at remarks I made at a conference last weekend, which is that like I feel like the conversation about the vulnerability of trans people is gone from the public sphere. Do you know what I mean? Like,
that's
I literally
too bad.
cannot imagine that conversation showing up in Time magazine or anyone else right now, or anywhere else right now. I'm not saying that was a good conversation. I'm not saying it was like particularly like useful to work with, but it's interesting to me that like we're in a moment where I feel like if in 2014 there was a brief moment where there was like maybe rhetorical only, lip service only, sort of invocation of a kind of like half-hearted protectionism around trans women in the sort of public discourse have gone from endangered to dangerous, right? So like we're in a really different moment around this stuff. And I do think, to come back to your question, Ava, because I promise I'm getting there, that I think neoliberalism has everything to do with that. And I think that, again, to go back to what I was saying in my response to the first question, the sort of economic grievances of the moment, combined with the way that I think that the politics of identity, insofar as it is sort of like bound to a particular iteration, it walks in step with a kind of iteration of grievance. Actually, before, I feel like I'm talking in too abstract terms. Let me walk it back for a sec. I think the right is having its identity politics moment right now. It is having a gender identity moment right now. Like when men are men, the end of men, like they've discovered gender and they are loving it. And so they're having
so
their own
true.
grievance around. I'm very serious. Like I know I'm like talking like I'm being funny, but I'm really serious about this. And they're also having their sort of like their queer flouting of norms moment. They're like, how many times can I use the N-word and get that rush of the flouting of norms that comes with it? Like they're having.
I prefer the F word myself. I don't like the N-word. Okay, listen, I will drop the N-word with the hard R when I'm talking to Myron Gaines and he needs to shut the fuck up, because Again, I say this all the time. I have said the N-word with the hard R like 3 times in my internet career, and 2 of them were directed at Myron Gaines, and one of them was directed at Bryson Gray because he was acting like one and he needed to be told that. But like Myron Gaines absolutely deserves the N-word. If you want Myron Gaines to shut the fuck up and to stop talking and to stop being an asshole, you just call him the N-word with the hard R, and I promise you, he shuts the fuck right up. It works beautifully. But I prefer the F word myself. I prefer the F word. I don't know why. It just rolls off the tongue, and I don't even mean it. I don't even mean it in a gay way. When I say the F word, I'm not saying because like I think I'm calling someone a gay man. I love gay men. Gay men are awesome. I have no issue with gay men. It is the queer liberationists and the retarded conservatives that I have an issue with. And I feel like the F word is a better shocking insult to them. So I don't mean gay men. Gay men are fucking awesome.
Really serious about this. And they're also having their sort of like their queer flouting of norms moment. They're like, how many times can I use the N-word and get that rush of the flouting of norms that comes with it? Like they're having it's a moment for them right now. And so but what they're also, I think, discovering is the way that identity and of kind of articulation of personal grievance can kind of work together in a kind of like political way. This is why like we like the male loneliness epidemic and the sort of disenfranchisement of men and like the like reverse racism arguments and white discrimination, right? Like we're seeing it everywhere. But I think all of these are ultimately economic arguments. You know what I mean? Even though they're not being called that, they generally are that, right? And I think that has everything to do, again, as Lamble and everyone else on the previous panel was saying, with the redistribution. I mean, I don't even know if I'd call it redistribution. The intensified distribution of resources upward and away from people who need it, right? So I think when precarity is being felt and you're looking for a scapegoat, and like your political leaders who are promising you lower grocery prices at the other side of their mouth are also saying like, and the reason that your prices are so high is because of people entering this country who are taking away, like who are using your taxes in ways they shouldn't, or it's like trans women in prison who are getting gender affirmative care who are wasting your money, right? Like those things are sort of being attached in this sort of rhetorical or ideological way. And so that was just a real rant, but obviously I have a lot of thoughts and I'm going to leave it there. But I've been thinking a lot about the tipping point. Do you know what I mean? And I've just been, it's really like it's sitting heavy with me right now.
They, them was talking about the right, not the left. The left is the one that makes it an economic argument. The right is stupid and refers to skin color.
So if one looks at the way there is this persistent idea around neoliberalism as something that has been totalizing, globalizing force, but that is actually, if one looks at the way it has quote unquote traveled, its reach has never been totalizing, right? Because it has always collided with other structures such as feudalism, such as caste, such as religion, which has never allowed it to become a totalizing force, right? So, and that is an important history to mark. So, for instance, if one looks at the history of US aid, for instance, right, this kind of which has been shut down, and it has obviously had devastating consequences globally. It's very interesting how every time someone brings up Palestine, the question of Sudan is brought up, but then
that's not true.
The next sentence then should be, what is the impact of the cutting of US aid on Sudan? That question is never brought up, right? With the cutting of US aid, right? But then what is really the history of US aid and its connection with neoliberalism? The way US aid went into different African countries.
USAID, according to the left, was used to spread neoliberalism around the world. I have been screaming at conservatives for the better part of the last year and a half that USAID is not funding the far left. The far left will also tell you they are not being funded by USAID. The far left believes that USAID is responsible for spreading capitalism, neoliberalism worldwide. Listen again. Remember, guys, they're not putting this on the internet for us to watch. They don't think people like us are ever going to watch this. This is their private leftist meeting. This is their private leftist club. Sometimes people get confused about this because we're watching something that's public on the internet, but you have to understand, they're not making this content for us. This is them talking to each other about what they believe. They all know each other. They are all friends. They are all colleagues. They are all comrades. This is not some sort of secret video to trick us into thinking that USAID is capitalist and they're not really funded by this is not a secret trick. Listen again.
Of Sudan is brought up, but the next sentence then should be, what is the impact of the cutting of US aid on Sudan? That question is never brought up, right? With the cutting of US aid, right? But then what is really the history of US aid and its connection with neoliberalism? The way US aid went into different African countries, along with this clause of abstention, for instance. This clause of abstention, the way it promoted the Pentecostal church in Uganda, which then later on leads to this extreme homophobic legislation, right? So it's important to really mark, right? Like on one hand, we kind of think about around neoliberalism, the rights-bearing subject as the entrepreneurial self, but then also given the fact that it does not have this totalizing impact, it is already grappling with other structures of colonialism, including colonialism through religion. So that always creates these gaps. Even in some other context, like in the context of South Asia, where electoral populism has been very central to South Asian politics, neoliberalism has always sat uneasily with it. So in the 90s, when the Indian economy was opened and Coke and these other multinationals entered the economy, it was around the same period where there was this very important recognition of affirmative action for oppressed castes in the 90s in India. So while the the market is being opened up, at the same time, certain constitutional guarantees are being given to minoritized castes. So there has always been this tension, and that has had its impact in the realm of queer and trans politics as well. Because just when the market is opening up, cable TV is entering the country. A lot of these terms with cable TV entering, these terms such as lesbian, gay, trans are entering the region. Proliferation of NGOs are happening, but also this other. So that means a particular economic system that is disenfranchising people is also the same system that is bringing the discourse around sexuality. Right, so there has always been that kind of contradiction around how neoliberalism has really traveled, and that kind of contradiction continues at this moment as well, because it's very interesting. Like even as we talk about the economic basis of it, it's also interesting to see the kind of psychic impact it has, in the sense that when the economy is really in the doldrums, like the charming authoritarian leader says that, well, if you want to reach to that 2030 India, or when it's going to become a developed country, this is just a temporary tough moment. We will sail through this, and this temporary tough moment can only be sailed through if you are your entrepreneurial self, right? So in that sense, neoliberalism continues to be important when political leaders keep saying that, oh, start your own businesses. Like recently, it's very funny, but it's also the tragicomedy of it all. The Indian finance minister talked about Instagram and how people can earn money through making reels and YouTube, and like constantly talking about this entrepreneurial self, which is kind of really necessary for India to emerge into that golden future, which harkens back to the golden past of the Hindu golden times. So in that sense, the neoliberalism continues to be very important because the state continues to recede from essentials of health, education, right to livelihood and all of that. But at the same time, there is also a certain break because not everything is a continuity. Because what has been the important break is the kind of permanent creation of minoritization as a condition of life. This kind of the us and them that you were referring to, right? Like that is a very important moment because now it is in some sense becoming a permanent condition of life for a large section of the population, where either through electoral disenfranchisement, through all kinds of processes, how the gutting of affirmative action through legislations, and the discourse is always around harm, right? Like the upper caste male as being harmed by affirmative action, or the Hindu in danger of a Muslim overpopulation, right? Like the question around men's rights activists, and so all of that is also happening, which is kind of creating these permanent conditions of rightlessness. And so that is a certain break in because despite all the problems around this idea of democracy, the idea of electoral participation, one person, one vote, and all of that, it had all its problems, but through it, some robust social movements have really also expanded spaces for rights. And now those rights are what is being denied, right? Like, so the gutting of public education, like it's illegal to protest in most cases, students being incarcerated, the total privatization of health, all of that is kind of creating these permanent conditions of disenfranchisement, and that is a very specific moment, right? Like so we need to be able to kind of see how neoliberalism has continued, while also acknowledging the fact that its reach has never been totalizing, while also marking the particularity of this particular authoritarian moment, which is creating these zones of rightlessness.
Next question. So I'd love to hear a little bit. So Greta, you mentioned the sort of figure of the kind of trans woman of color in prison as a sort of, resource sucking, kind of figure. And that's one of the kind of figures that right-wing politics has been kind of mobilizing against. And there's also the figure of the trans child, or at least some versions of a trans child, which are a different kind of concern potentially, but also just as present in this kind of moment of right-wing intensification of anti-transness, specifically the danger of children being manipulated by trans people into self-mutilation, right? So I'd love to hear, about the relationship between these two figures and kind of what they have to do with each other, how they're operating in the current political moment, and what we can learn by putting them in conversation.
Sure. I mean, I don't know. I'm real chatty. All right, I'll try to keep it very brief. I mean, just to kind of go with the economic tip we're all on. Like, I think one way to think about the relationship between them is like the child who, in this sort of conversation, properly shouldn't be trans or is not trans or needs to be protected from transness. Is like the site of investment, and the woman of color, trans woman of color in prison is like the site of like a proper disinvestment, right? Like there are places our money should go, and there are places our money shouldn't. I don't know who R is, but like the state's money or like, people's money in general. And I guess this also goes back to like what Lambel was saying earlier about like worthiness, deservingness, and non-deservingness. That was a really heartbreaking anecdote that they told at the end to me, but I mean probably to all of us. But I think the investment disinvestment part feels really important. And also, I mean, I think this is obvious, but I think it still bears saying that like, and I think that this is also like Jules Gill Peterson's point from her first book, but like the sort of preventing the trans child from transitioning is also preventing a trans future, right? Like it's preventing a world where there are trans adults. No, I don't think that's actually possible, but of course that's what they are trying to do. I'll leave it there for now.
That's what we should be trying to do.
I'm just gonna piggyback a little bit off of what Cheyenne was saying, flipping back to the economic question that I was thinking about a little bit. The labor reform law just passed in Argentina, which was the labor modernization law, I think as of last week, if I'm not incorrect. But just thinking about the idea of an entrepreneurial self and this idea that that somehow this would be a modernization. You have a real investment in platform economies, and also with the role of the pandemic as well. I think we need to talk about the pandemic in terms of accelerating fascism, authoritarianism, and also accelerated forms of neoliberalism and disinvestment. I have less to say about the child, but I'll just say that.
The child. Two recent instances. For those of you who know that the student protests in Bangladesh overthrew the fascist government, the Sheikh Hasina government there, and then there was an interim government, and then just the new government came to power. Now, after the government was overthrown, the National Council for Textbooks there were two sociologists there, and they were forced to resign, and both of them had talked about talking about sexuality and gender in school textbooks, because the extremists who kind of partially hijacked the student movement eventually, they were like, we have to protect our children, right? And
I wouldn't tangle bliss, but good question.
The idea of the born trans, right? The thirdness.
I don't think.
About,
Listen. In general, I honestly do not think it's helpful to equate this to mental illness. I don't think, conservatives love to do this. They love to say the left is mentally ill. The left is not actually mentally ill. They're not. Mentally ill people don't operate like this. Mentally ill people are not this strategic. Mentally ill people are not this organized. So I do not think it's useful to equate this to mental illness. First off, you're probably not qualified to diagnose mental illness. Secondly, you should not be diagnosing mental illness over the internet based on a conference presentation where people say things you don't like. So I just don't think it's useful to categorize it like that, which is why I don't.
Interpretation of Sharia. Something similar happened in Pakistan and India as well, around protecting the child. So this has been kind of a consistent pattern that we are able to see all across. Nothing like with the prisoner, of course, the same question around disinvestment. But I want to add another figure here, which I think is very pertinent in Asia.
The minute you guys start labeling everyone on the left as mentally ill is the minute that people dismiss them and what they're doing. One of the reasons the right does not take the problem seriously is because they truly believe these are just mentally ill, lazy people who are all paid protesters. It's extremely detrimental. The reason the left is winning is because so many people on the right dismiss them as mentally ill, paid protesters who don't have jobs. That's not true. None of that is true. And so perpetuating that falsehood directly leads to them operating completely unopposed, because do you take mentally ill people who are just paid to protest something, who don't have jobs, who are lazy, who are narcissists, who are this, who are that? Do you take those people seriously as an adversary? No. Oh, those crazy people. They're just crazy. Okay, that's why they're winning. Congrats.
In the South Asia is the figure of the sex worker. That is also the figure of the sex worker is also a figure who is constituted as a threat to the idea of the purity of the state. And so if one looks at something very interesting here, which is that the Narendra Modi government has invested in developing these shelter homes across the country, which are referred to as the Garima Grihas, Garima meaning pride, right? Pride houses. So it is basically a space where a homeless trans person can live for up to a year. Food and board is on the state, and then there is some kind of quote-unquote vocational training if they want to kind of develop some kind of capacity to seek livelihood at the end of the year. Now, what is very important here is to note is that the policy papers around the creation of these shelter homes specifically says that sex workers are not allowed. So if a trans person is a sex worker, they will not be allowed to live in these shelter homes. And there are CCTV cameras all across the shelter homes. So obviously, one cannot bring clients there, so there is a lot of surveillance there, right? So it is very much written in the policy, and there is this constant specter of that sex work being the primary occupation of gender non-conforming people, and I'm seeing that as some kind of a continuum, not just as in trans, but anybody who is kind of femme presenting, which also kind of gets reflected in that blood judgment that I was just mentioning, that one cannot donate blood, right? So that figure of the sex worker keeps coming up again and again, and so one of the very liberal responses to this has been that we have to think about respectability, we have to think about strategy, right? So a lot of trans lawyers, queer activists, trans activists have been in their language around rights have been talking about the right to privacy. That my gender identity is my right to privacy, right? It's my bodily autonomy is a right of privacy that should be enshrined by the Constitution, and that has been somewhat successful in the level of legislation, which is that yes, your sexuality is your private right, your gender is your private right, which means that you actually don't have access to public spaces, right? So at any point, a femme person walking in some public space at night could be picked up by the police on suspicions of soliciting customers, and that is something very rampant. It's one of the most common ways in which arrests happen. And yet that does not come in the language of rights. And because there is this constant attempt to kind of separate the sex issue and the gender issue, right? The sex work issue and the sexuality issue. And that is actually not helping, because for most people in the country who do not even have access to a private room, for them to work out their intimacies, public is the space, right? So then that does not leave any space for any form of intimacy. So then arrests could happen in cinemas, arrests could happen in riverbanks, at railway stations, and it then becomes a very common way of extorting money from queer and trans people. Even when the student uprising was happening in Bangladesh, there was such a proliferation of videos where some of the student activists were actually trying to purge these very troublemakers from within the movement spaces. Purge as in these could actually be sex workers. They could actually deviate us from the cause of the revolution, right? So that kind of issue around sex work is all pervasive. And I think it's very important to kind of critically look at some of these strategies that have been deployed to seek rights.
One last question before we turn it over to the audience.
Let's go, almost done, guys.
Anything else you want to highlight about fighting for trans life and trans communities? Are there strategies that need to change, needs that we need to address as we move forward?
I was just gonna say, I would just like to see bigger, broader coalitions in general. I think we're all touching on it, whether it's the last panel or this panel, the types of material coalitions that are lacking, or that have been lacking on a mass level, not just, within particular factions of activism. But one thing that I think that I've learned over the years in thinking with activism elsewhere is about the power of form, which isn't to say that I think we need the formalist, solution, and that if we just found the perfect form, then we could all unite. But there is something to thinking about how, if we could find what a vector might be to help people mass mobilize, whatever that vector might be. In Argentina, it was the strike. What would that look like in the US under these contexts? I'm not sure what that vector would be, but I feel like if we start thinking about form and less about identity
Mhm.
as a way to mobilize and energize a coalition, that might be one way we could think about doing that. Yeah.
In the context of South Asia, strikes for sure and blockades have been very effective. Like, you know, we had this massive farmer protests where they were completely blockading the highways, and then they were they were also boycotting multinationals which kind of supplied electricity and this is very important because there are these two giant corporations, Ambani and Adani, kind of control a majority of the energy and the media sector in the region. In fact, Ambani is now investing in Texas, where, you know, like recently Trump announced that whole big baby big tech, the oil thing, and that's a $300 million investment by Ambani. And so you all should really look up the history of Ambani and the way he has kind of monopolized the energy sector and what devastating consequences that single house has had for the environment, for the economy, and they're now coming to America. So like the South-North flow, that's something interesting to mark. But then in one way that kind of some interruption happened was when the farmers led this blockade, led the boycott, mass boycott. And that was really effective, because of which that farm bill had to be revoked eventually by the government. So mass mobilization through effective strategies around boycott have been very important. Like another example was around the xenophobic citizenship laws, which kind of developed. This was just before the pandemic.
I'm so tuning out to Indian voice right now. It's not even funny.
And one of the major slogans of that
not cool,
protest around the citizenship law was that the Citizenship
Haha.
Amendment Act.
We're almost
in
done,
India
Brooklyn.
basically talks about India.
Yo, Brooklyn, did you see my new green fuzzy Fendi bag that I just got? I just did the unboxing on the Karlyn Finds Instagram. Brooklyn, it's a fucking runway piece. It's not available on the resale market. It's so fucking cool. It's like a little mink Fendi first, like clutch bag. It's like the best. It's like my new favorite toy. You're gonna love it.
The sheltering, quote unquote, persecuted minorities from the entire South Asian region, but not Muslims, right? So, the agenda was very evident. The whole country erupted into protest, and the slogan was
the Grinch bag. Yeah, the Grinch bag.
We will not show our papers. And large parts of trans movements.
Brooklyn isn't even her real fucking name.
Many of us who were kind of turned away from our natal homes for environmental reasons, because of floods, we lost our papers. How does one even show legacy papers to prove our citizenship, right?
Look, you know what I realized? You guys know what I realized? Here, I'll show the bag for people. This is just a screenshot of it, just so people know what we're talking about here. Hang on. Oh, where the fuck is it? Oh my God. Here it is right here. This is what we're talking about. This is my new, I showed it at the beginning of the stream, but it's been like 8 hours. This is my new fuzzy little dumpling of a neon green mink Fendi bag. And you know what I realized, guys? It matches my logo. This bag was meant to be. This bag is the same color as the cult logo. I mean, come on. This was ordained in the stars that this would be my runway fucking Fendi bag in the same color as my show's logo. There are no coincidences. Okay, we got like 12 more minutes. We got like 15 more minutes. Okay, everyone hunker down. We're finishing this by 1 a.m.
We will not show our papers kind of really cut across identity in the way it was able to mobilize people. So these were some very effective strategies that come to mind.
Yeah, I just want to second what everybody said about coalitional work and finding something that cuts across movements. I mean, the bigger the movement, the stronger it is, right? And I think there's like a story that I'll hear sometimes in the organizing spaces that I'm in, that large movements require too many concessions. But I think if you identify your issue, like tightly enough, I don't think that has to be true. Just my 2 cents. The other thing that I really learned, I've thought a lot in Palestine organizing spaces, and I think this is also right for thinking about anti-trans violence, both state and non-state alike, is I think we need to work to be able to both assert affirmative visions for what we want, and also developing our own strategies that are not necessarily responsive to how to get those things that we want. I kept feeling, and continue to feel, have felt over the last few years.
They don't look like Dolph Lundgren. No communists look like Dolph Lundgren.
In this mode where, because of the sort of like flood the zone approach of the right, that we're just like responding. We're kind of like always like in boxing terms, kind of on our back foot, right? And like, I think we need to get off our back foot. I'm sorry, it's a bit of an ableist metaphor, honestly, but like trying to get on sort of envision a form of the fight that's not like, well, you're trying to do this, so I'm going to stop you from doing this, and instead be like, we are going to do this, you know. And I think there's a way that that institutionalization and the sort of, to go back to neoliberalism and actually to some extent gay marriage, which I also think a lot about, has like
gay marriage and neoliberalism, which I also think a lot about. Don't think I'm not paying attention.
We are going to do this, you know. And
listen,
I think
the they them is again going to say gay marriage is neoliberalism.
I think there's a way that that institutionalization and the sort of, to go back to neoliberalism and actually to some extent gay marriage, which I also think a lot about, has like, I think like even in an entirely provisional, temporary, incomplete, and messed up hierarchized way, being offered a tiny little piece of sort of like state support, like got it in a way, like I feel like sometimes I worry that it limited our horizon. Do you know what I mean? That it limited like our understanding of what was possible. And instead of saying we demand, we say, "Daddy, can I please have this?" Like to, you know, to really reduce it. I was about to make a. I was about to be like, I have a deadbeat dad. I mean, it's like always, that's always the metaphor. But like, and I just think that that's not what we're doing here. Do you know what I mean? Like, kill your dads, like, you know, no, literally, figuratively, if you do you. But like, you know, no gods, no masters, no states, no fathers, whatever. Like, I'm actually referring to an article that Arne Zura wrote a few years ago by the title of "Kill Your Dads," I believe.
Disavow.
I think like stop asking for permission and just or stop letting the opposition set the terms. I think is something that we all need to kind of worry about, myself included. So I'll stop there. Oh, I one more thing. Actually, and this is very controversial, or this has been controversial, and I said this before. I actually think a huge amount of the violence that's happening is because we've been winning. I just want to say that out loud. I'm not saying that we are always going to be winning or we're currently going to be winning, but
they think they're winning. They think they're winning. Guys, the left almost never thinks they're winning up until like this year. We've been watching the left for years. For years and years and years, the left is like, we're losing. Even during Biden, yup, the left thought they were losing under Biden because Biden was a capitalist. They didn't like him. And now all of a sudden this year, with all the success they've been having with anti-ICE organizing, the left is now saying, we're winning. That's fucking dangerous. That means they're going to double down on absolutely everything. Again,
think is something that we all need to kind of worry about, myself included. So I'll stop there. Oh, I one more thing. Actually, and this is very controversial, or this has been controversial, and I said this before. I actually think a huge amount of the violence that's happening is because we've been winning. I just want to say that out loud. I'm not saying that we are always going to be winning or we're currently going to be winning, but I think there was a moment where the momentum around like trans movements here over the last like 30 or so years gained such strength that it freaked people out. And I think that that's part of why we're seeing this sort of snapback in our own moment. So I also think that we should like think about that too. So that's it.
Thanks, y'all. Any questions?
They think they did so well in the previous 30 plus years of building queer liberation activist communities that what they're experiencing right now is the inevitable backlash to the success that they've had for literally decades. And they're not wrong about that.
From the audience. Yeah. Hi, first, thank you so much for this talk. I just wanted to be able to see everyone. But yeah, so there's been a couple different references to the internet in different ways, whether it's like more online movements or thinking about like platform economies, like these sorts of things. And I was thinking about the trans tipping point in 2014 and the other like major event that I think was about 2014 was Gamergate and the sort of emerging men's rights movement that comes out of that. So I was wondering if y'all would mind like talking just a little bit more about maybe how you see like the internet's role in this like acceleration of fascism, or like digital culture's role in like the rise of like anti-trans legislation.
Sleep is for the weak. We're almost done.
This iteration of fascism, internet is so crucial.
By the way, this is why Reagan, you're not allowed to give shit to Reagan. Reagan will do whatever is required. Reagan has commitment. Reagan has loyalty.
In like the rise of like anti-trans legislation.
Like, I think in this iteration of fascism, internet is so crucial, so bloody crucial. You know, the Ambani that I was just mentioning, it was around 2017 when suddenly they launched this free internet program in the country. And at that point, it was like, wow, amazing, right? We have free access to internet, and therefore people will be able to have access to books, this, that, all of that, which was true because we did make good use of it. But at the same time, it also kind of flooded the space with fake news. And this, there is a term that is widely used in India currently, in all across the region, which is called WhatsApp University, which is basically a term to say kind of state propaganda which reaches you through WhatsApp and through social media. And these are all false, like completely blatantly false, but then that's the only access to information that one might have, right? So this was completely well thought out strategy. And that kind of propaganda has been so successful, and combined with the fact that public education has been gutted, so then you are basically creating a space where critical thinking skills are not being nurtured. So if that is not happening, and then you feed the online space with fake history, everything is fake, from statistics around Muslim population to trans women invading toilets, and everything is fake, right? Like recently a fake news started circulating that men started putting on hijabs and started kidnapping Hindu children, right? And that kind of fake news actually is very deadly because it's deadly for trans people, obviously, but it's also deadly for Muslims, right? Like because then it has
Muslims mentioned
no. And then some of those lynchings get recorded on video, and they circulate feverishly, right? And I don't know. I feel very I don't know how to think of these videos, because we've been bearing online testimony to genocide for 3 years now, right? But at the same time, I think a lot about how we consume that kind of content and what it really means to kind of see these images of graphic violence and like these lynching videos that circulate so much. And then one like it is sickening to sometimes to even read those comments that people are kind of celebrating that kind of violence, right? So what then it also does is that it kind of induces this kind of numbness, which then does not allow people to act, right? Like if this is the state of the world, it's also hopeless, then what must one do then? And sometimes it's really difficult, like as a professor who's like working with Gen Zs, like the kind of conversation that, like sometimes students bring up is like I wake up in the morning and then I see these videos and the entire day is over, right? Like the way it messes up mental health, all of that. And all of this kind of strengthens fascism actually, right? So the connection is very, very evident. So we also need to be able to develop these collective strategies when to look away, but looking away does not mean
turning away from politics. But self-preservation is also very important to be able to imagine, like at the last panel we were talking about imagination. Like how do we do this work of active imagination if we become numb? So we cannot afford to become numb, and to not be able to become numb, sometimes we have to be able to look away. So those are some of the things that I've been thinking a lot about, because like you wake up in the morning and there's constantly things are falling apart.
Yeah. Other questions?
For one more.
One more question. Almost there.
Thank you all for such a wonderful conversation. I really appreciate sort of the like transnational dimension that we have brought from like a lot of different angles. I was wondering if you could talk a little bit about Karlyn, you talk about the like South-North sort of like influence, and I'm like really interested in like playing with those like directions. Like I feel like there is in thinking about like, oh, how has like authoritarianism changed over the last X number of years, whatever. We are buying into like a progressive temporality.
When they say South and North, I know we're getting late in the stream, but you have to understand this. When they say South, they don't mean geographic South. They mean the global South, as in the oppressed countries under capitalism. When they say North, they mean the global North, the oppressor countries that are oppressing all the other countries. It's not a reference to like Southern Hemisphere or Northern Hemisphere, although sometimes and most of the time they do, but they mean global South, oppressed countries, global North, evil capitalist, imperialist, oppressor countries.
A little bit about Karlyn, you talk about the like South-North sort of like influence.
Well, no, Malcolm, because Turtle Island is a reference to North America before it was colonized. So Turtle Island is not like a current country. They're talking about like Venezuela and Peru and, you know, African countries and places that have been colonized and stuff like that. But Turtle Island wouldn't qualify because Turtle Island's already been colonized. And America is certainly part of the global North. So Turtle Island is a reference to North America before it was colonized, essentially. Yo, Shikalago, patient dedication. This describes our prof the best. Hey, I appreciate that, bro. Appreciate everyone who's made it this late in the stream, guys. We are almost done, I promise.
I'm like really interested in like playing with
I understand
those,
why you said that, though,
directions. Like
Malcolm.
I feel like there is in thinking about like, oh, how has like authoritarianism changed over the last X number of years, whatever. We are buying into like a progressive temporality, and the South-North also has like a direction. And I'm interested in thinking about sort of like how all these things are entangled and how these influences like if it's like a co-production of things, or if it's like a conversation. I think like fascist collaboration is a very real thing across borders, and there's also an anti-fascist collaboration and an anti-fascist internal conflict. So I don't know, just thinking about how these directional narratives about politics play into these conversations.
Yeah. I think the question of how to mobilize a mass anti-fascist front is what I keep coming back to in terms of trans politics. But yeah, I mean, a lot of these networks.
I'm sorry. They want to organize a mass anti-fascist front. And this is why we always watch until the end. Why is it that they always say the crazy shit at the end? Massive anti-fascist front. Again, they, them, about your massive global anti-fascist front for trans liberation?
I think the question of how to mobilize a mass anti-fascist front is what I keep coming back to in terms of trans politics. But yeah, I mean, a lot of these networks are due to, at least the folks that I work with, are due to different forms of political exile as well over the years. So you have communities that are very mobile because of these conditions of political exile, and also sex work. I'll come back to it. You have a very rich, vibrant, cabaret culture, exchange of ideas happening. And a lot of, especially around recent reparations activism movement in Argentina, a lot of that activism, those meetings are sometimes, online, and they're open. So people zoom in from all across the hemisphere to learn more about, reparations, to share what's going on in their spaces. I think that the internet has both allowed and disallowed different forms of contact, but it has created the conditions for different types of conversations or movement organizing that maybe wasn't possible even 20, 30 years ago. So I'm seeing it as vibrant in that way. And I think the multi-directionality is important, and not necessarily seeing this is a backlash per se, but as something that is continuous, ongoing, and multi-directional. Yeah. So thanks.
Okay, please join me in thanking our panelists.
That's it. Yo, let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Congratulations to everyone who made it to the very end of our 8.5-hour marathon going inside Trans Freedom School to watch 3 different presentations about trans liberation and fighting the evil fascist. Now, listen, guys, we got a bunch more content we can do on this channel. We're not going to do it today. Look at this. Gender, race, and the politics of sport. Rethinking trans health medicine. Trans abolition keynote. What is fair play? This is also about gender and sport. What is trans healthcare? We got all sorts of stuff here. We got all sorts of stuff that we're gonna watch. But we're not gonna do it tomorrow. You want to know why? Tomorrow we are taking the day off, and we're gonna have a stream. I'm not taking the day off from streaming. Tomorrow we are doing lighter content. We're gonna watch Andrew Wilson cope about losing to Candace Owens, and it's gonna be awesome. And hopefully I might try to get caught up on the great Tim Pool, Alex Jones feud, because that's just fucking funny, and that's just good fun. So we are going to be streaming tomorrow at 5 p.m. Eastern time. It's going to be a happy hour stream. We're going to chill. We're going to have a good time. We're going to watch content on the internet that's a little bit more enjoyable. You guys just did 8.5 hours of work watching more queer liberation content than literally the vast majority of people who claim to be fighting the left. So congrats to all of you. You guys rock. Thank you especially to everyone who donated 208 channel memberships today. I had a goal of getting over 200. We got there and then some. I so appreciate it. Thank you to everyone who sent in super chats. Congratulate yourself if you made it through all or most of the day. You guys are the intrepid warriors that will understand this stuff better than anyone else. I'm going to bed now. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Have a good one. We'll see you soon.
How are you feeling? How long have you been here? 3 months, May 17th. And what brought you? That's difficult to answer. I'm not completely like other people. What do you mean by that? playing the piano for people has eventually resulted in your being here in the hospital. That's difficult to answer.